Father. What's up, guys? Is it actually? Look at that bear. You scribed apothecary into Dunes, where's my car? God, dreams do come true, man. Yeah, Venom, I realized this only after I finished the video. Did I specifically give you credit? Because I meant to. Hi, Islo. How you doing, bye? Did I give you credit in the video? Did I call your name out? Because if I didn't, that's a huge fucking miss. God damn it, man. I realized it after I made it. Dude, that's a fail, man. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I mean, that's still dog shit. I did not intend to do that. In fact, actually, I messaged my brother. I asked him if we can do a pinned comment or put it in the profile that you're the one who wrote down all the questions. I hate that, man. I think it's very, very important to call stuff out like that. Is anybody online right now? So last night I made the guide for you guys that you asked me for. Is anybody online right now that is going to make the Archmage build and would like this wand that I crafted on? Well, I guess I could just sell it, but I'll just give it away. Does anybody want this wand that I made? I made it on the video last night. It's decent. I mean, I made it in 2 seconds. It's way better than nothing. This is like a 10 chaos wand. If somebody wants this, I'll give it to you for free. Actually, no, we can't do giveaways. I'll give it to you for 1 scroll of wisdom. 1 scroll of wisdom for this one. Actually, Sarah, are you going to play more PoE or nah? Like, were you having fun or no? You are? Okay, never mind. Sorry, I'm going to give it to Sarah. She needs it. I'm going to give her the wand. Sorry, boys. Sorry, the giveaway is over. It's going to Sarah. Oh shit, I'm out of money? Oh! Divine from the ship! Fuck yeah, dude. Lit! Divine from the ship, boys. What a start. Bro, we don't have any money. Man. These boots are good. Jesus. Jesus, look at this shield. Bro, I mean... Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 1, Tier 2? Spell suppression implicit? Jesus Christ. This shit's actually pretty good. 350,000 Crimson Iron? Are you serious? 350,000? Holy shit. Plastic Fork by Papa Roach. $6,000 gold an hour? Bro, I have to lower my costs. Amish, thanks for the 1 year, man. Appreciate you. Oh shit. So someone suggested to me the other day to drop Clarity, and instead of using Clarity, to use either what do you guys think about dropping Clarity for Determination or Grace? Would that be an idea? Need to turn on the volume for our YouTube friends. Wrath would be better. Isn't Wrath just damage? Wrath is just damage. I'm trying to live against physical hits. That's what I'm trying to do. Guys, I need to figure out how do I get Dune's Where's My Car maps to drop. Really appreciate the PoE content. Does the build require 1 transfigured gem or 2? 2. You don't have to have the Wintry Blast Frost Nova, though. You do need Ice Nova of Frost Bolts, though. There's also another one. I think you could play Ball Lightning until you get... the Transfigure Gem. Guys, is there a map node? Isn't there a map node where you only get your favored maps? This one. Can I take this? I won't get T17s. I mean, I want to try it. I want to see if I can get some Dunes Where's My Cars. I don't even know if I should be running these T9s or not. I think I've favorited them, yeah. I haven't even beat the Shaper. Should I go beat the Shaper? Maybe when I level up? Is the Shaper going to be hard for me? You're doing a Shaper right now. Well, then I need to pay you for the entry fee at least. How much is the entry fee to the Shaper? I'm pretty sure with my damage, I'm pretty sure I can murder the Shaper. You found the frags yourself? Maybe I have some of the frags that I could pay you. I need it for my another favorited map slot. I'm pretty sure I will do... I might be overestimating my character, but I'm pretty sure I will absolutely fry this Shaper for you. I think this is a very good bosser. You can't kill the mini boss before Shaper. Okay, I got you.
I see you, little man. You don't belong here. Run along.
He gone. He's dead.
Will not go unpunished. This is your final warning. Leap or perish.
Where did he go up? Where did go to the middle, go to the middle. You're gonna sit here and enjoy your carry.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
Oh shit. I'm supposed to go in here? Oh shit. God damn it, man. I just don't know his mechanics. My bad. You want me to go in? Yeah, Oh my.
To me, Exile. Struggle or strangle.
Oh shit, where are all these orbs coming from? Why is this guy so hard? Why am I getting hit? Why am I getting hit? Why am I, what is hit? Oh, these things.
A final abyss of
It's 2-man HP. Why is Maven here, by the way? Why is Maven here? I don't think I can kill him, man. Holy shit. I can't see anything. Oh, I gotta get in here. This is the only pixel where I can stand. Oh my god.
a final abyss.
Maven is healing the Shaper. Yeah, I mean, but I had to stand in the red thing. I had to, right? Yeah, I have to turn this off on the boss so I can actually see. I also can't see with this. Wait, what things do we need? What do we need? Which one of these are Shaper? Are these Shaper or this? Bottom middle? I'll pay half of the entry fee. I pay half, he pays half. That's fair. Yeah, oh, I want to show you guys something. Look at this. Look at this, look at this. I got a video for you. This is a video in Lincoln. Look at this. Like a tornado destroyed a tornado destroyed our town yesterday. It knocked out my stream, knocked out our power. Look at this.
Dude, what in the actual fuck is going on out here? Look at it.
Destroyed all the trees, all the fences.
Dude, what in
It went from nothing to this tsunami.
look at it.
There's pictures. Let's see. Yeah, here is. This is not an exaggeration. This is what the neighborhoods look like. Oh, okay. Fences completely, cars, houses destroyed. This is our town yesterday. That's what knocked out my stream.
run along.
Should we go together or separate?
Turn back, trespass.
Go separate, okay.
You tamper with things you do not understand. This is your final warning. Leave or perish. You force my hand again, little mouse. So, you've chosen to side with chaos. This is my world, and you shall obey my order.
They're coming through.
Imperfect.
He's injured, but not for long. We need to get back.
Behold the face of your unmaking.
Father, it's me. Let me help you.
The horror must be stopped. Obstacles destroyed.
To me, Exile.
Embraced by mystery.
Let's find a way back.
When's the campfire chat? I actually don't know. Do you guys? I know it's soon. Do you guys know when it is? Bro, you need more damage? Well, one thing that I forgot to mention, which is probably a problem, is right before we came to fight Shaper, I put all my support gems at 20 quality, and I put them at level 1. So they were at 20, but now I'm fighting Shaper in 2-player with level 11 support gems. So that's my fault. I qualityed them, but yeah. So I'm stronger than this, but I just redid my gems, so I'm missing a lot of damage from my gems. I think I can kill him though. Well, last time I said that I died, so better not say it again. I think I'll kill him though. I know his mechanics now. I've been dodging them okay, I thought.
These memories are mine. I cannot lose them.
They lie to you, Father. I'm your true memory.
To save the future, the past must be sacrificed. Out of chaos.
Stay close. Buy me some time. To me, Exile.
I don't get it. There's 2 of him now? Alright, that took way too long. Sorry. Hi, Zevi. How you doing, buddy? I don't know what that means, Jizerin. What does that mean? But something about moving a card from Cathedral to Dunes? Right, but don't I have to find the boss, which is like a 1 in a million chance? Jeffrey, thank you for the $2 super chat. But did Chipotle survive? I saw a picture. One of the McDonald's in the Lincoln got destroyed. It took you 70 maps. I mean, sure. How much is the? How much are the maps? I don't have any money though. I don't think I have any money. Oh, I have 309 chaos. Where the hell did that come from? It costs a divine. Oh, here, I got a divine from the ship. Here, I have a divine. You can have it. I don't care. The campfire chat, I believe, is in an hour and a half. Thanks. Here, I'll give you back the ones I can't, or I guess I could just... Your dunes only now. Okay, let me see. Oh, I don't have Awakened PoE trade on because the... Hi, Justango, how are you? Am I working out? I look thinner. I haven't been working out because my right hand doesn't work anymore, but I've lost a significant amount of weight. I've lost a lot of weight. What? We paid it 50-50. You will never, you won't do the fight. All right. If you're not going to do it, I will do it. So, okay. Thank you. I guess we paid it 50-50 and I killed it. So I guess that's fair. Thank you. Yeah, I will do it. Okay. GG's. That's fair, I guess. Thank you. Fuck. I guess we can just start with this. I do need the Cortex. Just I need to make sure that I need to make sure everything is fair. I need to pay you for my half. So how much does it cost to run the Cortex? I have to pay for half of it. Everything needs to be fair. I can't have any handouts. Whatever the cost is, I need to pay you half. Tell me what the cost is. Zevi needs Cortex. Come on in, Zevi. Zevi's going to make it free. Here. How do I open my friends list? How do you... What's the command for friends? Anybody know? S for social? Nice. Here. Okay. Everyone paid Jizrin 10 chaos. Tips and tricks for speed running. That's a good thing. I mean, I only have a 459, so I'm not the world's best speedrunner, but I think if you get a sub 5 hour time, I think people will at least acknowledge you as a PoE player. Not a PoE, not anybody good at PoE, but a player of the game PoE. I'll turn on the music. I need to hear the boss's audio cues. I don't know what they mean, but I know that it means something. I know it means shit your pants and run around and be scared. I need to know when to shit my pants. Normally I just shit my pants all day automatically, but I need to do time shits. Here. So, okay. I'll just go up the right side, I guess. I'm not going to pick up any loot, so. Oh, nice. I'm leveling my gems. This is good. I say I'm not going to pick up any loot as I pick up a scarab. G, Keck W. Okay, I'm actually not going to pick up any loot now. Divine Vessel. Anybody need their Papa Johns? Okay, this is good. I'm leveling up my gems.
What secrets are you hiding in that murderous mind? Baldo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe. Must have Great loss needs me. Darkness surrounds us. Baldo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? Will. Turn away, sin. Sin surrounds you. Feel the pull of the void. Yes, that's it. Yes, sin. Sin surrounds you.
Jesus.
Turn away, sin. Sin surrounds you. What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow.
Guys, I gotta TP out. My town's out of gold.
This one is my own creation. Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction.
Yeah, his PC crashed.
Sin surrounds
His PC crashed. We're just gonna chill, Zevi.
Turn away, sin. Feel the pull of the void.
I'm just gonna get him low.
Yes, that's it. Yes, sin.
Oh, fuck. He killed Zevi. Shit.
Sin surrounds you. Turn away, sin. Faith empowers.
Are you back in, Jizerin?
Belief overwhelms. Sin surrounds you. Turn away, sin. Feel the pull of the void.
What is this? Lightning merry-go-round. Oh man,
Surrounds you.
okay. Oh. 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 That's so unfortunate that Jizrin, he DC'd, so we had to... He's gonna rebuy it? Alright. 10 chaos, boys. Yeah, sorry. I let Zevi die there because I was not attacking, and I think that got Zevi killed. My bad. Okay, someone is gonna help us if we can't do it. Let's try to do it ourselves, though, because otherwise we won't be able to sleep at night. If we clear this, we can take a screenshot and post it on our fridge. Imagine if I actually had level 20 support gems. Like, this is cucking me so bad that I'm re-leveling my gems right now. They were 20 this morning, but I sold them with a GCP to level them up. Oh, shit. Ow. I'm just clearing out the area for you. All right.
Remember me? Here.
Baldo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memory. Repent! Baldo's designs were flawed. Do you remember dying here? Will you? Burn away, sin! Feel the pull of the void! What are you? In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will bow. This one is my own creation. Ha! Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction. Sin surrounds you. Feel the pull of the void. No! Impossible! How? This isn't over. This will never be over. I will unify humanity.
GG's. I'm gonna go back out here and farm a bit for my gem levels. Because my gem levels are so shit. Take whatever you want, Zevi. We're just farming some gem levels. Damn, it's raining stuff everywhere. God, these guys are so easy, man. All right. Obliterated. More than 50 monsters remain, huh? Obliterated. Okay. Annihilated. Grab anything. Just go loot everything. Easy. All right. Okay. All right. Well, can't pass up all these goodies, can we? Not when we're this poor. You just vowed that and got that? What a fucking god. Give me 1 second. Gotta do a trade here. Wait, what did he just make? Corruption implicit, you added 2 to socketed AoE gems. Is that worth like $1 billion? Can we price check that? With the... It's worth at least a divine. Jesus Christ. You didn't mention in the video where you explained the mechanic to get divines? Oh, you mean the seasonal mechanic? I didn't explain the seasonal mechanic because I don't know if it's going to stay in the game. Wow, look how much fire damage is on this thing. Yeah? Yeah? Why? Really? Okay, we can do that. We can do that. That's good. How expensive is it? That's fine. We can do that. We can make it happen. What would she prefer, indoor or outdoor? What? Okay, yeah, let's do it then. There is a date that Lee needs my help. We have to take him to and from something, so let's do it on that day. We have 3 hours. Okay. You don't think it's gonna stay, Durlagus? So what I think we might try, if Zevi is down for it, Pox and DM also want to play. I wonder if me, Zevi, Pox, and DM could do T17s. But I need to get my my supports to as close to 20 as I can. But I think they should keep it. Your Atlas has more stuff, more XP. You're about to do Kayula then Feared. If you want the favored map slot, you're welcome to join. Yeah, I'll pay you for half of it, Wolfie. Yeah, I need that. I think. I need... Or no, I don't need it. Or wait, I need Feared. How hard is Feared? You have to do your own Feared to get credit. Hey, hey Rax, big YouTube fan. Hello, my friend. How are you? If I were to rate each D4 season out of 10, what would the scores be? The first season would be some very low score. The second season, I hated the Malignant Hearts. Vampires were much better. Maybe like 7. 3 was also terrible. Some very, very low score. 4, the seasonal theme was pretty bad, but the changes to the game were good. And then we're about to find out on season 5 in 1 hour. Feared is very hard. Do you guys think that my guy could do the Feared or no? Or is my guy too weak? Maybe when I have level 20 supports. Easily, you're too weak. It's giga hard. Appreciate you, Ogre. Granos, I don't know what that is. So I don't know. Mr. Randizzle, the new passive tree, Maxroll has a ton of different ways you can build the endgame passive tree. Righteous Fire is not very good at Legion, so I wouldn't do what I'm doing. I wouldn't do Legion, but you could do Strongbox. Strongbox is good, or you could do Essence. That's good. All right. I'm going to switch my category here to Diablo so people know we're going to watch the campfire. Because people keep asking about it. And then we'll play PoE after the campfire. Okay. Campfire starts in 59 minutes. Campfire's in 59 minutes, boys. Yeah, go ahead and invite me, Zevi. We'll grab some XP while we wait. The guide has motivated you to go on again. Before I help your wife around the house, I really want to thank you for the latest build. I played PoE for a while. I never made it to 40 on any tune. I lost motivation. The new guide motivated you. You can do it, man. You can do it. Oils are for anointing your amulet. You put a see where it says allocates innervate. As long as you just don't run Reflect Ellie, Zevi. Just don't run Reflect Ellie, and I should be able to play anything. Yeah, as long as it doesn't have Reflect Ellie, and cannot leech is bad. As long as it doesn't have not Reflect Ellie and can't leech off of monsters, as long as we avoid those, I can play anything, I think. Doesn't really matter. You liked the video this morning? Hell yeah. Deciding between this and Hexblast, do you know if Ice Nova can do Sanctum? I've never done Sanctum, I don't know, but I know that Fubgun said Hexblast is the strongest build in the entire game. He said it's stronger than this. You want to do what we always do, Zevi, full clear the map, and then you can have all the loot or whatever. I don't really care. What is happening? I'm lagging so badly. My 4090 is crying. Holy shit. Just won't be good at Sanctum. Brands or Hex is the way to go. Okay, so people are saying this isn't good at Sanctum. I've never done Sanctum, so I don't know. Pick anything that you want. Should be fine. Pick any, whatever they're called. Pick any, league mechanics that you want. And avoid. Okay. Do we want to? I noticed we skipped the boss. Do we want to kill the boss or? Boss time? We should have maybe killed the boss when we were there. It's my bad. Did we... I don't see. Is something attacking us? Holy. Settle down there, Chief. Crushed. Okay. Zevi, you can have everything. I'll help you pick it up, though. I'll just give you all the loot.
I am no beast of burden.
Where's the stash at? If I was... Oh, it's right here. Lit. Love that. Zevi, did you pick up everything? Are we good? Like, with your filter, did you get everything you wanted? Am I, like, wasting a bunch of time? Okay, okay, oh, okay. Okay, fuck it. Yeah, if you don't care, then let's just go next. Rude. Okay. Okay, go ahead and go next. All good. Give you all this later. Okay. I'll just let him pick up whatever he thinks is valuable. Send it. I'm out of mana. Okay, yeah, you want to do this corner here. Got an Exalt, that's cool. Like that. Got an altar over here. Click whatever you want. Doesn't matter to me. And that Soul Eater was a god. What time is the campfire? The campfire is in 50 minutes, guys. 50 minutes. We will switch over before the campfire starts. But I figure it would be better to watch a little bit of gameplay of something than just sitting around twiddling our thumbs. Look at those maps. Cool. The rage from being stun locked, bro, I can't handle crowd control either, man. I don't take it well. I literally start crying like a little bitch every time it happens. I wish that I could not get mad about it, but that is just simply not a thing for me. This is so stupid. Like how many fucking monsters there are on the screen. Oh my god, dude. I'm in the D4 section. That's because we are going to watch the D4 campfire that's about to start. What's the max level? What level am I now? Max level is 100. I'm about to be 93. Okay. says more than 50 remaining. Where, though? Still more than 50. Okay. Dude, didn't even pick up the Exalted Orb. You don't even want the Exalted Orb, or are you just looking for divines, or what? What's like your threshold here? You don't even pick up Exalts? Alright, well, whatever. I guess when you find a mirror on day 2, you just don't give a shit about anything, huh? Dude, I'm a broke piece of shit, man. Thanks to the beginner's guide, you're welcome. It's from my incubators? Oh, you couldn't pick it up? Oh. Guys, I dropped the Exalted Orb. Woo! Go me! 15 chaos. Lit. The PoE looks like trash. Well, it would look a lot better if I wasn't playing with Zevi, because he's running the super ultimate Giga Chad maps with 10,000 billion monsters, and he's making me a god. So I can just dive into everything and throw 10,000 frost bolts everywhere and crush everything. Am I going to make more Last Epoch builds this season? No. Not for this season, but I absolutely in no way have given up on Last Epoch at all. By the way, let me switch one thing, Zevi, real quick. If you don't mind, let me... let's go to the corner here. I just want to turn down the volume a little bit and get the music back on until the D4 campfire stops. Get these guys off of you. Turn this down slightly. And then let me turn the music back on. Hell yeah, Ewan Dobson? Fuck yeah, dude. Rax, I'm new to PoE. I'm trying to play the Archmage build. I'm not sure why it looks visually different. There's microtransactions to change how it looks. If you're using the gens set up in the guide, you're playing the same build as me. You can buy microtransactions to make it look different. Oh, wait, my town's out of gold. Shit, after this, I gotta go to my town. Wah. By the way, can you buy gold in the currency exchange? Because I would like to buy gold if I could. God, Zevi's Atlas tree is crazy. Look how much shit spawns everywhere. Okay. Okay, this is getting crazy. There's so many monsters everywhere. Can this build do T17 solo? I've never tried. I missed something. Yeah, the XP is great. Especially because I never die. The best way to gain XP is never die. 5 head. Trying to think about, I don't remember exactly what I'm going for next. We need like these jewels. I guess that's going to be the next thing I'm going to get. I could get this mana node. I don't know if this build has clusters. I know I need this jewel slot, and it's very important. I also need this one. I guess let's just start pathing here. What Atlas skills am I using? Well, we're running Zevi's Atlas, which looks to be Breach and Harbinger. I normally play Legion. Do I have a small breach scarab? I don't think Zevi gives a shit about half of this stuff. Just gonna give him the currency that I picked up. Sir, this is not Diablo. B. Shaw, I don't mean to dox you, but do you work for the FBI? How did you figure that out? Did you figure that out all on your own? It's almost as if the thing for Diablo starts in 30 minutes and we're waiting. Do you work for the FBI? It's almost as if the campfire doesn't start for 30 more minutes, and I'm trying to show some gameplay of something rather than nothing while we wait. But I'm in the Diablo 4 category because people keep asking me, Rax, are you going to watch the campfire? Of course, I'm the Diablo guy. People think because I play another game, it washes away the last 5.25 years. This isn't Diablo 4? Divine Orb. Wow. Wow. God, I love life. Oh, this guy's a god. Never mind, he's dead. This guy's a god. Never mind, he's dead. Wait, my town isn't running. I didn't put any gold in my town. Wah. Why do I keep forgetting? Wait, this is what Diablo 4 is now? I'm logging in. Yep, this is D4, guys. Okay, how we doing on the pump over here, boys? Holy. Just place random shit anywhere.
Branching Exile.
Are we winning, boys? Nice try. Dude, what kind of blight is this? This shit never ends. Is this the never-ending blight of blightiness? Oops, didn't mean to grab that. Sure, yeah. If you got some wands for some people, I'll give them away. What? 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 What the hell is going on here? All right, thanks, man. What the hell is going on here, man? How long till the campfire? 30 minutes? Okay. Wah. I saw leather belt and got excited. This guy's a god. Wow, what a waste. Okay, I gotta go to my town real quick. He's got no gold. Wait, why did it tell me I was out of gold? I'm not out of gold. He's a bullshit.
Welcome to the forge.
For a PC, do I recommend getting one for $1,200 to $1,500? I mean, for that price, I think you can get a very, very nice PC. Okay, let's do one more, Zevi, and then I gotta go. You don't need to give me the divine, Zevi. Keep it. You can look at the loot. You can look at the loot and divide it up however you want. I don't care. Oh wait, yeah, sorry. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. I don't want to make this guy wait. Be right back. He's gonna give me 2 wands that we can give away for people. No, Zevi, at best we gotta go 50-50. I can't just take all the loot. That's not fair at all. Plus, you're running all the maps and paying the currency to juice the maps. I'll just go to his hideout. What's up, man? Wands for the people? Here, have some stuff. Okay, wands for the people. I like that. Wands for the people. Invite me. Wands for the people. Okay, one more map, then we're gonna go to the Diablo category. Okay, Zevi says he doesn't give a shit, and he also says he's not gonna pick it up, so if we see some chouse, we'll pick it up. There's a 5 link. Crazy fights, man. Legion Scarab, if he's not going to pick that up, I want it. Okay, he got it. That's good. I love Legion. 11 monsters left. Give me half the chaos for the divine. That might be fair, kind of. Okay. I'll give you a... From all the currency you picked up, I'll give you another 48. I'll give you all of this. Have the Exalt. There we go. Alright. Thanks, Sevy. Okay. Thanks, man. That was fun. GG's. Guys, round of applause for Zevi. No deaths from him, no deaths from me. Ultimate deleting T16 maps. That was fun. Yeah, we're going to switch over right now. Hey, isn't this actually good? Nope, not good at all.
Just a little tighter.
I would just give them away, man. Those are some nice, you got some nice wands there. Those are some nice wands. I'm just going to give them away, though, to people so they can play the build. Okay. Twitch.tv/Diablo. Okay, that was a good stretch. Is the Atlas playstyle oriented, or should you know what you were doing? Are you talking about the endgame tree? How is Rob watching the campfire live already? I don't think that's possible. He might be watching an old one. Let me turn off the music here. Let me turn on the volume here and make sure that it's correct. How's the volume on that one, guys? Move my picture to the corner. Yes, thank you. The endgame Atlas tree is chosen in PoE is chosen by two things. The first thing that it's chosen by is what you like doing. The second thing that it's chosen by is what your build is good at doing. So for example, if you like to do Legion, that's fine. But if your build isn't good at AoE farming a massive area, your build sucks for Legion. So you pick whatever is good for your build that you like doing. Hi, Daisy. An in-depth explanation about how Rob is watching the old campfire. He's probably just buying time. Guys, thank you so much for all the subs and the primes. I downloaded PoE. I'm already addicted to the game. Your guides are easy to understand and simplify this complex game. You are the GOAT. Thank you, Drunk Crunk Monk. What a great name. Mug, Mr. Fister, Vestin, Ugly Monkey, Banana, Via, Bismarcky, Tomb Lord, Stinch, Bishaw, Knack. Thank you so much for the subs and the primes, guys. Appreciate you. I just watched your latest YouTube video. I have to say it's absolutely fantastic. Guys, thank you for saying that, my friend. Guys, I'm gonna tell you clearly and definitively, almost no chance of this changing. I'm gonna stream for 4.5 more years in a row. I promise to stream every day for 10 straight years. We're at about 5.5 years right now, so I have 4.5 to go. The focus of my channel for the next 4.5 years is going to be on ARPGs, and I'm going to teach you the game. I'm going to teach you the Spiritborn. I'm going to teach you the expansion. I'm going to teach you Path of Exile 2. I'm going to teach you the update to Grim Dawn. So if you want to get involved in these games, I will have dummied down beginner guides and build guides that I have personally played and I can vouch for that crush the game. If that's what you need, if that's what you're looking for in content, that's what I will be doing. I am going to be 38 at the end of the month. I'm an old piece of shit. So the best thing that I can do is get everybody that I can interact with into these games and dominating, because you guys are all gonna surpass me. In my 20s, none of you had a prayer against me in any game. I would obliterate you in anything. I was the ultimate god. I'm turning 38 at the end of this month, and I am a piece of shit noob now. The best thing that I can do, it's kind of like how football players become real estate agents when they're just pieces of shit. That's what's happening here. So now, I want to bring ARPGs to the world, and I want to watch you all crush me. Yeah, this is a dad gaming channel now. Callie is my daughter. Those who can't do, teach. Exactly. Welcome to the piece of shit club. When you turn 30, that's the first year in your life where you can wake up and one of your limbs is broken. Like nothing happened. You just slept. Oh, there goes my left hand. Oh, there goes my right foot. Gone. Right? 40 is essentially 1 foot in the grave. Like you're about halfway dead. And then at 50, you're dead. Like it's over. And then at 60, you're just like a resurrected Necromancer minion. Yeah, you're 45, so you got 5 years left. Bro, what? Yeah, 54, you're a zombie. 70, nobody is 70. Yeah, at 50, you're jam. You're just another minion. Remember the build guide for Druid leveling at the beginning of Diablo 4 Season 4? I had the best leveling guide. The best guide is to go to Helltide and stand next to a Necro. That's by far, that was the best guide I ever made. I saw all these people like actually making guides. It was just complete nonsense. Codifi, Viper, Rimmel, Jimster, Blood, Genuine, Tony, the Bacon Penguin. Thank you for the subs and the primes, guys. Tony, thanks for the raid.
wanted to make sure that for Diablo 4, returning to Hell was a special moment. We referenced the endgame cinematic with Prava and Inarius taking flight.
That's as loud as I can make it.
The game. We really
That's
wanted to capture
max volume.
that experience, that sensation.
I cannot make it louder.
Battling throngs of demons in Hell. In the Infernal Hordes, they're going to go into.
I have it maxed and maxed on
waves
both.
of demons and be able to kind of change the shape of the game experience as you play it.
Let me try to open it on YouTube. It might be louder. Give me a second. That's max volume. I can't increase it actually.
We have this phenomenon in the world that's going on called hell tides. Some of you might have noticed that
Is
hell
that
tides have
marginally louder?
worse lately. And now hell is able to pierce the veil that's holding hell back from fully invading Sanctuary. And
It's
starting
at
to
max
take root in
volume.
Sanctuary. And
I have
we
it at
started
max
by
volume. I
asking
can't turn it
ourselves some
higher.
questions. What is the state of Sanctuary right before the Vessel of Hatred happened?
I can lower
How has
myself,
hell
yes.
changed now that Mephisto isn't there anymore? What are the demons up to?
How's that? Is
Where
that better?
Mephisto?
I
Does
turned
he have
myself
anything
down.
to do with this, or is this just hell rising of its own
that better?
accord, as the prophecy proclaimed? And so we thought to ourselves, how can we make things even worse?
just
for the
turned it
people
louder,
in
didn't they?
Sanctuary? In this season, you'll very
They
much
made it
get
louder.
to dive into those mysteries with some unlikely allies.
They turned it up,
and
not me.
Really get to the bottom of what's happening. So in this season, we play a lot with the notion of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. How far would you go to save Sanctuary, to save your world? What price
Turn
would
yourself
you
up
pay?
again now?
Would you sacrifice
How's
your
my
soul
mic?
for this? You're gonna meet a guy
How's
named
my
Lachlan,
mic like this?
who at first seems sort of usual, but you're gonna quickly realize that something is off, that something is a little strange with this guy.
I'm gonna put it
So
back to the
Lachlan
normal
and
level.
Estelle are your allies.
This is
and
the normal
they're going to
level. Is
help
this
you
fine?
return to
This
hell.
is normal.
Both of them are experts in demons, and they're going to use that knowledge to help you return to hell and become more powerful to be able to battle the Infernal Hordes.
I'll
The
just
Infernal
move the
Hordes
mic a
is
little
new
further
in-game
away.
activity in Diablo 4.
How about that?
It's
I just
primarily
moved the
a
mic further
wave-based
away.
activity. You're going to be fighting wave after wave of demon forces in Hell.
So if any of you have ever played wave-based gameplay before, you'll know that things
Okay,
escalate.
we'll go with this.
We've got meteor strikes and all sorts of things that try to keep you on your toes. One thing the Infernal Hordes does differently is the notion of infernal offers.
In between
I'm gonna
each
take
wave,
some notes
you'll make
on
a
this.
choice. You'll be granted an
we
infernal
can do a
offer,
summary at the
and
end.
by choosing one of 3 of these offers, you're going to change the game mode in some way, a positive and a negative.
You can imagine from the depths of hell, these hands rise out and offer you both a boon and a bane, a kiss and a curse. And this is a temptation that the Foul Council is making to you. And in this temptation, you're offered more power, but that power comes at a cost. And so you get to choose, which temptations you're going to pursue during your infernal run, and then customize your experience from there. One of the guiding principles of this game mode is replay. It's an in-game mode that we want to make sure you're playing over and over again. So we really wanted to create a broad set of enemies for you to fight during this mode.
We've got many demons to choose from in the lexicon of Diablo's monster families, but we're also going to see some other foes you might not expect.
There are going to be certain types of enemies like goatmen who have been banished to hell that have now rallied to Mephisto and fight by his side. And even
And afterward,
some
we'll look at the
unlucky
patch
souls
notes and do an
that
analysis
marched on
of them.
hell from the Cathedral of Light have now been revived in hell and fight against you alongside the demons. Basically, everything that hell has to throw at you, we're throwing it at you this season. The Infernal Hordes has been built with multiplayer in mind, but multiplayer is not required. We want to make sure that solo players still have a very fun experience in the Infernal Hordes. Now that said, if you roll in with a party, you're going to have a lot of fun.
This game mode is going to appear in the Eternal and in the Seasonal realm, and that means that once the season is over, it's here to stay.
The Infernal Hordes is unlocked at World Tier 3, so really what you need to do to access it is earn your way up to World Tier 3 and then complete an Eternal quest line that takes you back to Hell.
Yeah, we've already
and
seen
then
this
unlocks the
video. We
Infernal
know all of
Hordes.
this. This was already posted.
For World Tier 1 and 2 players, we've built out a seasonal progression that'll help them become more powerful in order to be able to confront the Infernal Hordes. First is you can earn reputation, and that reputation applies to a reputation track that earns lots of really cool rewards that'll make you more powerful as you progress onto World Tier 3. The other thing we've built are micro dungeons called Hell Breaches that offer a glimpse at the Infernal Hordes
the PoE
mechanics.
video?
And they give
You're
you
welcome,
a chance
buddy.
to learn the mechanics before you confront the Infernal Hordes at World Tier 3.
Campfire in 4 minutes after this commercial.
The final boss in this season is the Fell Council.
And the Fell Council is some familiar faces that you might recognize from Diablo 2.
These were priests of the Zakarum, holy men who were corrupted and basically became vessels of hatred in their own right.
The council members in Diablo 2 tried to help contain Mephisto.
I had
in
such
his soul stone.
fond
And
memories
of course,
farming
Mephisto
the
being
Travicle in
Mephisto
Diablo 2.
slowly but
How many of
surely
you
corrupted
farmed
them.
the
And
Travicle
eventually they had
5,000
soul stones
times?
pierced into their hands and became super powerful. But eventually you overcame them and sent them to hell. Through the course of the story, resummoned them.
The highest rune
They've
I
been
ever got from the
reborn,
council was
slightly
like
new
a
powers,
low,
but the
I
same
think.
animosity toward you.
I don't
What's
think
interesting
I
about
ever
this
got
boss
a
encounter
rune
is there
better
are
than
5
a
council
low from the
members,
council.
but you're only going to fight 3 of them at once.
This allows us to then create many different flavors of
does
the boss fight for the
include
Fell
last
Council.
epoch
In
ballot.
fact, it's
It
about
does.
10 variations in all. And so every time you go into that council fight, there's a very good chance you're going to have a different fight than the last time you played it. We think it's going to offer a lot of replay for
Decapitated
players.
Panda,
What
you're
we
welcome,
also
buddy.
introduced during
Awesome.
these waves are opportunities for you to earn ether. Burning ether is the resource that you gather during the Infernal Hordes that you can then spend at the end of the activity.
There's going to be a fixed number of waves that you have to defeat, and once you've completed all those waves, then you'll face the Fell Council, defeat them, and collect your treasure.
So upon defeating the Fell Council, the spoils of hell will spawn, and then you consume your burning ether and opening those chests. Now, the trick is, when you are playing through these waves, that's your opportunity to earn as much ether as you can. Different events are going to spawn all throughout the waves, around the periphery of the arena, and it's your job to try and defeat as many of those events as possible to try and gather up all the ether you can. Really skilled players are going to be able to really maximize that ether so they get the biggest payout possible at the end after defeating the Fell Council.
So with this burning ether, you'll be able to get new uniques, you'll be able to get new legendaries, you'll be able to get rare materials, things you might have scoured the whole of Sanctuary for in previous seasons or in the base game. But now,
Dude,
we
I would
offer
love a
you
Diablo 4 hoodie
down
like
depths of
that
hell.
if they had
A
one
lot
in
of these
blue.
new uniques and legendaries really build on top of this idea that they've been forged in hell. And so they're going to have unique looks that you can then make into cosmetics to apply wherever you like. They can also have unique VFX and
Is
sound
anyone gonna
effects
play
to really
this season?
create the sense that they
People
were
will
forged
play.
in hell.
This campfire
One
chat is
particular
going to
one that I
determine,
enjoy
honestly,
using a
how
lot
good Season
are
5
boots.
is. The Season
Boots,
5
you say.
PTR,
Well,
they
these
needed
boots not
some
only have been forged in
massive
hell.
help.
Whenever
So
you
we
use a
need
power
some
with a
really good news
cooldown,
in this
they shoot
campfire.
out a
We need
ring of
some
fire
significant
that
changes.
hits everyone around you. That's just one sample of the types of powers we're exploring.
So death in the Infernal Hordes
I don't.
is
There's zero chance.
quite a big deal.
I think there's
You're
zero
returning to
chance
the realm of hatred where
that
Mephisto
this
was
season
born.
is
Like,
going to
this has
outdo
be a
what
big
Path
deal.
of
In
Exile
the
just
Infernal
did.
Hordes,
There's
it's
like
a
no
lot like
chance of
Nightmare
that.
Dungeons. You only
But
get
it
a
could be
fixed number
fun
of
if they
revives
would
in
make
order
some
to be
good
able to get to
changes.
the end of your
So
run.
let's
So
see
at lower
what they're gonna say
difficulties
here.
of the Infernal Hordes, you'll get a number of revives shared
There's
between
no
your
chance
party.
they're gonna
But at
outdo what
higher
PoE
difficulty
just did.
levels, the game is going to start taking away those revives, and that increases the stakes that you have.
If you die too much, you'll be ejected from the mode. In the Infernal Hordes, we created a lot of new ways for monsters to
1
ambush
minute,
the
here we
players,
go, boys.
So I'm pretty stoked to see how our players respond to these.
The seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line, they have lots of little surprises and twists and turns in them. And there's even
Thank you,
some
Curse.
surprises we've buried deep within the Infernal Hordes that hopefully players will have a great time with.
Okay, I have the volume maxed, guys, so I can't turn it up here. So let's see how the volume is. If it's too low, you got to turn it up manually. I can't. I have everything at max. Hi, D8.
Hello everyone, and welcome to our Season of the Infernal
Is it
Hordes
fine?
developer update stream. My name is Marcus Kretz. I'm a community manager here on the Diablo team, and today I'm joined by some very familiar faces. Adam and Adam, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, we did it.
good.
We did it over.
Wow.
We took it over. It's just Adam. This is the Adam.
I'm
and
gonna
Adam
turn it
show.
down
Now I don't
slightly.
even have to host.
Turn it down slightly. How's that?
And for everyone curious in chat, Adam is not going anywhere. As you all know, there's a ton going on
Okay,
in Diablo.
we're going with
Adam
this.
Fletcher isn't going.
This
there.
one, yes.
Adam Jackson.
I deal with this
Adam
one.
We're going with this.
There's a ton going on in Diablo right now. We've had a ton of live streams. There's been so much going on, so it's just a lot easier to share the load amongst all the, the hosting
we
of live
just
streams.
we just finished the Spiritborn.
Wait, Adam is the
live
game
stream, so
director?
it's getting a little
Did they
crazy.
say that?
You know, Marcus is here to help
Adam
out,
Jackson
so
is the
you
game
guys may see
director?
Marcus more here, hosting some live streams in the future. But yeah, I'm not disappearing.
Today you're
Adam-
acting
Adam
as
is
Colin
staying.
today.
Yeah. Yeah,
take over his
exactly.
stuff, yeah.
Today I get to pretend I'm Colin.
Ooh,
Yeah, I'm
That's a-
pretty excited about that.
a
Some
fun
big
task.
shoes to fill there. So yeah.
Yeah.
that is absolutely true. In terms of everything that's been going on in Diablo, we just had our Season of the Infernal Hordes PTR, and we've
Well,
got a lot of learnings.
Yeah, but we also do have one additional person. By the
Of
way.
course we do. Mr. Dan Tangway from Albany, New York. Dan, welcome to the stream.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
Holy shit,
Doing
I
good.
love
Good to
that
see you.
background
See,
he has.
Dan's in like the Cathedral of Light. We're in like the burning hell. So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's perfect.
It's hot over here.
Exactly.
It
Yeah,
tracks. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us today, Dan. And the Season 5 PTR.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of learnings. This was our second PTR for Diablo 4. So we have a ton of feedback to get into, but we also have some notes from the community on the PTR overall and some learnings. So Adam, do you
I
want to
don't think I know the guy on the
most
right, but I
definitely,
like the way that he
this
speaks.
is now our second PTR that we had. We had one for season 4, and of course one now for season 5. And we've learned a lot from these PTRs. PTRs are incredibly important.
huge.
They're huge. They're really beneficial for the whole entire team here. And one thing we heard a lot of feedback, at least from the season 5 PTR, is obviously as you're playing through a PTR, it's a non-final thing that you're playing. It's still very early on. There are going to be more bugs, more issues just present in the PTR because we are getting something out there a little bit earlier just so we can get feedback in on it. But one thing that
It's
I think
Adam
we
Jackson
most
in the
definitely
middle,
heard from the
Karamon.
community
He
is,
was the lead
hey,
class
tools
designer,
within PTR,
and now he's the game
at
director, I
times
think.
haven't been the best or the most efficient for players that need
no.
to actually test the content that we actually do have.
Okay, there-
and so one thing that we
Wait.
did want
Community
to at least
director.
address and highlight and,
I'm so
and
confused.
acknowledge is
It's
that
community
we
director,
do plan
though.
on making
It's
the
not
PTR
game director.
experiences better in the future. We do plan on equipping more
It's not-
tools.
it's not game
for
director,
players
it's
out
community
there, so
director.
they're not having to sit there and grind out, maybe like all the new legendaries or uniques or
Yeah.
something like, especially in like season 5, for
Yeah, yeah.
example. We gave a character copy feature in this one, and then of course we had the boost feature which came back from season 4. And when you boosted your character, a new character, you would end up getting some of the new legendaries or uniques within season 5. What happened though is that it wasn't all of them, and then we had players within season 5 having to actually go out and spend their time that they probably could be testing other things, like trying to find those items, and obviously that's like not the most efficient thing to do. So we do want to, we hear everyone, we acknowledge it, we do want to make the PTR experience better. So I will say that like in future PTRs, and you'll see this gradually over the
I gotta
next
take
couple
some
PTRs,
notes
it won't
here.
be all of a sudden like things will be completely different. But I do expect like, and players should expect like that we will have better tools for them to properly test as we gradually go through PTRs in the future. And we appreciate everyone like letting us know, like we most definitely hear you guys, and we most definitely want to make that experience better from that. But PTRs have been great. Huge thanks to everyone for jumping in and checking it out for sure. So
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that feedback is so important. So, increasing, how great these PTRs
So
are.
PTRs
is
are going
really,
to
really
function
important.
better in the
And
future.
I know for the Season 5
Okay.
PTR, one of the huge features that we had in there was the Infernal Hordes itself. So for everyone who didn't get a chance to jump into the PTR, Mr. Dan Tangway, can you kind of walk us through what the Infernal Hordes is and what players can expect?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll give you all a quick recap. So, the Infernal Hordes is a wave-based activity with push your luck choices in between each of those waves. So, imagine waves of monsters coming in, lots and lots of monsters, in fact. And you also have some events, mini events that you can also participate in.
Now, in between those waves, you're going to be making what's called the Infernal Offer, and you're going to pick a boon or a bane, and that's going to change your gameplay for the rest of the run. So it allows you to customize what your Infernal run is going to be like. And so we probably see right here, yep, we've got a Infernal Offer that comes up. So you're going to select one of those, and that will then change, of course, the rest of the run. Now, when you complete the required number of waves, then you're able to go confront the Fell Council, who you can see here. And the Fell Council, as you saw from the video that just came on right before this live stream, are former servants, well, actually current servants of Mephisto, that you defeated in Diablo 2 and have now returned, and you must fight them once more. And once you beat them, you're going to be able to spawn what's called the Spoils of Hell. And these are chests that contain a lot of great goodies. And so with that Burning Aether you've been collecting all through the course of the mode, you're able to choose what kind of spoils you want. You've got spoils of legendaries and uniques, and there's some absolutely great new uniques and legendaries in Season 5, and you can probably farm about half of them, over half of them from the Infernal Hordes. You're also able to spawn spoils of materials and buy into that, and that will get you gem shards, that will get you Angel's Breath, and of course that'll get you masterworking materials, which you absolutely need to complete your items journey. You can also cash out and get a bunch of gold, which, you know, for those folks who are re-rolling their items in order to masterwork them or to enchant their items, is going to be hugely beneficial. And then finally, there's a special bonus chest at higher tiers where you can get a guaranteed roll on a greater affix item. And so since that's one of the main chases in the, you know, the final steps of the end.
So one thing about this campfire is usually the people who watch this are the people that are very in tune with Diablo. They're just kind of, I get it, they're re-going over how it works in case anybody's tuning in that doesn't know how it works. But I mean, almost everybody here at least has some idea of how this works. So this part is kind of a snooze fest.
And so, yeah, that's a quick recap.
Awesome. Thanks for walking us through, Dan. Super excited to jump in and try to grab some of those uniques. Now, I
want to
know
what they changed.
Considering the Infernal Hordes was such a big part of PTR, we did have a lot of community feedback with regards to, you know, getting into the mode and, you know, some of the pacing. So can you walk us through some of those learnings we had based off the PTR feedback?
Oh,
this
absolutely.
Is what I want to know.
So
this is
there was a lot of feedback that came in, and so much so that we weren't able to address it all. But we did distill down some big trends and feedback that we were able to tackle. And so the first off is that we wanted to improve access to the Infernal Hordes. So yeah, it was just too hard to get into the mode regularly to test it, and folks who wanted to get into it very quickly couldn't get into it either. So we've pretty much overhauled access to the Infernal Hordes at this point. Compasses still exist, but the drop rates on those have been boosted quite a bit. You know, we want you to earn around 4 or 5 compasses an hour so that you can do about 4 or 5 hour runs per hour. So, you know, you've got, you know, 50% chance to get them from item chests and hell tides, unless it's one of those item chests that costs, you know, 250 cinders, in which case that's 100% chance. I mean, you put in the time, we'll just give it to you. And then, you know, Nightmare Dungeon and Whispers, there's about a 75% chance to get one from a dungeon complete there. You know, Compass tiers at really high levels, we wanted to make sure drop naturally from high-tiered activities like Nightmare Dungeons and the Pit.
We knew all of this as well.
And we've also
in the blog
given you a
post
path
they just
to
posted,
just crafting
so we knew
these
all
outright
of this.
with the Occultist with Sigil Power and Forgotten
It's good
Souls.
changes.
And then finally, you know,
but it's not new.
It was a bug that the first compass that dropped from the Eternal Quest, it was actually a World Tier 3. And if you were playing World Tier 4, yeah, you had to switch back to actually get in the Infernal Hordes, and that didn't feel great. So we updated that as well.
You haven't missed much. It just started.
Moving along, the next big thing that we focused on was combat. The pacing of combat wasn't hitting our goals. And, you know, we had done a lot of internal testing on it. And, you know, folks who weren't as endgame focused gave us a lot of feedback where, you know, oh, this is super intense. Could we dial it back a little bit? So we did. but then we put it out on PTR, and clearly y'all said, hey, no, we want more. So we're giving you more. The first thing that we did, though, is we fixed some bugs that actually had a really big impact on the experience. There was a boss health bug. Man, that is hard to say. Boss health bug that caused all the bosses to be super tanky. And at tier 8, there were some folks who were spending almost an hour's worth of time in the Infernal's Horde, and that's not what we wanted. So we fixed those bugs and retuned everything, so it's a much tighter experience at this point. Similarly, there was a bug where difficulty wasn't scaling appropriate in multiplayer, so we fixed that.
So this is actually
and then
significant.
some tuning things. So the pace of mini events are pretty much rapid fire at high tiers now, and so
These
you're going to be
changes
spinning a
should
lot
make
of
it
plates in this mode.
Actually,
the
more
monster
fun.
spawn rates have also been increased to,
It sounds like there's going to be
really
monsters
capture
everywhere.
that feeling of being overwhelmed.
And the bosses
then
don't
finally,
take
we
30
reduced the
minutes to
wave
kill.
timer
They
down
were
to
way
60
too
seconds,
tanky. And the pets
which,
pick up the
just
Aether, so
creates
that's good.
a much punchier
This is
experience
good.
for players, and of course,
This
retuned
is
everything.
more of what I was
and
looking
then,
for.
On top of that, we said, you know what? Let's just
This
make
is what
it
I'm looking
easier for players to pick up Burning Aether to increase that pace. So the pets now pick up the Burning Aether as well.
This should make it way more chaotic.
And that's not all. Now, of course, we're all playing this for the rewards, right? And so it was really important for us to improve rewards across the board. You spend time with the mode, you want to be rewarded appropriately, and we weren't
this
hitting
is
that mark.
more
in the
things that we
PTR.
need.
So we raised the minimum amount of Burning Aether earned from any single run. First off, every single source of Aether got boosted by 1 Aether. And then we added Aether drops to the Fell Council, so that you're also getting, a lot of bang for your buck just by defeating the boss as well. And that actually scales per tier as well. Next up, we retuned all the costs of the Spoils of Hell. So, the greater equipment, that one with the greater affix in it, used to cost $250. Now it only costs $60. Similarly, we retuned the Spoils of Equipment and the Spoils of Materials. So now they only cost 20 Aether a piece. And then finally, we retuned all the rewards that were inside, the chests as well. So, at your bare minimum level, when you first start playing the Infernal Hordes, and
they pulled
you're not sure
every
exactly
lever.
how it works, we still want you to
give you
feel
more
rewarded
resources
just for the time that you invested.
They reduce the
and
cost
so
of the
rewards
chests.
at that bare minimum.
They increase the
feel
rewards
pretty
of the
good now.
chests. And
But,
the chest scale.
if you are
So they
spending a lot of
pulled
time
literally
with it,
every
you know
lever
how to optimize
to make it
this
way
mode.
more
We
valuable.
wanted to make sure that the
They
rewards
had 4
reflected
levers
that
and they
too,
pulled
so that,
all of them.
that higher ceiling of rewards has been raised as
Okay.
well. So you're playing at tier 8, you are going to get significantly more rewards than you would at tier 1.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
quite a bit. That's
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of
a
stuff.
Also,
to change,
I just
so.
want to call out, Dan, your shirt is amazing.
I was going to interrupt, but I didn't want to while he was
I'm like,
talking. but
now
I'm
I just
digging
want
it.
that shirt, and I'm very jealous that I don't actually own that shirt. So
Yeah,
I will
I
message
think
you after the stream.
So while they talk about his shirt, so the experience should be way more monsters, way more events, way more chaotic, way more resources for way better rewards. So it's a pretty significant change.
really awesome. I had to wear it. So.
Amazing, Aaron. I totally know.
Aaron,
All
will
right.
we will be touching base after the stream.
Yes.
Yeah, Dan, that's a
I
ton
hope
of
they
changes.
changed the boons
Sounds
and
like really
banes.
cranking
I
up
hope-
the
I
intensity
hope
for
they
the
did.
Infernal Hordes. Really, really cool to see. Super excited to jump into it. So I know for the Infernal Hordes, that's one part of the season that's coming, but there was a lot that players didn't get to experience in the PTR that will be coming with the season. So can you kind of share what's going to be new for players coming into Season 5?
Yeah, absolutely. So the PTR was really focused on features that were on both the Eternal realm and the Seasonal realm. And we have a number of seasonal exclusive features that y'all haven't had a chance to play with yet. So
Really?
we're going to tell you about them now.
Okay.
First up, we've got the seasonal progression. So you're going to see what we call the reputation system and some footage here in just a second. And the reputation system is something that we had in Season 4 and actually earlier in some events. And we brought it back here because it
Nice.
serves as a great backbone for the season.
Okay.
And we've evolved it in some significant
know
ways.
this.
So first off, how you earn reputation is a bit different now. It was really important for us in Season 5 to give you more of a give you more choice in how you wanted to earn your reputation.
So previously in Season 4, you earn reputation through just playing Hell Tides, as you should, because we made a lot of improvements to Hell Tides in Season 4, but here we wanted to broaden it out a bit more. So you earn reputation in Season 5 by just defeating powerful servants of Hell, elites, Hellborn, champions, bosses, so on and so forth, right? And so that gives you a lot more choice to say, hey, I can earn reputation in Hell Tides, or I want to earn it in the Infernal Hordes, or honestly, I want to take a break and do a Stronghold. You'll get reputation there too. Another small tweak that we made that's pretty important is that when you pick up reputation, you actually get a small boost in XP as well. So as you're continually filling out your reputation track, you're starting to level up just a little more quickly than you did before.
Wait, how does that work?
Now,
okay, that's
another
very
thing
important.
that you might have seen are these big green tiles in the reputation system, and those are seasonal quests. So we made it very clear that hitting certain tiers of your reputation system now unlock the seasonal quests, and it actually starts to weave the narrative through the progression a bit more, which we really like the feel of, and we hope to build on in the future. And then finally, again, it's all about
level
the
in
rewards,
10 minutes?
right? So there's lots of great returning rewards in the reputation system. You're going to be able to earn uniques, specifically class-based uniques. They're going to help you figure out what you want your build to be early on in the season. You're also going to be able to get other powerful equipment, big drops of crafting materials, and of course, at the very end of the reputation track will be a resplendent spark that you can use to ultimately craft a mythic unique. Next up, we've got the seasonal quest line. I was teasing it up a little bit with the reputation system there. So the Season of the Infernal Hordes has a rather unique narrative flow because we have an Eternal quest line that introduces, a big new feature that takes you back to hell, right? And so we wanted to make sure that was available to everybody, not just seasonal players. And that also starts at World Tier 3. Now, for those of you who played the PTR have already seen it. That's the one that features Lokrin helping you to get back to hell and confront the Infernal Hordes. But we've developed an additional secondary, well, not really secondary, an additional seasonal quest line named of Lambs and Wolves, which we're kind of teasing right here. And new NPC named Estelle is guiding you to become more powerful before you join Lokrin to journey back to hell. Now, this one's going to be a little closer in tone to the Iron Wolves quest in Season 4, but it's going to be a bit more expansive than that. And like I said, it weaves in and out of the seasonal progression. So how do they relate to one another? Well, the seasonal quest line is exclusive to Season 5. And so you are able to get a really more complete picture of the story by playing both the seasonal quest line and the eternal quest line. You can kind of think of the seasonal quest line as almost like a prequel to you unlocking the Infernal Hordes.
Some people will like this, and that's fine.
We also wanted to make sure that our eternal players
for the
don't
people
get left
that
out.
like it,
this is an eternal mode that
more
we're
lore,
introducing
more
after all
quests
with the Infernal
Okay.
Hordes. And so,
more stuff to do for
the
them.
Infernal, or rather, the eternal quest line
I ain't got
here,
no time for this,
which is
some
named
people will
Eyes
like
of
it.
the Enemy, is going to be available for all players and won't go away after the season ends. So it's going to be there forever. So if you decide sometime down the road that you want to check out the Infernal Hordes and say, I don't know, Season 6, you can do that, right? And so, yeah, that's where we ended up with the quest lines this season. And then the final thing I want to introduce are the Hellbreach dungeons, which we've gotten a few teases of
What
before,
is this?
but we can go into
Hellbreach
more
dungeon?
detail here. So these are all new micro dungeons to show that Hell has started taking root in Sanctuary. Now, since the Infernal Hordes is an endgame activity, World Tier 3+, we wanted to make sure we had some content that targeted our World Tier 1 and 2 players. And so you go into these, it's going to be a great source of reputation. It's going to be a great place to get some powerful items. And it's a pretty cool place to just kind of experience what the gameplay is going to be like down the road.
This could be the leveling meta.
Now, originally, we had kind of patterned these off the Donheim tunnels. If you all remember those.
Yeah, that used to be the best XP.
With the introduction of Helltide in Season 4, we had to change it up a little bit, because I don't think that alone would have sufficed. And so what we did is we pulled in a lot of elements from the Infernal Hordes, and we're using this as an opportunity to introduce those elements. So you see right here, we've got a simple Infernal choice that shows, that basically says, okay, do I want my boss to be a little simpler or a little more difficult?
The more casual players, this will be very good.
Hopefully the person playing chose the more difficult one. I didn't see.
Into the mechanic.
But you're going to be rewarded a lot more for taking that risk of making the boss more difficult. And you're going to be earning Burning Aether, and at the end there are going to be some spoils that you can spend on. And like I said, you'll get some really powerful gear that should help you on your journey toward encountering the Infernal Hordes.
It might be the highest XP per hour.
If you want more details on these, I recommend that you check out our blog that came out 2 days ago. And yeah, thank you.
Dan, that's awesome. I gotta say, chat got pretty excited when you mentioned domination.
They put in some more work into the theme, into the season theme.
Everyone remembers the dopamine tunnels. Yeah,
right.
And it's great that there's now like opportunities for players within like.
So there's new leveling dungeons
to actually be able to have other options of leveling
based off of
with these new
the dopamine tunnels, which
it's a good way to
for people.
It was a little bit boring, but it was the highest XP per hour. So and they said it drops really good loot low level.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's what they said.
Dan, thanks so much for joining us. As Dan had mentioned, we did publish the Season of the Infernal Hordes blog a little bit earlier this week. We are going to have patch notes that will publish following the stream. So for any details we reveal across the stream, you can check those out for more information. Dan's going to join us towards the end of the stream for our Q&A. So if you have any questions, please drop those in Twitch chat, and we'll be pulling them to get into those towards the end of the stream. So we just touched on a ton of stuff that's coming in Season of the Infernal Hordes itself. But based off the PTR, we also have a ton of changes coming across Sanctuary.
Yes.
And to walk us through from the other end of the stream, Mr. Adam Fletcher.
I get to pretend like I'm the person on the panel. I'm gonna.
You designed and did all of this.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This was
put in all the changes.
No, we have a fantastic design team here, and I am gonna bring in my inner Colin Finer. To talk about some stuff. But yes, as Marcus mentioned, there's a lot of changes. A lot of the stuff that we actually did talk about in the blog, and some of the stuff that people heard from PTR, but there have been changes even since PTR. And we have a few new things in here that will also squeak in here as we're talking about it. But
so far, I'm impressed by the volume of the changes, because I know there's more coming. They've actually been working on stuff. I shouldn't be surprised, but I kind of am.
In Hell Tides was Baneful
supposed to be a compliment.
If you guys remember,
it's supposed to be a compliment.
PTR stream, we talked about how Season 4, everyone had a plethora of Baneful Hearts. I mean, it felt like everyone was always carrying about 100 to 150 at any given time, and you could deposit as many into your heart's desire and still always have that same amount. We wanted Painful Hearts to feel a little bit more special. And so during the PTR, we actually did take the number down in terms of how many you would be able to earn. We did hear everyone's feedback.
That's fine.
People were like, that feels kind of crappy. So definitely readjusted the drop rate of Baneful Hearts.
It's shitty
to
gameplay
really
anyway to stand at the boss all day.
Between Season 4 and Season 5 PTR, we wanted to make sure that was, it feels better. Like you won't have 150 on you at all times, most likely, but you still have plenty now to be able to summon the Maiden as well. So some of the changes that we have coming up for Baneful Hearts and the rates that will help with this is we're bumping up the drop rates off of chests within Helltide specifically. Players will also be able to get a guaranteed heart drop off of Helltide Commanders now.
This is fine.
And then one big thing is within world bosses, we actually have an image of like where you'll be able to now get your heart drop rates guaranteed.
I like the artwork.
Is world bosses. Sometimes world bosses actually do spawn within a Helltide zone, and we thought it would be kind of cool that hey, you killed the world boss there, and a Helltide happened to be present in that specific zone where the world boss is. Now you'll just get a guaranteed 3 within that world boss kill, which is kind of nice. So
that's super cool.
We're also bumping up the drop chance to like local events, mastery chests within Helltide.
Let me clarify, since this doesn't really matter, let me clarify one thing. Adam Fletcher was promoted to community director. There's no other changes to titles that were announced. Adam Fletcher promoted to community director, not game director.
So there'll be one less like altar pedestal for for you to deposit a heart for to summon the Blood Maiden within.
No,
World
he
Tier
was
1
the
and 2, which
community
should help out
manager.
with, you know,
Just
the
makes your
community
farming a little bit quicker in the
director.
early levels.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly, and it doesn't feel like you're.
We don't know who the
needing to
game
put in
director
that
is.
many,
It's supposed to be
early
Joe
levels.
Shelley, but we haven't
it's
seen him in
easier to
6
chain a ton of blood
months. So
maidens
maybe
back to
it's
back.
Exactly.
Joe
yeah.
Pipora now. I
Next
don't
thing
know.
we did want to talk about is within Helltides as Tortured Gifts, another change for World Tier 1 and 2. There'll be less cinders required to open up.
Okay, so that buffs
the
Helltide
Tortured Gift chest
XP. So
within,
Helltide
World
might
Tier
still
1
be the
and 2, so it's
XP.
dropping from 100 to 75 specifically. And then this is something we talked about in the last stream, where it was like really difficult for players to actually kind of go through a Helltide and complete, you know, a full-on like, you know, Tree of Whispers like progression line within a Helltide. So now you'll actually be able to earn all 10 Grim Favors within a Helltide for sure when it's in one subzone, and actually deposit that within the
That's
Tree
going to
of
make the
Whispers
new
and get through
dungeons
the
tough
Whisper
to
path
compete
and
with
everything.
Helltide.
I know sometimes it would take like...
They're buffing Helltide again, and it's
Helltides
already the
actually
best
do it,
thing.
Or you
So
would have to leave the Helltide and go to a non-Helltide.
the
zone
new
to kind of finish it
dungeons are
off
going to
and
have to
stuff.
be
And so we
godly
wanted
to beat
make sure that was more
Helltide
efficient,
because they just buffed it
specifically
again.
within
It was already the strongest thing.
And then this was a big thing.
Big one.
So, you know, we talked about during the Season 5 PTR stream that we were, that Profane Mind Cages were a Season 4 mechanic. It was
Well,
only
they were,
within that.
technically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it was removed from Season 5.
This
Heard
is good.
the feedback.
I like it.
And people were like,
You can
wow,
make
you
the
really
game
miss
more
Mind
difficult.
Cages. Bring them
That's
back.
good.
What's going on? So we did bring them back, and we brought
good.
them back in a cooler form. So now
can make the
you
game
can
harder.
actually stack up. So one, Profane Mind Cages are coming back for Season 5. You can actually stack these now up to 3x in Season 5. This is seasonal only, so this is only on the seasonal realm specifically. But now stacking up to 3x does actually boost up monster
Better
levels
rewards,
pretty,
better
pretty
XP,
significant.
better everything,
Yeah, so you'll end up, you could knock monster levels up, you know, 30 levels if you wanted to, and you will benefit or maybe suffer.
Suffer quite a lot, yeah.
But it does give players the option now to use
Until you have a full
that, and so
build,
Profane Mind Cages
fighting
are back
monsters
and
30
in
levels
a
harder than you
cooler
is
form for Season 5, which is really
damn
cool,
near
and we
impossible
really appreciate
until
the
you
feedback
have your
from
build
players that
online.
have Helltides
It's going to be
on
very risky if you
Next, overall,
pop
just
that in
general
like
game
World
updates
Tier
that
2.
we do have. One big thing that we're doing is we are boosting legendary drop rates off of really pretty much almost like all most
until
content,
you
like
temper.
Helltides, Nightmare Dungeons, Infernal Hordes for any monster that is level 100 or higher.
So
you
hitting
get
100 is now an actual
more
goal. You
legendaries
get
that
like
way,
increased
less
MF
rares,
at
things like
100.
that.
Okay.
Separately, enchanting, one big thing we heard is, you know, people were somewhat, you know, blocked a little bit with Angel's Breath. And so we did remove Angel's Breath as a cost towards enchanting. It's no longer required. We've actually now kind of just swapped this over to the respective legendary salvage. So for instance, armor, it would be Coiling Wards, weapons, Baleful Fragments, and then jewelry, Abstruse Sigils. That tongue twister there.
Abstruse Sigils.
Abstruse Sigils. But you now have the ability of being able to do enchanting. Just note that, of course,
They're making the game easier and easier and easier and easier everywhere.
A little bit, removing a little bit of that friction with the Angel's Breath requirement. And then this is something that we had talked about beforehand, which is just crowd control. Overall, within Season 5 is going to be a lot better.
Yeah.
I know crowd control can be sometimes
They're
painful,
making-
or either knocked down.
Yeah,
or
here
you're
knocked down and
stuck,
frozen.
like,
for a
Leveling
million
will be way
years and
easier.
crying
You can get
and then dying
gear
back.
way easier.
And so CC duration has been
CC is
essentially just
easier.
pretty much reduced,
Enchanting
like,
is
across the
easier.
board to like 1.5 seconds max. And then one cool feature is you can also spam potions now while you're CC'd. Really good for like you know, people in hardcore.
They might have
or,
changed
like,
that because
maybe
I
it's, like,
died because
it
I
creates
couldn't
more
pot
desperate
while I
moments
was
of, like,
CC'd last season.
I'm still
maybe
dying.
that's why they did it.
But you
'Cause
now
I was
have the ability
raging.
of being able to spam potions specifically.
I'm the
if you
dad
wanna
gamer that
CC,
they're
which is
catering
really nice.
to.
You know, we were talking about like charging like
Bloated corpse fiends when they like all stun you and they do the poison AoE. Yeah.
Exactly.
As a
Damn.
keyboard slammer myself, thank you. For,
Yes,
thanks for this
exactly.
change.
Next update we have is world bosses. So funny enough, this actually fell into Season 5 PTR, but that we forgot to
God, I
actually-
love this,
in
man.
Season 5
Finally, the
PTR
world
notes.
bosses are actually going to be tough.
And we actually
Finally.
forgot to actually mention it. We got a lot of reports of people going like, hey, why are world bosses like tankier and harder to
They
kill?
actually fight back now. Wait,
yeah,
what?
it's
I'm
like,
not
what's
used to
going
that.
Thank
on?
God, man. It's
so
actually
they actually had a feature called
something to
resilience on
do.
there. Essentially, resilience
Thank
normalizes
God.
damage across like all world content. So
Maybe
it's
you
like
actually
if
feel good when you beat a world
shared
boss
content.
now.
So like if a bunch of people are all coming into a world boss, you should expect to find that the world bosses will be a little bit more tankier, a little bit longer in terms of the experience that you're having as you're fighting against them.
Yeah.
And less, like, hey, I blinked and it's gone.
Yeah. Oh, look. Oh, sweet. The boss was here for 3 seconds. Nice.
Yeah, exactly.
3, man.
So-
Mine, they barely even spawn in. I don't know about
It
you.
was actually present in PTR. and
Adam
we actually got
Jackson,
a lot of
Giga
people that
Chad,
were like,
Hoda
"Hey, I
Bar,
think this is a
boom,
bug,"
gone.
And it actually wasn't a bug. It was
Just
just something
feature,
we forgot.
yeah.
We forgot to actually mention in the patch notes. So that is our bad. But we do want to make sure that everyone's aware that world bosses now have a feature called resilience, and that will end up helping out with those encounters specifically. Separately for bosses. Pit boss damage has been reduced pretty much across the board. And then one big thing that we did want to call out is we got a lot of feedback within Season 4 and of course the PTR for Season 5.
66%.
We
I
saw
think it
some
did
people,
need a nerf, but that's a
address
lot.
The changes that we were having there. But pit bosses had this tendency within Season 4 to have like very sharp damage. Where it would scale up really hard, and there were times where you would run into a specific pit boss, and you could potentially just get one shot based off of like the shadow boss. I
agree with
ones coming in
the
with one shot
sentiment
you
of
unlock,
these
and
changes,
they left
but
and you died.
Yeah,
this
so
seems
now,
like it's
there
making
is a
it
feature within
really
Season 5
easy.
where those shadow pit boss affixes will appear, and they'll actually leave kind of a stacking debuff onto players now. So and
I think
if you
they
can go
were
up to 3
too
times,
strong,
then
but
obviously when it gets to the max, you
66%.
have a very good chance of getting like heavily.
I don't mind the stacking changes. That's okay.
For taking up
that
to
promotes
3
playing
debuffs, from
playing
that.
well, so
This
I like
is really
that.
to allow.
I'm
little
okay
bit
with the
more
one
flexibility
shot
for players,
dialed down,
based
but
off of the feedback we've heard
66%
regarding a lot of
reduced
the
damage?
one-shots and
Jesus
things like
Christ.
that. You
That's
now
a
have the ability of
massive
being able to
nerf.
take a couple of these debuffs and maybe not completely get punished from them.
That's
It's
a
less about
massive
the perfection kind of involved, but more so being a little bit more forgiving in some of those opportunities. Now, if you are a person that just face tanks things and goes in and
33
immediately
would
takes
have
the
made more
debuffs,
sense.
you're probably still gonna learn that that damage is still going to be very sharp
gonna be a
with the
tough
3D.
time.
It said 66%
but it is something
reduced
to
health,
help
not
out,
damage.
In regards
Was
to
it
the
health
To
or
be clear, how that
damage?
debuff works is
I thought it
every
said
time you get hit
damage.
with one of those shadow boss mechanics, you'll take the debuff and it increases all of your damage taken. So the regular boss is going to hit you
was
harder,
damage,
and the
okay.
shadow bosses are going to hit you
It's
harder too.
it is
So
damage.
you just don't want that to ramp up too much because then everything is going to be more punishing.
That's
There's a few people
massive
already
nerf,
asking
dude.
about those debuffs in chat. So
Yeah, it just increases all your damage taken. So basically, you get some freebies of getting hit by them. You really don't want to, but then after that, you got to watch out because then it's about as hard as Season 4 was.
Exactly. So
Yeah, okay.
and then
we'll
another
see.
big thing. So this was something that was actually not present in the PTR, but it's something that we've heard a lot of feedback about, and actually a ton of feedback about.
Okay,
and this
so-
is group play in.
Again, about this topic, they tried to balance solo and group play, and then they massively nerfed group play, and people that played groups got really mad. I understand that. Bro, just give us SSF mode, man. Let the solo people go SSF and leave the rewards where they are for the groups. The solo players will be happy, and the group players will be happy. It's fine. Just make an SSF mode.
Hey, it'd be great if I'm just joining my friend, we can all just get 100% of the pit material rewards, and so that is being tweaked for Season 5. Now the whole entire party itself will end up receiving 100% of the materials that you end up receiving at the end of the pit. So we appreciate the feedback. Thank you guys for letting us know, and this is something that wasn't in PTR but will be for Season 5. Next up, we have endgame bosses. So this is something, of course, we talked about during the
Nice.
PTR, and we do want to highlight again because I
Thank
think
God.
this is amazing and will save a whole lot of time.
So nice.
You can now resummon endgame bosses immediately after you end up killing them. So as you're going through the different boss ladders and stuff, you can.
Thank you,
just
Chris.
resummon. The
Appreciate
altar
it.
will reappear as
And
you can
everybody
see in the
who
footage.
subbed, thank you.
And,
Thanks for all the
throw in
primes.
the mats, and bam. Again,
There
you're
it
fighting
is.
Duriel, which is
Yeah.
really nice. No more exiting the
SSF is
dungeon,
solo
resetting
mode.
the dungeon, running back, and then having to do it over again. This should save up a whole lot of time. This should help a whole lot with farming as well, specifically for gear. And you'll be hearing a lot about all this new gear from Adam here in a
Buckle up.
second. But there were some additional changes as well to some of the endgame bosses that we do have. Like, for instance, the first one we're going to talk about is the Beast in Ice. The Beast in Ice, of course, required a sigil to actually summon. Or to actually create the dungeon to go in to fight the Beast in Ice. There's no longer a sigil that will be required. And also the Beast in Ice is now way closer to the dungeon. It's going to be a short dungeon crawl similar to the other endgame bosses, so you're not having to, go through a lengthy dungeon.
Yep, a whole
just for
dungeon
that.
just to get to the boss. Yeah.
Likewise, no more sigil dust will be required for summoning the Beast in Ice. And then, of course, we thought about internal players in this situation because some of them have actually crafted a bunch of sigils, and now since sigils are no longer required, you can still use those.
Beast in
leftover
Ice
sigils
was
to
annoying as
immediately
hell,
summon
so
the Beast
I don't
in Ice
mind
without
this.
needing the mats that are still required for the Beast in Ice. So it's kind of a nice benefit to them. And then, of course, Varshan also got some updates. Varshan required a bunch of different body parts, and now Varshan just requires malignant hearts. And of course, we thought about Eternal players in this specific instance. Eternal players can convert their old body parts to hearts by going to the alchemist. That's a magical alchemist. But if you ever need a spare heart, you just go to an alchemist. That's just how it works.
Swap it out.
Yeah, that's just how it works. But yeah, some changes coming to that. And then separately, endgame bosses.
I was crying about this.
Boss ladder bosses, they won't be dropping rare items anymore.
Wait a minute. I was crying about this, and they said that they didn't want to change it because they had a plan for rare items. Now they're getting rid of it. What happened to the fucking plan? What happened?
And then on tormented bosses now drop 5 times as many boss mats as before. And of course, all tormented bosses have a better chance of dropping a mythic unique. So we are boosting up the mythic unique drop. There's actually
that was the
specifics on all
plan.
this
Get
stuff
rid of
in
them.
the
Oh,
that people can read afterwards. And we've also reduced the Stygian Stone cost for the tormented bosses. Before it was 2. And now it's dropping to 1, so it should help out with players wanting to experiment or try out some of the more difficult endgame bosses that are available, which are their tormented versions. And then one big thing that is happening, and this is something that was kind of mentioned in the blog, but and people will see more specifics in the patch notes. Experience is changing in terms of like the XP bonus from killing higher level monsters. It's no longer capped in. I believe it's now.
What?
Well, it's
I think it used to be 10 levels
capped.
higher,
Actually,
you didn't get more,
it's so capped, shall I say? It's capped at
It's capped
30
at
levels.
30.
That's actually incorrect on the slide, but
I was gonna say.
It used to be 10 levels. It's now 30 levels,
Nice.
and that's across all world tiers. So if you happen, for example,
I was gonna
if
say,
you
man,
are a level 50 character
that
and you
PowerPoint
kill
can't
a
be right.
level 80 monster in season 4, you would only get level
Up to
60,
level 60
experience.
credit, and
now
you
you'll get up to that level 80 experience.
Okay, so I can explain it. The PowerPoint is wrong. You get a multiplier for killing higher monsters, and that's capped, and that hasn't changed. But there's also a base XP for monsters that gets multiplied by the multiplier. The base XP has been raised to 30 because when you stack 3 Profane Mind Cages, it's 30 levels. So the base XP of the monsters, if you fight really high monsters multiplied by the multiplier, is just going to make you level even faster.
As I talked about a bunch.
Yeah.
It's all in the patch notes. You guys will see the patch notes afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, really
There's
amazing
no way that
how all those
PowerPoint
changes.
was right.
Chat was absolutely lighting up
Cool,
with regards
good.
to all the changes to the pit, and of course, even though we've shown the boss summoning reset again, they got just as excited. So
awesome to see. And we really appreciate everyone's feedback during PTR and hearing especially about the Helltide stuff. And we totally.
I want to hear about the uniques. They said that they changed all the uniques
to experience. Still enjoy.
Show me these godly uniques that you said you made.
You know what I mean.
Exactly. No, it's really cool to see those. Yeah, those profane mind cages coming back. But yeah, Adam, thank you so much for that.
Yeah.
And now, everyone, hope you're comfortable because we got a ton to go over with regards to updates, uniques, some bugs fixes, and a ton of class balance
updates,
changes. Who better to walk us through, Mr. Adam Jackson?
These are going to make our builds.
To talk about today. I'll try and go as quickly as possible. So yeah, firstly, thank you all for your feedback and comments. We got a lot of class-related feedback on the PTR, a lot of balance feedback, a lot of just how it feels to play things.
I made a lot of YouTube videos crying about a lot of things.
Heavily and did a lot of changes between.
I hope my crying paid off.
Some of which I think some people know, and some things are going to be new for you today. So really, yeah, we have a lot of things that changed. In many ways, honestly, it's going to feel like almost from a balance perspective and kind of what your class can do in your journey, it's going to feel almost like a very different game compared to what you experienced on the PTR. I'm going to go through a lot of like the systemic reasons why, and then some specific things that we did to every class, as well as, of course, updating all of our uniques and kind of the impact that you can expect from that. So lots to talk about. So first, we're going to be talking about bug fixes. We've got quite a few to go through that I think are pretty notable. Again, we're going to be doing the class balance updates after that, and then the unique changes. So those will be the three things I'm going to be covering today.
Let's go, Adam. Let's go.
So firstly, as usual, we're going to be publishing the patch notes right after this, so you can read all of them. I'm not going to cover everything today, but just some of the more notable ones. So first is one on the Necromancer that we've heard about for a while now. It's Shielding Storm. This is a legendary that when your Bone Storm damages enemies, you get a bear.
Yo, that's already one of the best defensive powers like in the entire game, and they just gave it a huge buff. Dude, Necros are never gonna die. That was already one of the best ones in the whole game.
Aspect. Next, we got a couple on the Barbarian. The first one is the Twister glyph. This is a Paragon node glyph. It wasn't properly giving you bonus multiplicative damage when casting Dust Devils, so Dust Devil builds will be a little bit stronger. We also fixed an issue with the Tempering Earthquake duration. Beforehand, there was a bug that was actually lowering the DPS of Earthquake because it would increase the duration, and then your DPS would go down. So we fixed that. So it's now actually just going to make you hit harder. Next one, I'm going to call out one of our content creators, Woody Joe. Here, this is why we have PTR. He found a neat little oversight that we had with a passive called Trick Attacks.
What's
and I'm
wrong
actually
with
going to
that?
go over this in a little bit of detail.
Because
this fix will be coming a little later.
39 seems completely
39 ranks. So offensive passive is pretty good. So a little bit of background to this. Basically, we changed how this passive Trick Attacks, what it does. It went from something that was more utility-based, where it was around CC, and we turned it into damage. But we didn't update under the hood for like tempering and where it can appear from a utility to a damage recipe of where it would show up. And so it was appearing on utility, which is a lot more common than damage, and then you could get it to silly ranks like this. So to fix this, right now, or on the PTR, I should say, it was on this recipe called Alchemist Control, where it was with Chilling Weight and Shadow Crash, which are also like CC-based passives. For Season 5 launch, we're actually going to be disabling this recipe from dropping. You won't be able to see it for a patch while we fix this bug. And what we're going to do is, once we re-enable the Alchemist Control recipe to drop, Trick Attacks won't be on here anymore. What we're actually going to be doing is we're going to be taking Flurry Size from another recipe called Rogue Innovation here. We're going to be moving Flurry Size, which is more of a utility-based thing, and moving that over to Alchemist Control, and then just removing Trick Attacks from Alchemist Control. So the net effect of this will be that now both recipes will have, both tempering recipes will have 3 different options of what you can have there, and Rogue Innovation will actually have a little bit of a buff here too, because instead of having 4 things to roll for your tempers, we're only going to have 3. So it'll be a little bit easier to get what you want.
I mean, that's fine.
Next, we're going to be talking about some generic class balance updates. So kind of to set you up, a high-level theme that we're going to see in our feedback from PTR was Barbarians are really, really good, and every other class is kind of a little bit weak, it feels like, compared to Barbarians. So we did a lot of things to address this. So first, I want to go into detail a little bit of how we feel about Barbarians and where they're at and what we want to do. We feel like one of the bigger reasons why
Been
Barbarians
breaking the
are so
game,
strong
man.
is that they kind of have two class mechanics compared to other classes, right? They have the expertise system, which is like a normal class mechanic where, you know, they have this fantasy of leveling up their weapons and then they get bonuses. But then they also get more item slots compared to other classes, so they get more access to more legendary powers. As far as how we tackle this, we don't want our only solution to be to nerf barbarians, right? Like a common thing that we hear is like, hey, they have more item slots. Maybe you should just get rid of the item slots so that everybody has parity, right? Like that is a way to make parity, but you know, it takes away from their theme of being a master of weapons, and it's not very fun. So that's not the only thing that we want to do in this situation.
That's not the solution.
The other thing is that we want to keep their class identity, right? Another common suggestion we hear is, well, just give all the other classes more item slots so that they're the same as Barbarian, right?
Another dog
and
shit
similarly,
idea.
kind of like how Necromancers have minions, we don't want to give every class minions just because, you know, they don't have access to the cool thing that Necromancers do. We don't want to just give every class, you know, more slots so that they're exactly the same as Barbarian. We want to really try and keep what makes them feel special as a special thing, and find other ways to kind of bring parity to the classes.
Thank God they didn't do this.
So here's kind of our strategy of what we're thinking of with Barbarians. We have a few different things that we're going to be doing. One is we're actually going to be adjusting how much damage all the classes get from their core stat. And this is going to bring other classes up to the level of Barbarian. I'm going to be going over that in a little bit. We are going to be reducing the power of Barbarians as part of our solution. But again, I want to point out it's not the only thing that we want to do. And then we also want to target the other class mechanics and really bring them up to the level of the Barbarian effectively having
Spirit
to.
Boons.
And
Spirit
making the other
Boons are
classes
pretty
feel
good now.
cool in the way that makes them thematic
The quest
and awesome.
is just garbage.
We already actually experimented with this in Season 4. This was an intentional thing that we did, and we wanted to see how it went with the Necromancer. If you remember, we buffed minions very heavily, and we also buffed the Book of the Dead, their class mechanic, very heavily.
The Druid.
Not just numbers, but also in the cool factor, right? You have mechanics like, you know, your minions can throw bone spears, or, you know, your golem can do bone spikes everywhere and make enemies vulnerable. We want to do this kind of treatment to the other class mechanics. Just to be clear, we're going to be probably doing this after the Vessel of Hatred expansion launches, so it'll be a little bit. So we are doing some things in the meantime to catch them up, but you can expect in the future we're going to be doing kind of a big overhaul to the other classes similarly to the Book of the Dead, and so their cool factor and their power level is going to be going up. So let's talk about that core stat update that I talked about previously. So basically what we're doing here is we're going to be changing the amount of damage that every class gets from their core stat. So if you didn't know, on live right now, when you log into the game, you get about 1% more damage per 10 stat of your class. So as an example, you know, the I don't know, pick one, the Sorceress, you know, with Intelligence, you would have 10 int, and then you would get 1% more damage. If you had 100 int, you'd have 10% more damage, and so on.
Yep.
So now it's going to actually depend on the class what that ratio is of how much damage you get per your core stat.
Okay.
So the Barbarian is going to be staying exactly the same, 1% more damage per 10 strength. The Rogue is going to get a little bit of a buff here because they do have a little bit more slots compared to other classes. So they're going to be getting 1% more damage per 9 dex.
So they nerfed the whole game. Barbs are staying where they are, and everything else is getting a massive buff. It seems like it's going to be very, very easy.
Rogues are going to get a bit of a bump, a bit of a buff, and the other three classes are going to get even more damage. So as you get that core stat, which you get very commonly, you know, in Gear and Paragon and other places, you're just going to be doing more damage. It's just a passive way that we're going to be catching up the classes stat-wise. So next, let's move on to kind of our class updates. So I'm going to be going through all the different classes and talking about kind of what our updates are going to be for them. Some of the things you can expect that are different from PTR to launch. So Barbarian, you know, currently Barbarians, in addition to having more item slots, have some of the best key passives in the game, like in Season 4 and on live. One of the very main ways that we're targeting bringing them down is reducing the power level so that really their key passives are comparable to other classes. We on the team felt like, you know, they already have all these other things that are really strong going for them. They don't need like overly statted, way powerful key passives that do like, you know, over 100% multiplicative damage when the other classes are doing way less. So you did see that on the PTR. We did see a lot of feedback on like, why are we bringing down Walking Arsenal to have parity when, you know, it wasn't even really meta compared to the other key passives. And I just kind of wanted to bring some light to this of how we think about it. The reason why we brought Walking Arsenal to be level with the other ones when we brought them to be equal to other classes is that, you know, we want all the key passes on Barbarian to have parity with each other. If we just brought down the other key passives that were way overperforming and
Once again, compared to the angry, screaming mob and Adam Jackson actually designing a game, once again, Adam Jackson is correct. I completely agree with him.
You know, there's actually a choice when you get to your key passive of which one to take. So I just wanted to clarify that. I
completely agree with him.
What our thinking was there. But, you know, it's not all doom and gloom for Barbarians. You know, we did hear feedback of like, man, it really sucks. You know, I understand that they're being brought down and it's fair, but, you know, we want to have some things to look forward to. So we did introduce a number of buffs coming in between PTR and live so that you have some things to look forward to and new build paths or your, you know, underperforming builds are not being brought down as well. So I'm going to give a couple of examples here. One is Hammer of the Ancients. We increased its damage baseline by 10%. And we also adjusted the of Ancestral Force legendary. One of the troubling things that this build has problems with is like single target damage against bosses and things. You know, it does really good in AoE and brings down enemies, but its single target's a little bit lacking. So we're upgrading this legendary power, so now it's going to be doing more damage against bosses, so it'll kind of help you with that single target issue.
The only time I remember Hoda Barbs is one-shotting everything.
Upheaval builds can rejoice, and also a little bit of a preview of kind of how we're changing uniques, which I'll be going over a lot more later. But we're increasing upheaval damage by about 15%, and we also rounded out Hellhammer now. It's quite a bit more powerful. I can point out a bunch of things here of how it's better, but you can see it gives more skill ranks of upheaval compared to before. The damage of its burning
strength?
on the ground just baseline went up.
Jesus
it also
Christ.
has scaling on the burning damage. So, you know, before the burning damage wasn't really a meaningful part of the unique. One of the things you're going to see with uniques across the board is that they're going to be a lot more about the thematic of what the unique is, and that's where their power is going to be.
That's a colossal
So here,
buff.
the burning ground actually will scale with your strength at a pretty significant degree. So, you know, it'll actually be doing meaningful damage, hopefully. You can also see its inherent affix now is damage to burning enemies. Instead of overpower damage, so it's going with that theme of Hellhammer burning the ground. It's also giving you skill ranks of Wall Up, a passive, so that's more.
It also gives
damage.
you one of the key
you also get upheaval
temperings.
size, so now your
So
burning ground and your upheaval is going to be.
And you can
so
temper
there's
something
just all
else.
kinds of new things going on. It's going to be a lot cooler, a lot more powerful, and hopefully a lot more fun.
That should be a sick unique, actually. It actually even opens up
300 strength also.
Well,
by
I
the way,
guess
no big deal.
you lose the tempering anyway because it's unique, I guess.
It's going to be pretty good. So next, the Sorceress. We got a whole lot of feedback that, you know, the Sorceress isn't powerful enough.
Sorcerer, I bid for you a lot. I bid for you a lot.
I'm gonna stop us right here. We got so much feedback about the Sorceress.
Just a little bit. And the Druid.
And the Druid.
I made videos on the Druid too. Okay.
Like, we hear you guys. We absolutely do.
Yeah.
Okay, now you may continue.
Okay. So, for the Sorcerer specifically, we heard feedback that they're not powerful enough. So we did quite a few things to address it. Firstly, they've got a lot of large buffs to their uniques. I would say even more than other classes. Your uniques are going to feel really good, is the hope, and I think we've hit it. I'll be going over some of them a little bit later. We also buffed all of their core and mastery skills by about 15 to 20%. So just baseline.
We got
remember,
20%?
this is in addition to the core stat buff.
Yeah, I was going to say.
All of your core and mastery skills are also getting buffed baseline.
You got buffed in the core, which you stack already, and then you also gave us 20%.
We also did multiple defensive buffs.
Damage.
We heard a lot of feedback that they have trouble surviving in situations that the other classes could kind of get away with.
Oh my God.
These are some examples. We did more than this, but ice armor, your base shield amount is going up from 40% to 56% of your max life. Snow Veiled aspect, this one was updated from PTR to launch. So on PTR, it was that your ice armor gave you unstoppable and gave you armor. And on launch, you're still going to get unstoppable, but you're going to get damage reduction, which, you know, anyone who knows how the defensive game work is way more significant than just getting armor.
Yeah, when you hit that armor cap, it's kind of like...
Yeah, you just want to gobble up DR like Pac-Man. As much as you can get, the more the better, and this is going to give you...
Yeah, the DR is going to be huge. Very big.
Also, we did multiple buffs to the Paragon board. Again, this is not covering everything, but one of the things is that, you know, we put a lot of caps to make sure that some Paragon nodes just didn't go out of control compared to everything else, but we heard feedback that, you know, those caps were a little bit too punishing, so we increased them. An example here is Burning Instinct, where, you know, on PTR, it capped at 40% more multiplicative damage, and we increased that up to 80%. So now your burning damage, that's based on your crit strike multiplier, is going to be going up. Your total amount is going to go up, but then also the rate that you get it. It used to be 1% per 50 int, now it's 1% per 20 int. So you'll be getting more efficient bang for your buck for your int and a total cap that's much higher. So Druid, similar to Sorceress, surprise, surprise, got a lot of feedback that it's not powerful enough compared to the Barbarian or other classes. So we've got a lot of multiple quality of life and damage buffs coming in. Again, these are just some examples. Also, you got to remember the uniques are going to be coming in as well. Boulder damage went up. We increased the damage across the board of their like core skills mostly, and we missed boulders, so we're increasing their damage a bit. We also got a lot of feedback that we came out with this really cool unique for Cataclysm that made the lightning bolt smart and target enemies. And then a lot of people were like, "Hey, why does it have to like get a unique to make my skill be smart?" And we agreed, so we just made the skill smart baseline. So now those lightning bolts from the ultimate will just target enemies. Perfect Storm, the Storm key passive is getting its damage boosted from 30 to 40%. Seismic Shift, this was an aspect that we think is really cool where your Earth Spike kind of goes in a line and does a bunch of Earth Spikes. Used to have a Kiss Curse mechanic and it no longer does. So before it used to like give you this big bonus of way more resource reduction gen and more damage on it, but it added a cooldown. And now it just doesn't add a cooldown, so you can spam it and cast a bunch of Earth Spikes everywhere. Should be a lot more fun. Also, similar to the Sorceress, we're buffing their little bonus cap on their Legendary Paragon nodes. So, an example here, they went from 40 to 60%. So, you've got Thunderstruck, Earthen Devastation, and Survival Instincts. We've got a little visual there at the bottom node, but you can see that top end of the damage is now 60%. So, it's going to be better than PTR. Also, we came out with that new unique I mentioned for Cataclysm. It used to be on the gloves on PTR, which a lot of people, which we agreed with, it kind of felt bad that, you've got the two Storm-related uniques on the same slot and you can't take them together. It was competing with Unsun Ascetics Wraps. This was the Lightning Storm unique. But now it's going to be on the range slot, so now you can take them both together, so they're not competing with each other anymore.
Wow. Much better.
Next is the Rogue. So to be frank, the Rogue we feel like it's in a pretty good spot, so we didn't do as many changes compared to other classes. We did still do a few that I'll mention today, but they got the least changes. The first one is Flurry. So as you know, if you played the PTR, Flurry got some pretty dramatic updates, right? Both of their enhancement and both of their choices that you could pick on the base skill got changed and made a lot better. We saw that, a lot of the output of Flurry was related to doing the mechanics that the enhancement and the advanced Flurry were requiring you to do, like casting it a bunch of times in a row and stuff like that. And we wanted to move some of that damage from those enhancements and things into the base skill. So the enhancement and the advanced Flurry are still going to be pretty potent, but we lowered their damage and instead just juiced the base skill even more. And what this is going to mean is really just that you're going to be more consistently doing that damage and you're going to be less reliant on doing this.
So far, this campfire has significantly more content than I thought they were going to do.
Of this trying to find ways to make it really good and useful. Instead of knocking back enemies when it procs, it's going to knock them down now. So you no longer have to worry about like knocking enemies out of your CC. Or you want them to be grouped up next to you and then you're just knocking one of them or a few of them away. Yeah. Now they're just going to go in place. We have a before and after here. Again, a little preview of what we're doing with our uniques.
Movement speed, hell yeah.
But yeah, Wind Force, you can see some of the things here as a preview. It's going to give you move speed baseline, which is pretty interesting as a stat on a bow. You've got chance for double projectiles for your barrage.
So much
You've
better.
got a couple passive upgrades there. And then as you can see, the damage went up.
It's a higher chance and you don't have to lucky hit anymore. Oh, this is so much better.
Last but not least, the Necromancer. We've been hearing a lot of feedback that Blood Necromancer players are a little sad. They just aren't really catching up to the other versions of Necromancer. So we've buffed up a bunch of their tempering recipes and the damage on them. We're also buffing their Legendary Paragon nodes. Here's some here that we did. Bloodbath. This one just makes your overpower damage go up. It's being doubled from 35% to 70%, so that's pretty meaty. Blood begets blood. That damage bonus when you're picking up blood orbs is being doubled, and the maximum amount is being doubled, so you're getting more per stack, and you need less stacks to get to your max damage. So pretty good there. And then last but not least here, Lucky Hit. We've heard a lot of feedback from Necromancer players that, they kind of rely a lot on the Miasma Corpse Explosion to get their Lucky Hit procs off, and that their other skills don't really compete, and so they can't really have fun with Lucky Hit-based builds, more generally. So we just buffed Lucky Hit on a bunch of different skills, so you could see there what all the numbers are. Again, those will be on the patch notes, but really they're just going to be Lucky Hitting more often and getting cool procs more. All right, so next, let's talk about uniques a little bit, right?
I'm super excited about this.
Yeah,
super
excited. As we promised, in the PTR stream, we said that, we had this kind of different philosophy when it comes to uniques, and we went into detail there. And we updated our uniques coming into Season 5, but we didn't update all of our existing uniques in the game yet. So we've done that pass now. We've updated nearly every unique in the game, and I'm going to do a little bit of a recap of kind of how we thought, and then giving you some examples of what we did. So these updates are fairly dramatic. They're going to be showing you 3 from each class, as well as 3 generic ones, to give you a really meaty idea of the different categories and ways that we thought of updating uniques and kind of what you can expect for your builds.
Yeah, and I know, and Marcus is going to remind us about this at the end as well. But
you'll be hearing it a lot.
Yeah, but I will say we are showing 3 here and 3 for every class and 3 generic ones. But every single unique is actually in the patch notes. And we have a before and after in the patch notes, so you guys will have easy access. And
you can easily compare the two and see what was the difference.
So after the stream, you'll be able to compare. And so we're just only covering a small amount here. We'll see everything.
Just a little sample serving. The patch notes are absolutely massive, so you'll have a lot to
That'd be pretty
lots
cool
to snack on there.
So one of the things is your general power level of unique effects is up, and by unique effects, I want to be clear, that is like the thing at the bottom that is like your, deals 40 to 60% more multiplicative damage or whatever. That number is going to be up on the higher end. So instead of 40 to 60, it'll be 40 to 80 or 40 to 90 or 40 to whatever, right? So that power level is just going to be generally up almost across the board. And then really what we targeted for these updates is the stats on the uniques. So the stats are going to pretty much break every rule that we had in the game before when it comes to being a cool item. So some things that you're going to see, and I think I got an example of most of, if not all of these, but you're going to see uniques that have different inherents compared to other stats. So, your boot inherent, could be something that's not even related to boots or movement anymore. It could be something else. Or sometimes we add more inherent stats. So something that didn't exist before, some items can have 2 inherents instead of just 1, which is a pretty big difference. We have a lot more that have stats that break normal slot rules. So, things like movement speed on bows or cooldown reduction on weapons.
So the full list is here. This is the kind of things that they need to put into the game to make theory crafting and making builds fun. This is what Path of Exile and Last Epoch are just killing Diablo 4 in. So stuff like this must happen. Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. I just meant to mute it. Stuff like this has to happen in order for Diablo 4 to be an interesting game for builds. So this is super important.
They
This
can
is
also
what
have
they're
much higher
getting
potential
killed
stat
on.
values compared to normal items. So, if a normal item has 20 to 40% more damage, a unique can be like, 1 to 300% more damage or whatever, right? And we even do this with the tempered affixes. So unique can have juiced up versions of tempered affixes
This
that
is
make
where
them
they're
solve
getting
those problems
killed.
much quicker. Also, we've introduced a lot of stats that really have powerful effects on them. Sometimes even a single stat on a unique can have the impact that a legendary power normally would on an item as far as what it does to a build. And we'll have a couple examples of that where like a stat on an item is actually giving you a new effect that didn't exist before that you could do.
Damn, that's awesome.
So again, we're going to be going through 3 examples per class and 3 generics, and I'm going to just try and quickly go through and kind of point out some of the key things that are kind of neat about the items. So we're going to shotgun this a little bit, and you're going to see some cool items. So let's get to it.
Woo.
Yeah, so first, Penitent Greaves. This is a generic unique. You can see here, this one now has 2 inherents as opposed to 1. Another thing that you can notice is that normally, the evade that grants more move speed is only for 1 second, and this one is not only has 2 inherents, but it's for 2 seconds. So you'll evade and boost around at crazy sonic speed for a couple seconds, which is pretty neat. And now you can run through enemies while you do it.
Those are significantly better. I
We've
wonder
also
how
got some
good
neat stats there, like crit
shit.
chance against chilled enemies and
We're
chill
already
potency
moving
there
on.
that are new to the game. Here, Fists of Fate. This one a lot of people saw a little bit early, and they were very happy about. So one thing I think that's kind of cool is that with our uniques, we're really trying to double and triple down on the fantasy
stagger
of the
is going to
item.
be crazy.
So if something's about cold or something here, like Fist of Fate is about RNG to the
lucky
max.
hit
So we're really
chance.
going hard on what the theme is. So here you can see your attack speed can go from 0.1 to
51%
8.7,
lucky
and everything
hit
on it
chance.
is has a huge range of what you can roll. So a
You're gonna
greater
stagger
affix Fist of
everything.
Fate could be a best in slot item for a lot of builds.
The lucky hit chance on this.
Yes, this is the one that people point out that we.
It's just crazy.
I talked with one of the priests on our team. I want to shout out
Those are
Alex
the
on our
3
team,
best
who did a lot
stats.
of this work, and we had a choice here. We're like, are we gonna go crazy or go conservative? I was like, let's just go crazy. This might be insane. It might actually be best in slot and break stuff, but it's really cool.
51%
greater
lucky
affix
hit chance.
Fist of Fate there is going to be really cool. Next, the Grandfather, mythic unique example here. A lot of people had issues with the ignored durability loss.
300% damage.
Where you would masterwork hit that or something, and then you're not getting
It's
anything. We just
additive
moved
though,
that
right?
To be a
300%
a baseline
damage.
inherent affix now, so you don't have to worry about that, and then replaced it with something useful with a max resource.
And I will note, even in season 4, because that durability loss was kind of was actually a hidden stat item. Sometimes when you found a greater affixed version of a grand final, it would actually apply to that. That is now.
Yeah, that's all gone. It's just inherence can't be greater.
Yeah.
Something that we thought of a lot with this.
300%.
Yeah, so now let's go into the classes. Barbarian, this is Battle Trance. This one exists already on live. Probably the two big things here. One is, you have 2 different passives now that you get. A lot of times we're adding skill ranks to passives because that's a way to add multiplicative damage or just buffs to really cool effects on a unique via their stats. The other thing to point out here is the actual effect. Before it was giving you increased attack speed to all of your other skills when you had frenzy stacks.
So these things are essentially like multiplicative with each other because they're different stats, right?
They would hit attack speed cap, and then this unique wasn't really doing very much for them. So now you're also just going to get damage in addition to making it easier to hit that cap for your other skills. So it's just, more stats, stronger.
Okay.
Next, Reign of the Ravenous. A couple things here. One is it's giving you skill ranks of Rend, which is pretty significant. And remember, that 2 to 3 might not seem so significant, but when you greater affix that and then masterwork it, like your potential of more damage on this goes up very significantly. We're also giving you skill ranks to brawling skills still. Thing to point out here is your Rend's duration. This will also just increase the throughput damage of it. Has been doubled, so that's just more damage on Rend in addition to the skill ranks. And then also at the bottom, a small little detail, but before you could only apply that special effect of your brawling skills, applying your Rend's bleed every 4 seconds, and now it's every second. So now if you're able to spam brawling skills, you're just going to be applying Rend bleeds to enemies and stronger Rend bleeds like crazy.
This is going to be like the Diablo 3 Rend barb now.
Next, the Fields of Crimson. The thing I really want to call out here, there's a lot of things that are kind of unique and different, but is that one kind of rule that we had with item stats that we're now changing and breaking is we never really buffed things like enhancements or like the AB, like the different choice upgrades that you could do for a skill.
454%
this one actually buffs enhanced
damage to
ruptures
bleeding.
Explosion size. So, normally when you rupture an enemy, it does that explosion. This will make that explosion be way bigger. So it's kind of a neat way that we can manipulate player power via stats. Next, let's move on to the Sorceress. So the Staff of Endless Rage, we actually have a combo here that we're going to show a little video of.
+6 to Fireball with no greater affix and no masterworking?
The Staff now does some, and the gloves will be doing some unique things to Fireballs. One is plus Fireball projectile speed. So this is actually going to make your fireballs fly through the air faster or bounce quicker.
So
you'll be able to get through them and they'll finish their path faster.
I think I want to play that.
You've got the tempering recipe now, so it doesn't compete with your chance to cast twice.
Imagine that.
And you can
with
see
a
there
Shaco.
it goes up to 75% just on that one stat. So it basically almost solves it for
level
you
25 fireball or something.
Huge. You've got some massive skill ranks to fireball, so now again way more multiplicative damage than before. And then you can see at the bottom that the upper end of that damage is going up. The same as most of our uniques.
Okay, wait a minute.
And next is combos with the Gloves of the Illuminator. A couple things to kind of gloat on here is the fireball attack speed is going up by a much bigger amount.
We're getting
than
ranks
other
to
classes,
fireball here
or than
too?
normal attack speed, on other slots. Also, you get mana when fireball explodes. I played with this build in, I think it was season 1, and I constantly ran into mana issues because you always want to spam this as much as you can. So when you think of this stat, you can greater this, you can temp or masterwork this,
and you kind of combine this with the attack speed here, and then you combine it with the projectile speed.
Yeah, and you get a lot more fireballs. Remember, it's every time that it explodes, which when it bounces, it's exploding.
0%
and when
less
you're
damage.
splitting and getting more from multiple projectiles, you're getting more bounce explosions. So it's giving you a
dude. I think I'm going to play fireballs.
Yeah, you're essentially a fireball machine gun.
Yeah, so
I think I'm going to play fireballs.
Season 5 comparison here of what it looks like.
What is this?
A little video. So in season 4, you can see, every third cast gives you 3, but season 5, you're going to randomly get 3, and then sometimes even more when it combines with the double projectile bonus. So you can actually really fill up your screen with fireballs everywhere, and every one of those bounces is giving you mana.
Now they're making the game fun.
That's ludicrous.
Now they're doing what I've been crying about. Now they're being bold and they're making the game fun.
Probably the cool thing to point out here is there's a chance for ice spikes to explode twice. So this is also something that we haven't really done.
Now we just need challenging content
sub-powers internally, but
these
things like dust devils or ice spikes that are like powers that generate when
Now
you cast a skill
we need
that are
hard
usually
content,
legendaries or uniques.
and we have a
We
video
generally
game.
don't manipulate them too heavily like this, but we're going to be experimenting more with that in unique stat affixes. So here, your ice spikes can actually like double proc, so they get double explosions, and then any other things that would proc off that would be doubled, which is pretty neat. Next, let's move on to the Druid. So Waxing Gibbous, this is the Shred Druid unique. So what we did here that I want to point out, in addition to the fact that you're getting a bunch of skill ranks to Shred and Toxic Claws, which is a bunch more multiplicative damage, so power level is going up significantly.
If you have guaranteed crits, that means you don't have to stack critical strike chance on your gear. That opens up a roll on your entire Druid. And gloves, both rings, wherever you can get crit, you don't have to get critical strike chance. Okay, that's super significant. And they already going to give you 115 critical strike by default.
Way where if you cast Blood Howl or get the Blood Howl effect in other ways,
that
you'll
opens
go
up
into stealth
so
and
many,
get this proc, and now you can
so
get
many
this
rolls
against
everywhere.
single bosses or in situations you couldn't before. So we've given you
only
a potential
on
way
kill.
to create your own engine,
That's true.
which is pretty neat. To get
the bosses would have to have
crits.
ads. That's true.
Next, Great Staff of the Crone. I believe we showed this one earlier to people, but just wanted to point out, what was special about this. Storm Strike, chaining to additional targets, things like this. Again, it's a single stat that does something that kind of really changes how the unique works,
this is
right?
super significant.
You're going to get all the different procs and different effects by chaining to more enemies more often. You can also
that
see
could be
here
fun,
that the
man.
upper end of that damage that you could get is going up from 150% to 200, so it's just better.
Okay, that could be very significant.
And last but not least, we got Storm's Companion. This one I again wanted to highlight another new thing that we're doing, and I want to call it here is the lucky hit chance for the Pack Leader Spirit boon. So normally we never really manipulate class mechanics, but here, this Pack Leader, this isn't like a passive or thing in the skill tree. This is
God, Blizzard, thank you. I've been trying to say since the alpha, stop giving us 10% damage. Stop giving us 7% attack speed. I don't even care about like the magnitude of the number. You gotta make the game interesting. You gotta you're a game designer. Like, show me something cool. Finally, they're manipulating things. Thank you. I've been asking for this since the first time I played it.
Can cast twice. Again, another example of that. We're also giving you a bunch of skill ranks to penetrating shot. Again, this is a way that we're adding just like raw power and damage in ways that aren't in the unique effect. So these stats on these things can be very strong out the gate, and then again, tempering and masterworking just makes these go really, really high. Next, Word of a Con. This one was a really silly, fun one that we liked.
300% ultimate
You see there,
damage?
the one I want to point out. Well, one is the ultimate damage. Actually, ultimate skill damage for the Rogue is kind of a premium because they have that Paragon node that makes it turn into multiplicative damage for all your skills. So that's actually pretty meaty. It's also way higher value than normal. Also, the chance for Rain of Arrows waves to cast twice. So normally we don't do, chance to double cast on ultimates, but again, uniques get to break the rules. So now you've got, juiced up Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction, they can cast twice, and they hit way harder on the Rain of Arrows themed unique. So again, really trying to bring out the theme and the fantasy of these uniques in the stats, in the effects, to really create something special.
God, man.
And next, Saboteur Signet. I was running this in Season 4. I'm a little sad that I'm going to be doing something else in Season 5, but I loved my stun grenade build. But here you can see a bunch of grenade damage, obvious theme for the grenade build. We're also giving you a lot of your stun grenade size here. And then again, a new affix that kind of creates your own engine. You're getting +1 energy when a stun grenade explodes. And this is each individual grenade, right? So you usually release a cluster of these things. So now, again, I spent a lot of my time in Season 4 trying to solve resource and get ways to cast this a lot to throw out the stun grenades, and now this
throws
kind of
the grenades,
its own engine.
which give you energy.
Also,
so it's
one
like
thing to point out here is that it's
imbuement.
no longer just a flurry unique. It's casting a core skill throws stun grenades, so it's a lot more generically applicable. You can use this with all the different core skills, not just flurry. Next, Necromancer. The big one I wanted to point out here, we're going to be showing both of the Blood Surge uniques and how they've been updated and they combo with each other.
Blood Surge drains
we have a
2
stat here that
times?
Blood Surge drains more times from elites.
Dude, this is such a godly leveling build, but it sucks at killing the elites. Now it's going to start... I'm guessing the draining also counts the damage. So then you can also remember greater affix it, and you can masterwork it. So now your blood surge on every cast is going to hit elites, whatever, 8 times or whatever it turns into. Where was this? This is what I wanted. Where was this for all this time?
Combines with the other unique where you're getting essence per enemy drained, right? And so now, as you drain enemies for the explosion, you're going to be getting more essence back to cast the skill and spam it more. We're also giving you a bunch of ranks to Blood Surge, which, just makes sense. So, 50%, before masterworking and tempering multiplicative damage is already a giant buff to this. But then also you can see that, the numbers also went up on this as well. So it's just going to be pretty significant.
Can't wait.
And last but not least, Greaves of the Empty Tomb. This is your Sever unique. Lots of stuff to point out here. One is you have multiple inherents. So, normally you can only get 3 max of 8 charges. You get more here. We also had a fun little thing where your evade now leaves behind Desecrated Ground because this is the Desecrated Ground unique. We also have chance for Sever projectiles to cast twice. We have Sever Size here. We also give you ranks to Reaper's Pursuit. So this is really about just like moving and grooving, like going around. One thing I want to point out here as well is this new aspect of Creeping Mist that came in, and you can combine this with the Greaves of the Empty Tomb. So this new aspect, we heard that Necro players want mobility, and boy did we give you mobility. So what this does is when you evade first of all, you get evade cooldown reduction, so you evade more. But when you evade during Blood Mist, you travel twice as far, and both when you enter and exit Blood Mist, it resets your evade cooldown. And one of the things that makes this crazy, where we might actually be crazy, and I hope we don't have to revisit this, but we're going to see, is that reset of your evade cooldown counts for all of your charges of evade. So what this means is, and we have a video, is that you can evade 5 times, then evade in Blood Mist, and then evade 5 more times. So see here, then you're evading in Blood Mist, and you're leaving behind that Desecrated Ground everywhere.
Skating around,
Yep.
It's like a nice skating rink.
So every time you cast
your minion
Blood Mist,
necros,
you're going to be getting
your
10
minions
evades.
just mowing
It's silly
everything
and
as you
hilarious.
ice skate across the map.
But we're playing it in the game, and I hope we don't regret it.
Always, Necros are going to be zooming.
Yeah, they're going to be zooming with this. So,
wow.
Yeah, so that's kind of our preview of our uniques and kind of what's coming into the game. Again, we're pretty excited about it. I think it's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Professor Adam Jackson, take a bow. That is incredible.
And again, that's not even everything. There's a lot of stuff coming to other uniques that are at that level.
Patch notes after the stream. We will be showing a comparison to every single unique and their changes from Season 4 to Season 5.
Where
so
was this?
Check out all this
what
changes,
happened?
That was a great overview
excellent, but
of all those changes. That is
it took
really,
so
really
long. What happened?
This brings us to our Q&A portion of the show. Let's all shift our legs at the same time.
Yeah.
So we've been following along in Twitch chat, and we've picked out a bunch of questions, and we're going to kick it off, tossing it over to Mr. Dan Tangway. How do reward choices work in multiplayer parties for Infernal Hordes? Does the leader choose the reward for everyone, or can each player choose?
All right, so yeah, let's talk about this. In the Infernal Hordes, when you're collecting Burning Ether, each individual collects their own Burning Ether. And we did this for the very reason that you're asking questions about. We wanted players to be able to go in and choose the rewards that they want to choose, not necessarily what somebody else gets to first or what the party leader wants. So every individual party member will have their own choice of rewards.
Okay,
awesome.
That
Awesome.
was the
Thanks
answer
for
we
letting
were
us
looking for.
Marcus, you got to read the names.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my
did I not say Eldrick?
Oh my
Eldrick.
God.
I won't forget you. Thank you,
the
Adam.
names.
Eldrick, thank you for that question.
Of course, you're going to be a stickler for that.
Yeah, no, it's a great, it's a great thing to call out because
the ladder behind you.
Because our next question is from Dartless.
Or actually, I think we have a question here on the lower third, which is this one. We've gotten a lot of these questions, so I do want to actually address this one. This is when are we going to hear more about Vessel of Hatred? Because we just had the Spiritborn reveal. We showed off the Spiritborn. I will note that we also are going to be at Gamescom. There's actually some Gamescom news that came out this morning. The Spiritborn will be playable at Gamescom. So if you go to the Xbox booth, you'll be able to play it there. So if you're attending that show, it'd be really awesome. There's actually going to be more news coming out at that time. So of course, tune in. And I will say, like, you guys have only heard a very small
there's a lot
fraction of
the tip of the jungle.
Of Vessel of Hatred. So we're really excited for Gamescom.
There's a lot of really cool things coming to the expansion that they haven't announced
Grab your
yet.
tickets to come to Gamescom.
I know some of them.
I'll be.
You guys
Yes,
are gonna like
exactly.
them.
Go to Germany.
Gonna be
Go to
pretty
Germany.
sick.
Come to Cologne.
Cologne.
Come to Cologne. There was some people confused in chat. This is a question from Dartless, who was saying, we can temper uniques now. Did I mishear that? Maybe that was a mistake being said. So Adam, if you want to speak
100%
to
clear.
that.
Cannot temper uniques. We want them to be different in that they do not engage with that system, at least for now. But no, you're going to be what I wanted to say or be clarify on is that you can get tempering affixes on uniques. Like they'll just drop with those affixes or whatever, but you can't like go to the blacksmith and manipulate them in that way. You can't temper them.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks for clarifying that.
Truly unique.
Adam.
Yeah.
It's Doffy has a question for Dan Tangway. Are there any plans to continue iterating on the Infernal Hordes in the future since it's a permanent addition? Are there going to be more boons and banes coming?
This is an excellent
That's
question.
a great question. And
That's what
yeah,
I was
just
saying.
To reiterate what you had pointed out there, this is an Eternal Realm feature that's going to appear in the game forevermore. And so this is just the first version of it. I mean, you think back to what Helltide was in the base game and how we've iterated on that over time to get it to where it is. We're going to continue investing similar levels of effort into the Infernal Hordes too. And so boons and banes is something we heard a lot about feedback during the PTR. And so we absolutely want to make more improvements to the boons and banes. And so stay tuned. That's not going to hit in season 5. But we'll figure out where we can get it in future seasons.
Awesome. Great to hear that we're going to continue tinkering on
Well,
that feature.
they're going to fix it, but not in season 5.
I've got a really
guess-
interesting question
guess
from
I'll take it. I don't know.
Nano_imp with regards to
Mano-imp.
those.
That was
Mano-imp.
like my biggest
with regards to the
complaint.
damage increase per class resource.
Sure.
They're asking, is the Spiritborn getting 1% damage at 7 points if it's their main stat, just because they have a lower amount of weapons?
Yeah, TBD.
TBD.
I don't want to go into math on Spiritborn yet, but they'll be getting similar treatment to all the other stuff. All of this is kind of
They better
evergreen,
get the
so.
super godly uniques, Adam Jackson, from the beginning.
Luke Wee. When will we see the overhaul of the Paragon system? Would you consider removing the Paragon limit?
There are going to be changes to Paragon, but we aren't talking about.
Paragon changing.
Awesome.
TBD.
TBD.
TBD. Stay tuned. Love this name. Chicken Wing 929.
Love it.
Can the reputation rewards for season of the Infernal Hordes be earned on only one character or all your seasonal
That's
characters?
a good question. Finally getting some good
I
questions.
believe it's all characters, similar to like what we had for season 4.
That's what- yeah, that's
so
how
you
you did
can
in
actually
season
go back
4.
in and just play like go through the reputation board and then get another Resplendent Spark. If you
That's
want
really
to.
the question, let's be honest.
Really, that's truly the question.
Yeah,
We get
that's
it.
what-
Yes, you can get.
Pretty sure it's
additional-
character specific, so you can, yeah.
Nice. Systematic 5K, Adam Jackson. Will our existing uniques be updated with these new unique changes?
Yeah, we get this every round that we update them. It's the same rules as always, which is the unique power. When we update that, is your existing uniques will get that, right? So when we increase your damage range or whatever, that's going to get. But the stats, those are going to be legacy on any items that exist. So you're going to have to refarm your unique to get the new stats that are on them. And that's kind of the way that they're going to work going forward, unless we say otherwise.
Yeah, it's just how things work under the hood from when we do changes.
All I have to say to that is non-season Keck W.
Pudge _BP. Are there any plans for clan rework / improvements?
There are some changes coming for some social features. We're just not ready to talk
They're
about
finally
them
gonna
now,
fix the social
but
features?
you guys will hear about them soon.
Wow.
This one's kind of a design philosophy question for Adam Jackson.
Sure.
Evans423 wants to know, how future-proof is this system of static uniques when adding new / better tempering effects and new content?
How future-proof are static uniques when adding new tempers? Let me think. Semi, right? Because like I think it is something where if we add
is a tough
like new
question.
tempers or new affixes
Jesus.
or whatever, we will probably need to go back and update uniques that we wanted to apply to and make it work again. Our hope is that these uniques are going to be pretty like future-proof in that they're going to be very meaty in the amount of power that they give you. They're also extremely thematic, but I think we do reserve the right, like, if we find a new idea for existing passive or existing tempering that is introduced to the game and we want to put it on.
When did they ever say that they were static? They just did an update. They didn't say they were static. You can change them in the future again. Who said anything about static?
Stealth, or you drain more with your blood surge.
I never heard that one time. They didn't say that.
I would expect we'll probably be updating them as we go forward. Not probably as dramatically as this all at once, but I foresee that's probably likely, yeah.
Nice, yeah. Always tinkering, always updating.
Yeah. Speaking of which, about tempering, one thing that we forgot to mention, and I know we mentioned it at the PTR stream last time. I'm sorry, my earpiece.
They literally just said that they will change them in the
I'm
future.
scratching my ear, but I'm not. The greater I know there was a lot of feedback after season 4 regarding tempering and potentially bricking items. And one update that we talked about during the PTR stream, and I want to mention it wasn't in PTR, but is in season 5 specifically, is greater affixes will actually get additional temper rerolls on them
being
based
able
on
to
the greater
temper.
affix, quality of what they
that's
are.
what. Oh,
so
that's what they meant.
For like greater affix 1-star ones, you'll end up getting 1 additional.
That's a
temper
weird way to
reroll.
ask that question.
And then it grows by how many stars that there are. So that is going in season 5. So we mentioned it last stream. I just wanted to reiterate it because I actually forgot. We should have mentioned it again.
Sweet. So. Yeah, great to mention that, Adam. That's awesome. We've got a easy one here from Z Weapons. What is a mythic unique? There was a purple item during the stream?
Yeah, you can tune into our last stream for it. But yeah, basically what was Uber uniques is what people call them. It's basically like, the really best items in the game that have perfect stats and everything. We rebranded them to mythic uniques. They now have their own special color, special beam when they drop. They just got a whole treatment to really make them feel like the penultimate items that they
super
are in the
juicy.
game. Yeah.
That's awesome. Sophie0257, are they going to make it so that we can pre-download the update, or will it be available only on the 6th? That's a great question.
Yes.
Based off feedback from Season 4's launch, the patch will be available to download roughly an hour before Season of the Infernal Hordes launches. So that season goes live at 10 a.m. and roughly an hour before you'll be able to pre-download the patch to get into the
Better than nothing.
Yeah, and I know a lot of people are probably going why not multiple days and things like that. We're getting there. We're trying. But no, we got a lot of feedback about how things started immediately on the you could download and actually start the season. And of course, we want to make sure that people can be as prepared as possible. So 1 hour before the actual season starts, you should be able to actually download and get that all prepared. So as soon as the season,
it's better than nothing.
The season begin, which is roughly 10.
It's not nothing.
Specific on the day of. You can just jump in without needing to download. So
yeah. Skull MTV. Hey, great job. Thanks. Any plans to rework masterworking in brackets higher cost, but you can choose upgrades and tempering to make these systems have less RNG?
Nothing to announce at this time. We definitely have heard the feedback. We are starting with the first step of one of the things that we know feels really bad for players. I got how do I say? The more greater affixes you have on an item, the higher stress and investment you have to make it work the way that you want. So we are relaxing that, make it a little bit easier. Another thing that we're thinking about that's a little lighter is the tempering recipes, making them have 3 on average instead of 4 or more. Something that we're talking about moving towards, but nothing of overhauling the system and doing a major change at this time that we have to announce.
Cool. Thanks, Adam. Dan Tangway from Holy Smokes.
I think the system needs
their name
help.
isn't for Holy Smokes. Their name is.
Their name was Dan. I thought it was Dan Tangway asking a question.
A higher priority than what that sounded.
Their name is Frodo Bolson, but all the O's are zeros. How does the Infernal Hordes work in groups? Do you need only one compass per group?
So the Infernal Hordes, you only need 1 compass per group in order to be able to get in. Yeah.
Sweet, just like Nightmare Dungeon sigils. Awesome. Yep. All right, Ravask. Any news on reworked Nightmare Dungeons?
Nothing
for
announce,
today.
Yeah.
Nothing to announce.
I made the spreadsheets for nothing.
Sweet.
I'm never doing it
Green
again,
Zombie
Blizzard.
Studios. Can we expect cool new transmogs in Season 5 from salvaging items?
I am not sure. I know.
I literally gave them the answer every single season, and they still don't do anything with it.
Of new legendary aspects and uniques. Like there's like 50 new legendary aspects and uniques being added into season 5. So there's a lot of like more the back end type of stuff that affects a lot more so on the gameplay. But I'm not exactly sure if there's a ton coming in.
Yeah. So we can actually. There are a couple of new uniques in Hell that you can earn that will have all new looks to them that you can salvage
there you go.
and use as a cosmetic. Yep.
Bam. There you go.
Dan, the savior from Albany.
There you go. Frodo Bolson. Hot pancakes. Are there still plans for rare and magic items? I guess in terms of like a rework or
I mean, you removed them from the.
Yeah, I'd say nothing to announce today for that. Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
Well, you removed them from the Uber bosses. So.
All right. Checking through Mac and D's. Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way skills work?
Can we expect skill trees or support gems to change the way the skill works? I mean, we're not doing any skill tree overhaul right now in Season 5. I do think we have talked a bit on the team about having a desire of the upgrades for skills being like more impactful and really impactful. Nothing to announce today, but it is something that is on our radar and I think is cool. I think one example that we talk about a lot on the team is like the kick upgrade for the Barbarian, where normally, when we were originally designing kick, it was this idea that you have this like skill where you hit an enemy and you care about the geometry of the place around you and you want to hit them into the wall and then they get knocked down, take a bunch of damage and all this stuff.
Again, they kind of like brushed over tempering and they're kind of like brushing over the skill tree. I think this is one of the things that needs the most attention. Like, I get it. It's super basic to get people into the game, but I think it's too basic. I think it's so basic that it actually hurts the game. They're upgrading all of these other things. God, the skill tree is one of the things I would be looking at first.
I reference that upgrade a lot because I think it's really cool when you can convert a skill to like,
I think it's just
used to be cooldown and now isn't, or used to be about this utility and now it's just damage or vice versa, where it like really changes
more
what a skill does.
For sure.
We think it's really cool. It definitely would be a lot of work to like do that to every skill, but I think it's something that's worth talking about and pursuing. So it is on our radar, something to do, but nothing to announce today for it.
Awesome. Yeah. That's really cool. Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of our Q&A. So I want to give a huge thank you to Adam and Dan for answering all those questions.
Adam squared.
Adam squared, back in action.
Dan.
Hey, just like the PTR stream. You guys are back.
There you go.
Screw those Joes. Got them.
Yeah.
Got them, boys.
Eliminate. I'm just kidding.
And that brings us to the end of our Season the Infernal Hordes developer update stream. Just a few notes before we close out the stream. Just want to take a moment to thank everyone for tuning into our Spiritborn showcase a few weeks back.
Yeah.
It was really cool to show off that new class. It was such a huge moment for the team. So really want to thank you all for coming to check that out. And if you want to play the Spiritborn in person, as Adam mentioned earlier, we are going to be at Gamescom. So get your tickets, come to Gamescom in Cologne, Germany, and
it's gone. They're probably saying some really interesting stuff right now. Did the volume crash for them?
It just went up through the roof.
There we go.
Speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today and instantly...
Can they hear audio?
Oh, can everybody hear us? Twitch chat? Where did the sound go?
Okay, we're good now. We're good now.
Okay,
we're good.
Awesome. All right, thank you, chat, for keeping us up to date. Speaking of the Spiritborn, you can pre-purchase Vessel of Hatred today to get instant access to some items in-game before the expansion goes live this October. For Season of the Infernal Hordes, this season goes live on August 6th at 10 a.m. The patch will be available for pre-download roughly an hour before, and 10 a.m. is in Pacific time, for anyone wondering. Patch will be available for pre-download about an hour before the season goes live, so you can get in and get ready for the season to start. The 150 patch notes are going to go live after this stream for Season 5. So for anything we talked about across the stream today, that'll be available.
And see all the uniques and everything.
Yeah, check out those gifts. They're pretty spiffy. Team worked pretty hard on those. We also had the Season of the Infernal Hordes deep dive blog go live earlier this week, so a ton of information there as well. Stick around after the stream because we're going to be rating some Diablo content creators, so go and check them out. For Adam and Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany, thank you guys so much for joining us for this developer update stream today.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Really awesome
Thanks,
to go
guys.
through all the changes. And from all of us here, thank you so much to everyone at home for watching and checking out the stream. And we will see you all in Sanctuary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uniques.
Woo!
Wow. 1.5K up, 2 dislikes? Wait, really? I'll give them a thumbs up for that one. Okay, we're going to read the patch notes. Before we do, I took 1,000,000 pages of notes here. I have 3 full pages of notes about the campfire. So in case you missed part of it, let's go over this, then we're going to look at the patch notes, all right? So in general, this campfire was way better than I thought it was going to be. I thought there was going to be way less content, and I thought the content was going to be worse. And that's supposed to be a compliment. It's not supposed to be me insulting Blizzard, but I'm more excited for Diablo's future now because I don't know whether it was last Epoch's big changes or Path of Exile's Giga Chad League that they just had, but Diablo 4 seems to be they seem to be trying now. Not to say they weren't trying before, but anyway, okay, whatever. What happened? So they said future PTR is going to be better for testing. Nice. We spent all of our time looking for the gear. We couldn't even test anything. Improved access to the Infernal Hordes. You can get them from Helltides and Nightmare Dungeons. The compasses drop naturally. You can craft them at the Occultist. We already knew this. The waves are going to be way better. The bosses were way too tanky. They got nerfed. The difficulty goes up properly. More mini events, more spawn rates. They reduced the timer to 60 seconds, and your pets are going to pick up the material. Should be way more chaotic and honestly way more fun. You're going to get more, I guess it's pronounced ether, but there's an A. It's weird. I guess it's ether. The bosses now drop a reward. They used to drop nothing. That felt terrible. The chests are cheaper, they give you more rewards, and they scale better. So they pulled literally every lever. They're giving you more of the material. It costs less to open the chest. The chests have more rewards, and they scale. So we're going to get some like mega loot explosions maybe in like the highest tiers. They're bringing back the reputation system from Season 4, which people liked from the Helltide. And one of the questions that they asked in the Q&A was, can you do it with multiple characters? And the answer is yes, which means you can get multiple resplendent sparks for playing your alt, which guarantees you eventually an uber unique. You can get the reputation much easier rather than just Helltide. The XP, this is the most interesting thing that they said, but they didn't explain this at all. The XP that you gain in the season goes up as you raise your reputation. I'm very interested to understand how this works. What is the increase? Is it a separate multiplier? Because I really care about leveling and leveling fast. So this is, I want to know what this is. We'll figure it out eventually. And then in the rewards, you're going to get uniques, a ton of crafting mats, and at the end, you'll get that resplendent spark to craft your uber uniques. They extended the seasonal quest line from all the way to the beginning. Some people will care about that, the people that like lore and quests, so there you go. They have new leveling dungeons. So we used to level up, the fastest way was in the dopamine tunnels. It was by far the best way to level, but a lot of people didn't like it because all you were doing was half of a dungeon, and that's it. So a lot of people find that boring, understandably. But this might be the new XP meta, and they emphasize that there's very good loot in these new leveling dungeons. So, and the new leveling dungeons are kind of like mini versions of the Infernal Hordes. So how good this is, we're going to have to see, but maybe this is going to be better than Helltide. But then at the same time, then they buffed Helltide. The chests are cheaper in World Tier 1 and 2, and you can get all of your whispers in a single zone. So Helltide is the best, and they buffed it, but now they have these new leveling dungeons, which are supposed to compete with it. I've never seen them, so there's no way I will know which one is better. Profane Mind Cages are back. These raise the monster levels by 10, and it stacks up to 3. So now you can fight monsters 30 levels higher than you. This is one of the only changes that they're making in the game that adds difficulty. Almost everywhere else, they're making the game easier, which we'll talk about later. the legendary drop rates are now buffed at 100. It's going to be way easier to hit level 100. So when you reach level 100, you're going to get better loot. So that's a nice incentive for hitting max level. Enchanting no longer costs Angel's Breath. This is a surprising change to me. I thought they would just lower the cost rather than removing it. But that's the way that they decided to go with it. They lowered the crowd control, and you can now potion while crowd controlled. This actually killed me last time. World bosses have resilience, thank God, because they weren't even a fight before. The pit bosses, let's start with this one last. 3 stacks now apply for the shadow dudes, and when you get hit 3 times, it's now the previous level of damage. This seems like a good change. It rewards you for playing well, for playing skillfully. I like this. They removed a lot of the mechanics that just instantly one-shot you. I've got no problem with that. This seems like a colossal nerf. 66% reduced damage. I mean, that's so significant. So now, before where this was like the main challenge, it's hard to imagine where the challenge is going to come from at all, especially with all the other buffs before. So I think like this patch is a significant improvement to Diablo 4 as a whole, but the thing that they need to start focusing on now that they're improving the base game is you have to add some stuff in the endgame that is truly challenging. It's very hard to find a single moment anywhere in the game that is going to be challenging with what we know so far. Group play now gets 100% of the rewards in the pit. That's fine. We just need an SSF mode. I'm sad we don't have it already. Endgame bosses can be resummoned. Beast in the Ice is easier to summon and walk to. Varshan only requires 1 material. So this is interesting. The endgame bosses were dropping tons of yellows. So one of the first pieces of feedback that I gave Blizzard was stop giving us yellows and just give us gold. They said we don't want to do that because we have plans for the yellows and we're going to keep the yellows in the game for our future plans. Now they removed the yellows and replaced it with gold. And so this specific question was asked in the Q&A, what's the plan for yellows? And they said, nothing to announce at this time. So now I'm wondering if blues and yellows are ever going to have a place in the game other than when you're like level 10. So I don't know. The tormented bosses have buffed loot. The XP from monsters is now capped at 30, which this is a buff to you leveling up. It used to be capped lower. Now it's capped at 30, and you apply the multiplier to it, and you're getting a new multiplier, I guess, from the new progression system. So this just means you're going to level up much faster if you can farm harder content. They made some bug fixes. They buffed Necro Shielding Storm, which was already great. They buffed Barb, Dust Devil, and Earthquake. It was already great. They're addressing Barbs being too strong. They're changing how much damage your core stats get. Barb is the same. Rogue got a little bit better. Sorcerer, Druid, and Necro are getting significantly better. This is a big buff. The key passes for the Barb have been lowered to bring them more in line with the other classes. And they're going to buff the other class mechanics coming up. For Barbs, Hoda is getting stronger. And Upheaval's going to get way better because they updated some of the uniques. Sorcerers are getting colossal buffs. Their uniques are way better. They're getting just 20% more damage just for nothing. Their defensive buffs are going way up. And the Paragon is getting increased, or getting buffed from increasing the caps. Druid is getting a lot of quality of life and damage. Cataclysm's now going to consistently hit the enemies. People hated that. Perfect Storm, Seismic Shift is buffed. Paragon buffs and uniques are being shifted around so you can wear more of them to make more builds. Rogues didn't get that many changes. Flurry is buffed and some other things are buffed. Not too many. They're buffing Blood Necro and Lucky Hit across the board. Uniques. So this was probably the most exciting part of the entire stream. They're finally doing what I've been crying about since the alpha. We keep having uniques that say, Fireball throws another fireball. or 10% attack speed, or 20% damage, or all the memes for the damage on Tuesdays. Now they're making dramatic changes to all of the uniques in the game, and they're breaking a ton of the rules that they previously had to make them quite crazy. So we'll have to go through the patch notes and look at all of them. But for example, Fists of Fate gives you 50% lucky hit chance. Grandfather now just gives you 300% increased damage. They're changing the way that like passives interact and the class mechanics interact. It's actually truly exciting for once. Like from a theory crafting perspective and a building perspective, this is an area historically where games like Last Epoch and PoE have killed Diablo for. Now that they're opening up everything and being way more brave, it may actually be truly fun to make these crazy builds in Diablo 4, especially in the future if they can add more challenging content to test your builds within. Then we got to the Q&A section. They asked about Infernal Horde group play. Everyone's going to get their own rewards. The leader's not going to choose your rewards for you. There are going to be a lot of expansion updates. There's going to be some huge changes coming. I know some of them secretly that I cannot share. It's Blizzard's thing to announce. Some of them are quite significant. You're going to like them a lot. I'm almost certain about it. They're going to have new boons and banes for the mechanic, but not in Season 5. This is a little bit disappointing. I thought this was one of the biggest problems with the current system. At least they acknowledged it's a problem, and they are going to change it. I guess they just ran out of time. So it is what it is. They're going to change the Paragon system. They said stay tuned. The progression within the new reputation system is character specific, so you can get multiple sparks. That's good news. The new uniques, if you had old uniques, the powers are going to update at the bottom, but the stats won't. So that means you need to farm new uniques. I just ruined my document. Uniques will continue to be iterated on, and they talked about tempering with uniques. Are they thinking about that? They just said they'll look at it in the future. There will be a pre-download for the patch. That was a huge problem in Season 4, so you will have that. Tempering, they're looking for improvements. Like, for example, they say some of the recipes have too many choices. They want to have like 3 max. But they're not planning a pure overhaul. It's only costs 1 compass per group. Rare and Magic Future, we already talked about this. They didn't say anything. And they kind of said that they might update the skill tree in the future, especially with the upgrades to the certain things. I got to be honest, I wish this was a much higher priority than what they made it seem like. I think this is one of the areas that Diablo is the weakest in, kind of like with the build creation. I think Last Epoch and PoE crushed Diablo 4. I understand why it's simple, because there's many different mechanics that they're trying to implement, and they want this to be simple to get people into the game, so the barrier of entry is very low. But I also think there is a situation where your skill tree is so basic that it actually hurts the design of the game, which is where I think the skill tree sits right now. So I hope in the future, again, I hope it doesn't take 1 to 2 years to update this. I think the skill tree should be a much higher priority than what I was hearing. I would like to see some significant improvements to this. I would like to see more choices, more impactful choices. So picking your skill tree is a lot more of a journey than it currently is. It's pretty much a formality right now. If you're going to play Shred Druid, have 10 random people make a tree for Shred Druid, and the differences between them will be almost 0. That's not the way it should be. But with that out of the way, this campfire had way more in it than I thought. I thought we were going to get some basic updates to the Infernal Hordes, and they were going to call it good. There were a lot of things in here that I just straight up didn't know, and the effort from the teams seems much higher than on the previous patches to me. And I think this is really good for the game. I genuinely wonder if Path of Exile and Last Epoch's efforts are making Blizzard step up. So I guess when competition is high, I guess the consumers win, is the economic policy there. So I'm very, very excited about this. PoE kicked them in the Jimmy. That's the first thing I read. Okay, patch notes. That was the summary if you missed the campfire. Patch notes, should we look at them? Does anybody have a link for the patch notes? Macro just messaged me, said, my chat wanted you to know that they said hi. All right. Thank you. Okay, patch notes. Oh God, I love patch notes. Okay. Are we ready, boys? Guys, thank you so much for the subs and the primes. I appreciate you. Guys, okay, before we do the patch notes, I do want to do something for 2 seconds. Let's do a little poll. I want to know how you guys are feeling. What did you think of the campfire? 10, godly. 7.5, great. 5, meh. 2.5, terrible. 0, back to PoE. Okay. Let's see what people say. And then we're going to read these patch notes. I'm going to spam the poll right here. There's the poll. I spammed it a lot. Vote if you care. Back to PoE. I mean, I'm going to go back and play PoE 2 later, but I wouldn't give it a 0. The campfire started off a little weak, but the unique part really saved it. They need to get your mappers to level 10. My mapping is level 2 right now. Not even close. There's a lot of votes. Damn. Like, we had like 1,000 votes. Cool. We'd had 1,029 votes. I sent them a message and I said, being brave with your changes opened up the game a lot. It'll be way more fun to be both a player and a theory crafter. I've never seen results this good for you. So do more of that, Blizzard, is what I'm saying. You need to look at tempering again. You need to expand the skill tree, and we need some challenging content. You need those 3 things, and we're going to have a competitive ARPG here. Thanks for voting, guys. Okay, let's look at the changes here. How many waves was it before? Was it 5? I don't remember. What was it originally? I don't remember what this was. I guess it was 5 before. That's what I thought. Is it 5? So, okay. All right. I mean, I guess that's fine. The timer is down a lot in one more wave. I don't know. That's about the same. The number of monsters encountered has been increased. Thank you. It was boring just killing 3 monsters. This needed to happen. Good. We know about this. Good. Okay, I like that. We know that you pulled all the levers here. Okay. I don't even know. Are Angel's Breath going to even be valuable next season? They're raising the Angel's Breath drops, but they removed it from enchanting. Are we even going to need Angel's Breaths anymore? What do they even do? Angel's Breath is required for elixirs, right? But we can't have dual elixirs. They got rid of that. Yeah, so, but they we used to do dual elixir and an incense. We lost the dual elixir, so we need them because they're pretty. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, because they're pretty. Oh, well, of course. Okay, this is important. It feels very stupid to kill the council and get nothing. Okay. And this is nice. Okay. Okay, well, this was super overpowered, so this was rogues, right? This is the rogue thing. The first time we read that patch note, we knew it was going to be so busted. We read that, we're like, are you serious? They talked about this on the stream. We know about this from the stream. We know about this from the stream. Okay. Okay, let me read through this. Nothing crazy. Okay, there must be a bug here that they fixed. Wow, get wrecked, rogues. Okay, rogue is the buggiest class ever. Okay. Let me just read this real quick, sorry. We'll get to the good stuff here in a second. We got to have our meat and potatoes before we get to the dessert. I'm just looking for anything super significant here. This might be significant. All the flurry players are getting screwed over. This is also a buff. I don't know why this would matter. Why are you switching equipment mid-fight? That shouldn't matter. Okay. It just says enhanced lightning spear just didn't function, just straight up. Well, okay. So they buffed Axial Conduit. This was the chain lightning sorcerer we were hoping would be good. There, thank you. You guys remember the stream where I sat there for how many hours on the stupid dummy and made those Excel spreadsheets of and pulled up the slowed down we slowed down the chains to 0.25. We had the spreadsheet and the calculator out and trying to calculate exactly what was happening, and it was just seemed to be completely wrong. It looks like they fixed it with these 3 things here. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, this was weird. Yeah, when you went to Helltide, if you get it, you'd get a gift, and it would drop nothing, no items. Glad they fixed that. I forgot about that one. Okay, interesting. Yeah, this was weird. You would fight the pit boss, and the number one way to kill the pit boss would be to die. If you died, it made the boss's health go down faster than you could actually kill him. Thank God they fixed that. Huh. Okay. Okay. Okay, here we go. Game updates. The items and the tempering recipes. Okay, here we go. I mean, I don't have these memorized. Like, what was the change here? I'd have to look in the game to see what that even means. 40% movement speed. Damn, charge barbs are back. You do double damage and you have unlimited spirit. And then, is this the one that they moved to the ring slot so you could have the gloves? So are these patch notes what they already did? We only have to read what's in red. This looks familiar. We only have to read the red, guys? I feel like we've read these already. Is it just the red stuff from the last one? Yeah. Yeah, only the red. Okay. I was like, wait a minute. So they moved it to a ring. Okay. This is going to make this way faster. Okay, that's not that significant. Okay. They said that they didn't change much for rogues. Okay. Huh. So they fixed a bunch of bugs, which made it do no damage. So now it actually is supposed to be really strong. The top end went up barely, but the bottom end went down tremendously. So we're going to have to fish for our axial conduits. Fireball Sorcerer it is, boys. Okay, let's read this. This is important. This is, I think Northwar and I were talking to Blizzard in the, if I remember correctly, we were talking in the partner Discord about chaining an additional time was nowhere near as good as just doing more damage, and we still can't do shit to bosses. So this should be significantly better. Not only is the chance way higher and static, but it also gives you a much higher, it gives you a huge multiplier and it doubles it. So this should be, with the bug fixes, significantly better. So that's a colossal change, if I'm reading this correctly. Okay, we know that. Wait, a visual gallery? A visual gallery? Dude, I love visual. You guys want to read or do you guys want to look? Dude, I don't know about you guys, but I can't read jack shit. Bro, how long are these patch notes? Oh my god, man, come on. Where's my gallery? Okay. Can I, let's see here. Okay, how do you guys feel about going through all of these? How do you feel about that? We missed the skill updates. Okay, you're right. Did they change a bunch of the skills? They didn't. Okay, they said that already. Wait a minute. Where are the skills? Okay, hold on. Let's look at the skills real quick. These are the legendary aspects. Okay. Oh, but they talked about this. They said core and mastery is going up 20%. They talked about the ice armor stuff. They talked about this, didn't they? We know about this. They talked about this stuff. They said pretty much all of them are going up 20%. Right? Okay. So we should be good there. It's exactly what they already talked about. Okay. Starless Sky is uber unique. So this is a colossal buff, right? A huge buff. Because core damage is additive, right? With all of your other damages. This is 2 to your skills. So that's a way, way higher increase. The lucky hit chance was doubled. The critical strike was doubled. And attack speed is usually much more of a multiplier. It is much more of a multiplier for almost every build, unless your attack speed capped, than critical strike damage. So this ring, this was already, in my opinion, I already thought this was the second best item in the entire game. And now, attack speed is kind of like a multiplier, and this is way, way more damage. So this is a super god item, especially if you struggle with your primary resources. So that's insane. Okay. 114 to all stats on a one-hander, huh? 35% life, 10% DR. So DR is a stat that is almost impossible to find in the game. So just 10% reduced damage is super significant. Lucky hit, 5% chance to heal for this life. Remember, there is Fists of Fate, which give you almost 100% lucky hit chance. So unless you get one-shotted, a Doombringer now might be able to keep you alive forever, compared with a Fists of Fate. So if a Doombringer with a Fists of Fate might be essentially infinite sustain in the game. Man, and now the shadow damage went from 900 to 12,000, and again, it's going to be triggering essentially infinitely with the Fists of Fate. And the implicit is plus 100 damage instead of 17 critical strike damage. It's obviously a buff. That looks additive to me. So it's not double damage. If it was double damage on top of everything else, it would be crazy. So that's probably additive damage, which is nowhere good as 100% damage sounds, but it's still a massive buff. It's not conditional at all. So see, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been saying. I can show you guys a document that I wrote 8 months before Diablo 4 was even launched. I kept telling Blizzard, you want to know what I'm missing when I'm playing Diablo 4? I'm missing the Diablo 2 effect. I'm missing the Path of Exile effect. In Diablo 2, when I'm playing, I have a chance to find these like really good items, like a Shaco or an Oculus or an Arachnid Mesh. And there's a chance for me to find ultimate god items like a Jaw Rune or something. I don't have this feeling at all in Diablo 4. It doesn't exist. I don't feel it ever with anything that drops at all. And then, yeah, Mara's Kaleidoscope, Stone of Jordan. So Path of Exile has Mage Blood. Path of Exile has Headhunter. Path of Exile has Mirror of Kalandra. Where is this feeling? So then they release Uber Uniques, and it's kind of there. I am excited to find a Doombringer, but it was originally impossible to find. And then I had to kill Duriel 10,000 times and I didn't want to do that. And it wasn't that good of a reward anyway. But now, this weapon, if you get a Doombringer, it actually it's so godly. You have to put it on. It's so great. And it's got a big purple glowing beam for the dopamine hit. This needed to be in the game from the beginning. This is what we need. You need something to chase after. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah, it feels like winning the lottery. This was what we were missing the whole time, man. Ahavarion Spear of Lysander. I found this as one of my first Uber Uniques. I put it in my stash. I never used it one time. Okay, let's see. 159.5% critical strike, vulnerable, and overpower damage. Imagine if you crit and you're hitting a vulnerable enemy and you overpower. Do all three of them? All three of them must stack. They just add those to your stat sheet, right? They stack. It's all additive, but I mean that's 480 additive. I mean, the vulnerability is fine. The critical strike is easy to solve. Overpower is maybe the more difficult one. But again, what are you usually taking this on? A Druid? Druids can overpower better than the other classes, right? 18% to all stats. Percent. Wow. And remember, Druids have the best stat. They have the best stat buff now with 1 for 8. 66 all res, 33 movement. You can only get plus 100 movement. This essentially solves all res for you completely, makes you move at the speed of light. What that means is it opens up multiple rolls on your gear. And again, if you pair this with Fists of Fate, you can essentially never run out of resources. So Druids are going to be ultimate speedy boys. They want to inflict vulnerable and crit and get their overpowers done for they're going to have the mega big bonks. And they have the resistances solve for them. Okay. 150% damage implicit. It's additive though, but it's still good. 150 to all stats. Double what it had before. More maximum life, 20 to max resource, 300% more additive damage. Super strong. Melted Heart, here we go. 15% lucky hit, 25 movement, damage reduction while healthy. I wonder how that works. If you get hit at full life, and you get hit for 100% of your life, obviously, does it reduce the 15% from the entire hit, or does it reduce 15% of the damage above healthy? I don't know. It's from the entire damage instance. Are we 100% sure? Or is that something we have to test? Okay. Gain 60 maximum resource. If you take damage, 75%. Wait a minute. What's this? 3% max all res? So when they eventually, you know, this is copium, but eventually in the game, when they make the super hard content, this 3% max all res might be the best item in the game. Just for the extra DR? Maybe. When taking damage, 75% is drained as 2 resource for every 1% life you would have lost. Very interesting. I don't know if this is going to have a lot to do with the current iteration of the game. I don't know what you're going to need this for. Maybe the highest levels of the pit or the highest levels of the Infernal Horde or hardcore. But if they do build hard content into the game, the value of this item will go up. At least it has an identity. It's the DR item. Okay, Tyrael's Might. Let's see here. More movement. I'm glad all these make you move faster. 7.5% max all res. 20% DR. Damn, our skills do 0 damage. That's lit. I wonder what I wonder if they buffed it. So if you wear a Tyrael's Might with that melted heart, how could you ever die? And the Doombringer, right? If you had a Tyrael's, a Doombringer, it has 10% DR, and with the Fists of Fate, to have the lucky hit to drain your life infinitely, I don't know how you could die. You might be invincible. Andariel's. God damn it, dude. 666 poison res. God damn it, dude. All right, that one got me. Okay. All right, you got me with that one. Imagine this with a Doombringer. You just get the 400 life on hit with the life drain that has. 10% max poison res, yeah, of course. Duriel's never going to be able to kill you ever again. Oh, the poison went up a little bit. Oh, the poison went from 4,500 to 38,000 damage. Okay. So just, like a 8x multiplier. Okay. Just, 8 times the damage. Yeah, and the 30% attack speed. If you pair Andariel's with Fists of Fate and you're doing like Heartseeker Rogue and just going at the speed of light, you take the full build where you buff poison damage as much as you can with the poison imbue. And then you also wear a Doombringer. I mean, damn, they're making the game fun, man. These are actually items worth chasing after. A lot of people said, so 20% DR is absolutely, or it's not DR, CDR. CDR is so hard to get in Diablo 4. And it has the 20 DR. But a lot of, this was already probably the best item in the game. A lot of people were calling this a nerf. I don't think this is a nerf at all. When you build your character currently, you need 9,260 armor, I believe is the number, to get the capped DR on, or the capped DR on armor for all monsters. I don't think it's possible to reach that number without some kind of, either you take a Juggernaut or a Disobedience, or you take an armor roll. So the Shaco now solves that for you. And it gives you, 4 all skills, 20 CDR, and 20 DR. It solves a problem for you and gives you a ton of godly shit. So Maybe it's no longer the very best item in the game. Maybe it still is, but I don't think that's a nerf. 9230, okay. Okay, let's keep going here. Maybe these won't be as extreme because these aren't the mythic uniques. Potion capacity, that's useless. Okay, DR while unstoppable. Okay, at least that applies everywhere instead of just from close. So maybe that can be used by like sorcerers and something because you don't want to stand by the enemies. And let's see here. For 5 seconds, when you become unstoppable, you gain 50 primary. Okay, so these are not quite as extreme. I'd way rather have the life and all stats than what we have over here. Again, DR is very hard to come by, and I think this version's better than this one. Okay, let's see here. We tripled the all stats. Got attack speed again. Crit chance I would way rather have over critical strike. The lucky hit got improved a little bit. Okay, so not so crazy. Better, but not so crazy. Okay, this is an important one. Okay, what is this doing? Why is the quality of the right one so bad? I can barely read it. It's blurry. Okay. 90% damage over time is a significant buff. Lucky hit is the same. Instead of CDR, we're getting vulnerable damage. That feels like a nerf. Your damage over time have a 75% chance to deal less damage. So it's a higher chance. I wonder if this value actually went down or if they're using different weapons to show us the items. Because I don't know. I mean, I'm going to ask. Okay, Adam Jackson is typing. Let me see if I can ask him a question. Did X-Fall damage get nerfed, or did you use different weapons to take the screenshots? Let me see if we can get an answer. He's chatting with people. Give me a second. Okay, let's see if we can get an answer. Okay, we already got an answer. He already answered me. I didn't take the screenshots. I'm almost positive it's due to different weapons. So X-Fall, I don't think they nerfed it. It's just taking screenshots with different weapons. He's gonna dig around, but he's 99% sure they did not nerf any flat damage on any uniques. Okay, so Adam Jackson said he's 99% sure there were no nerfs to these things. So if we see a nerf, it was just different weapons with the screenshot. Okay, let's move forward. That's what I thought. Yeah, I saw the dot plus 90. Okay, let's look again. 175% damage to injured. Okay, that's much better than 28 to healthy. Physical damage is additive. Okay, but they tripled it or quadrupled it. Critical strike chance against feared enemies. Okay, it fears enemies. My problem with Butcher's Cleaver is, how are we going to fear a boss? So 25 crit chance is massive, but how are we going to fear a boss? Right, if it's staggered. How often are they going to be staggered? Yeah, so I guess you would use this on a massive stagger build, I guess. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be better than I think it's going to be. Okay, what do we have here? The attack speed got nerfed. I'm crying. More cold damage makes sense. I mean, it's literally Azure Wrath, so that makes sense. Lucky hit, 40% chance to deal. So that, they put Elemental Surge for cold on Azure Wrath. I like that. And they made the flat damage go up 20 times? 20 times buff? Plus, you also have this. And you get the buff here, which I'm not sure if these procs can crit or not. And the 53 all stats with cold sorcerers getting a buff to the damage that they get from their intelligence is multiplicative damage. So cold sorcerers might really, really want this. If you're doing Frozen Orb or Blizzard, could actually be very strong. Okay, this is a popular item, Banished Lords. 10% max life is strong. I like it. Looks like they put attack speed on everything. 58% overpower damage, 1 to your core skills. Okay, so this one, I guess they thought that this one was already pretty strong. Not seeing any crazy changes here, but this was already used a lot, so maybe that's smart. We saw this already in the campfire. Again, might be a good combo for a cold sorcerer. We've already seen that one. Okay, here's a new one. All right. So the evade reduction is better, and you're going to move faster. The movement speed went up slightly, 300% ultimate damage. They're going to give us the lightning res and a little bit less DR. Okay. Not a ton of changes here. I guess you use it if you're centralized around your ultimates. Yen's Blessing. Here we go. Okay, we got rid of the DR from close. I'm crying. Whenever you take away DR, I'm going to cry. Movement speed is a little bit better. All res is good. That solves a lot of stats for you. They put chance to restore primary resource. I don't think that's possible to even wear on boots, is it? It has a 50% chance. Okay, so again, not crazy changes on that. Okay, so just a little buff here. That's not much, right? Not. The Thorns is the same. Okay, nothing crazy there. Soul Brand. This thing is pretty useless currently. I've never seen anybody use this for anything. Double the barrier generation. DR while healthy applies to everybody more universally. No longer heals and instantly grants a barrier for 200% of the original healing. Okay. Wait. 30% DR while you have a barrier. This might be godly for sorcerers that can't survive stuff. There are so many ways to generate barrier on a sorcerer, and now your potion just gives you a barrier. So that's super ultimate giga defense for a sorcerer, potentially. This is the one that everybody is talking about. 52% lucky hit chance. That paired with things like Andariels and Doombringer. Oh my god. Crazy. Frostburn. First we get an 8% lucky hit implicit that we didn't have before. The attack speed went up. We get 182 additive damage. They're going to give us both of the elemental surges. And it's a 60% chance to freeze enemies. So it's going to be very good for stagger as well. But you can't use this with Fists of Fate. It competes with Fist of Fate. So that's something to consider. That's honestly kind of kind of brings it down a little bit. All right, so we have attack speed. Attack speed is like literally everywhere. CDR, that's very rare to find anywhere. Lucky hit chance to stun, okay. 3 to basic skills. Okay, so this might be for these like generator builds, these bash builds and stuff. Okay, so if you rotate between any non-basic skill and then a basic skill, it's going to echo to all of them, so it gives your basic skills AoE. So I'm guessing even like a dash would work for this, right? A dash would be a non-basic. And then they're all marked, and then you hit them with a basic skill and it AoEs the whole room. That could be very cute. Yeah, leap. Godslayer crown. Okay, this is very, very popular item. 40 to all stats is strong. The life is the same. 60% damage to elites is fine. It's additive damage, but it's all right. CDR went up. Okay. Okay, so not... Oh, wait. Against bosses, this effect triggers when dealing damage instead. I guess that's not actually a change, right? It's already here. They just put it down here. It was already there, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. I got excited for like 1 second. I was like, wait a minute. Godslayer was the way to kill bosses. So if I'm reading this right, it's a buff, but with the 40 all stats and the much higher additive damage, it's a buff, but nothing crazy. I think the wording here, if I'm reading it right, is actually functionality-wise the same. Jesus, Callie, fucking God. Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same. Unless I'm reading it wrong. 7% life instead of max life. Man, have they changed any item more than temerity? Bro, I have whiplash from... I don't even know what this thing does anymore. Damage reduction while healthy. Chance to heal life on lucky hit. Effects that heal you beyond 100% life grant you barrier. Up to 80% of your maximum... Okay, 100% of your maximum life. Okay. Okay. So, I mean, that's changed like literally 1,000 times in Diablo's history. Okay, so doubled the all stats on the Tassets of the Dawning Sky. I like movement speed. Here's more max res and all res, okay? Up to 15% max res to that damage type. I wonder, is there a combination where you can get 100% all res? If you took Andariels and Tyraels and the Tassets, can you actually be immune to poison damage, for example? Oh, they cap it at 85. Okay. They cap it. Okay. Yeah, they didn't say that they removed the cap. Ramaladnes, this has been changed a lot as well. 50% damage, 90 strength is good. So these are Barb uniques. You lose 10 Fury every second instead of 2. 10 Fury per second? That makes me cry. But maybe they thought with all the resource... Maybe they thought with all the ways that they gave you to gain resources that it would be fine. I don't know. That seems like a very, very rough... that seems like a rough penalty. 206 strength is huge. It's multiplicative damage. Damage to close enemies. It went from 47 to 270. Okay, just 5-6 times more. Okay. 14% CDR on a weapon. CDR on a weapon. Okay. We already saw this. It looks significantly better because a lot of the reasons is for this has gotten a lot better. This is huge. Multiplicative damage, 300% damage to burning, and then you get 10% more multiplicative damage for stacking strength. So that's a huge buff. More strength again. Death blow creates a shockwave. Okay, I'm trying to... 450% is pretty good. And this is much higher. So Death Blow might be on the menu, boys. We already saw this. They showed this in the campfire. Just double checking something here. Okay. We saw this in the campfire as well. So a lot of these things we've already seen. Finally, they're giving some of the damage actually to Frenzy, because Frenzy itself wasn't getting the actual buff, right? Other than in the stats. Now it's going to get damage there. Okay, 100,000 steps. Movement speed per walking arsenal bonus. When activating or refreshing walking arsenal, you automatically cast ground stomp. That's actually pretty cool. I haven't really messed with this because walking arsenal wasn't really on the menu because it kind of sucked. But now they're rebalancing the key passives. Maybe it will be good. Here's another thing that they disabled on the very first day because it was too strong. And then they nerfed it into oblivion and no one used it. It has DR on it. It had DR before, though, so it's actually a little bit of a nerf. Okay. It's a little bit of a higher chance. The 6 crit and the life is better. It's improving your DR a lot. It's additive damage, though. Additive damage only gets you so far. This is another thing that was, like, nerfed on day 1. Okay. Attack speed and movement speed on gloves, huh? Okay. 5 to Whirlwind. And they are increasing it significantly up to 70%. This should feel better. This is a really fun item to play with. Might be really good for farming. They're improving the power. They're giving you crit, attack speed, and strength. This is much better than what it had before. Okay. Let's see here. Everything is buffed while berserking. Okay, so we're just getting better stats over here. This is interesting. All right, let's look at this. Oh, well. We can't, well. Yeah, we're going to bring our ancients back. We can't tell how much damage they deal because they said that they didn't nerf any of the damages, so we don't know how powerful it actually is. 35 all res on pants, huh? We lost the DR though. That kind of hurts. 300% damage to the ancients. So if this number goes up and this one went up significantly, maybe they're going to actually chop, and they're going to be up very often. Okay, was this the malignant heart ring that they gave barbarians? Attack speed went down. Okay, so they buffed the multiplier here. Okay, nothing super crazy on this one, unless I'm missing something. Nothing super crazy there. We've already seen this one. The thing here is at the bottom, this effect can only affect each enemy once every 1 second instead of 4. So that's crazy. So you're going to be rending the shit out of everybody. That kind of feels like the Diablo 3 Barbarian. Okay, Waxing Gibbous. We already saw this, right? The guaranteed crit for 4 seconds might allow you on this build to forego getting crit anywhere else. But you would have to get a kill. So how will that work on bosses is the $1 million question. Very nice stats here. Willpower, life, CDR, 3 to every defensive skill. Looks like the damage has went up significantly. And this implicit is probably much better as well because it applies to this, right? Rax, you're going too fast. Well, I'm trying to stop on the ones that have significant changes, right? I thought Whirlwind doesn't scale with attack speed unless they changed it. Wasn't the testing in the original? Okay, my thing is starting to explode here. Let me get rid of some of these. For the longest time, didn't Whirlwind not scale with attack speed? Let me get rid of these real quick. Oops. Did we miss one? No, we just saw that one. Okay. They changed it and it does now. Oh, okay. We saw the gibbous, guys. We already saw the gibbous on the campfire, right? What do you want to look at about the gibbous? We saw this on the campfire. That the fact that Blood Howl gives you the stealth. Yeah, they showed this on the campfire, right? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I didn't connect those two items. Ah. So I read the stats and the powers together, but yes, that's how you solve it for bosses. Right, I gotcha. That's the line I was not drawing. Yes. That's a solve for bosses. How low can you get Bloodhowl's cooldown on bosses? Like, can you get it down to like 6 seconds? Like, how low can you get it? Oh, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, they changed the tag to be. Did they change that tag to be a shout? And so there's like powers that you can use to make the shout better? Okay. So that's that. Okay. Yes. So you're right. Yes. So if you focus on Blood Howl, and I'm guessing ranks to Blood Howl lower its cooldown as well, probably. So that should help it as well. They don't? Let's see. D4 planner. It gives you more life. Let me see. Druid, skill tree. Okay, give me anything. Doesn't matter. Blood Howl. Yeah, you're right. Kills reduce the cooldown of Blood Howl. It doesn't help me on bosses. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't give you CDR. That's too bad. That would have helped. But you got it to a point where you could insta spam it. You don't even need it to be instant. You need it what, once every 3 seconds? Okay. The Storm Strike change to chains to 2 targets is crazy. This might be really sick. Did they? Is that it's got to be a mistype, right, Tyler? That has to be a mistype for sure. Okay, Dolmen Stone. This is the boulder thing, right? I remember mods playing this. Nature Magic cooldown reduction. Okay, it had it on the last one, but it's giving us more. 4 to Wrath skills. That's a huge buff. Boulder's damage is increased for. Okay, we don't know what it says 0 before. Okay, so we don't exactly know how much of an increase that is because the last one says 0. The whole idea is to run the aspect that turns it to core. Okay. Adam Jackson said that what you saw today is definitely indicative of the direction that we are going to continue to take Diablo 4 in. So stuff like this is the future direction of Diablo 4. So again, to reiterate, the only thing we're starting to get some exciting things in the game. What we need is challenging content to take these exciting things into. Okay. You mean they're going to put fun in the game? Okay, so okay, so I passed along your feedback about the Dolmen Stone. Let's see what happens with that. Wild Heart Hunger. Okay. I'm seeing a theme. It's movement speed and attack speed all the time. I'm seeing a theme. So 1.5 stacking 20 is 30. Now it stacks faster and has double. Wait a minute, they're adding fun? There is proof that Joe Shelley is still the game director?
Also, like, I guess it's also like this kind of high-level coordination. Like, for example, if it's Joe Papiora, Joe Shaley, like, you know, for the live game.
Yeah.
And then I guess he's also talking about, okay, like, you know, in this patch you're gonna do that, and
Yeah.
that's like kind of like this, like idea of like a coherent product at the end.
100%. I mean, the I would say the three of us plus a bunch of other people, we're sitting down pretty much every day, and we're talking about the things that we're working on. Obviously, there's the core development aspect of it, but you know, we are meeting on an extremely regular basis.
So I'm not wearing my tinfoil hat here, but I'm not sure that that confirms it. That does still mean that Joe Shelley is involved. There is more than that than is. I mean, he did not. I didn't hear him say Joe Shelley is still the director of Diablo. He said that they're meeting. But maybe that is what he means by that. I'll be honest with you guys. Can I tell you honestly? Maybe this is a bad take, but I don't really care who the game director is. I care about what direction the game is going in. I liked what I heard on the campfire today, so I don't care who's driving the ship. Whatever the hell you're doing, do more of that. You know? Whatever. Whatever you're doing, do more of that. Okay, we have more life. Life attack speed. Yep, I knew that was coming. Okay. Okay, now we get 5 ranks to all werewolf skills. And Lupine's Ferocity. Plus 17% damage on a Druid unique. You know that wasn't a coincidence, guys. There's no way that was a coincidence. Yeah, it's movement speed and attack speed everywhere. 4 to Iron Fur, that's the big defensive passive, right? If I remember correctly. Going to 5 for Werebear as well. Okay. 4 is up to 6 to Lightning Storm instead of 3. They've doubled the multiplicative damage. The crit strike, the crit chance went up. And that distant enemy's additive damage should be significant. Okay. Tempest Roar, everybody's favorite unique. Okay. Okay. A little bit easier to get our spirit back, but it looks like good old-fashioned Tempest Roar to me. The willpower is nice. Okay, here we go. 4% willpower. That usually rolls on amulets, right? Again, they're trying to solve your armor. Oh, wow. That should be a massive, massive upgrade to Fortify, which is good. But correct me if I'm wrong, aren't Werebears already really, really good at generating Fortify? Aren't they already really good at that? Is this really gonna help? How does this help? Like it makes it even easier, but I thought they were already good at that. So what am I supposed to be excited about here, I guess would be my question. It lets you pick a different spirit boon. Okay. 20% wolf attack speed. Is this the one that we saw on the... We saw this one already. Dude, they took away the DR? Wah. But we get 77 lucky hit on the pack leader spirit boon. Okay, I don't remember what that is, so let's just look it up. What does that actually mean? Okay, so let's see here. Druid. Critical strikes have a 75% chance to reset the cooldown of your companion skills. So your companion skills are going to keep coming back. Okay. I don't think these are necessarily required level 100. They just took the screenshot on a level 100 character. Five to predatory instinct. I don't know. I'm just confused. Is this like a popular item? Do people use this with anything? Yes, no, yes. What is this? What is this used for? Your next non-ultimate costs no resource and has no cooldown. For the Werebear. It's used for Lightning Storm and Quick Shift. Okay. Gives you infinite trample. Okay, trample is not really my favorite movement skill at all. I've never played a build that used this. Played a lot. I've actually played a good amount of Druid, but I've never used this on anything. Huh. Gives you permanent roar for DR. Oh, okay. It's 99 billion instead of trillion. Okay. We got a response on the Dolmen Stone. They're saying that the way that they have it worded with the Wrath skills does work. It was bugged before to make Boulder not a Wrath skill anymore, but it was already fixed. It does keep the Wrath tag, it still synergizes. So they said that they said that it will work. So it works as they have it laid out. Okay. So let's see here. Earthbreaker. So they're giving us the inherent chance for it to cast twice in addition with the power spawning 2 on top of it. Looks like they're nerfing the attack speed. I'm crying about that. But they're giving us landslide ranks, which is good multiplicative damage. Yeah, so should be seeing a lot of landslides here with this tempering thing that they threw in there. Necro, Black River. So the multiplicative damage went up, and the size per additional corpse consumed went down. And it's got the implicit attack speed, which is 1,000,000 times better than the stupid life on kill. Damn, Marshall's playing a lot of Rumble. All right. All right. This gives us 13% armor instead of thorns. Probably a massive buff there. The armor goes on the shield as well. It solves your armor for you instantly. Lilith's Wall is already an excellent unique. It's got CDR on it now. So this is already great, and it looks like it got buffed. The attack speed is gone. Well, that's sad. But the CDR should synergize with Bone Storm, right? Yeah, and we've got the duration here, so they're giving us the tempering as well. 170% non-physical damage. The int is a huge buff. Not only naturally because it's a multiplier, but now you also have the changes for Necro. So it's a huge damage increase. It's like twice as high as the int last time. So that's really good. Get a higher multiplier. We're generating more essence. Is this going to be good enough? I don't know. They talked about this on the campfire. Or no. It was a different blood surge power that they talked about, not this one. Cast some mini Nova. We don't know what the flat damage is because they used a different weapon. I thought they were doing... I thought they had... But the one that they showed on the campfire, I thought they said blood surge attacks again on bosses or something. Okay, they did this. They did both. Okay, that's the other one. Okay. Okay, we have the same implicit blight projectiles to cast twice, and then 3 passives. We lost DR and movement speed. Those are usually pretty good stats. And again, we don't know the damage because they used a different character, it looks like, or a different weapon. So we'll have to see how good it actually is. 4 evade charges, and it leaves behind desecrated ground. Sever size, sever projectiles, DR, and Reaper's Pursuit. Okay, it looks like the damage was almost tripled, assuming that the weapons are equal. It's a big sever item. Mutilator Plate. This is Bloodlance. DR from Bloodlanced things, Bloodlance ranks, Bloodlance duration. The fortification got better. You're going to spawn more blood orbs, and the multiplier doubled. So this should be 17%. This should be better for Bloodlance. %135% damage after picking up a blood orb. And blood orbs restore 12 essence. When you pick up 3 blood orbs, a free bone spirit is spawned. And it deals bonus damage equal to your current life percent. So now you only have to pick up 3. And it's going to give you essence. And it's going to give you a huge chunk of additive damage. It starts August 6th. When is it? 10 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Pacific? When does the season start, guys? Corpse Explosion fears and slows for 4.4 seconds. $10 a.m. Okay, thank you. A little bit of a higher multiplier. It fears and slows, huh? Corpse attack speed. Okay, so the speed at which you can spam Corpse Explosion. This is what we were talking about here. Yeah, this is what they showed on the stream. Okay, looks super awesome with the drains 3 times from elites. Super cool. Let me close some tabs before my computer explodes here. Okay. Blood Moon. Curse duration, curse skills, overpowered damage. Your minions have a 7% chance to randomly inflict Decrepify or Iron Maiden. So they got rid of, is it one of the curses? You deal 100%, 150% increased overpowered damage to enemies affected by your curses. So it's just kind of auto cursing to give you a huge multiplier of damage. I skipped one? Oh, okay. This didn't even have, this was 70% overpower damage. Okay, it's still overpower damage. They just increased it by a lot. Okay, we'll go back. We skipped one. Oops. Okay. Oh yeah, the Bone Spear one. How could we skip this one? Okay, so it solves armor for us. We throw multiple Bone Spears. Forward a Bone Spear, but we lost the DR. I don't think any of this got nerfed, so we don't know how strong it is. It's going to be very interesting to see what this power is. But more Bone Spears for all. Okay, this has been controversial, right? 83 int, but that also, your minions inherit your stats too, right? 35% damage is kind of meh, but Thorns before was pretty stupid. It gives you 1 to all of the masteries. Okay, I like that. And then, but we don't know how strong it is because they, like, we really need to give them some feedback. We really need to give them some feedback to take the screenshots with the same character and the same weapon. We just same weapon and the same level. Yeah. We don't know what the changes are. We're just guessing. The lucky hit got nerfed. Movement speed is nice. This got buffed and the other two are the same. Okay. Well, Corpse Tendril got buffed, right? Got buffed. Okay, Rouge. Let's see what the Rouge has got. So it's a attack speed buff. The implicits are certainly better. The implicit is better. Okay, so it just got better. Nothing, I'm not seeing anything super crazy, but it looks better. The implicit is better here as well. We have a ton of dex, which will be very good. And rogue dex got buffed. The basic attack speed 2.5 times higher. 51% increased damage per combo point spent. Getting the lucky hit vulnerable. And now we have a 50% chance to generate 3 combo points instead of 30. Okay. Sky Hunter. 170 critical strike damage instead of 35. Okay. Here comes the attack speed. We see that everywhere. The critical strike damage, again, this item has 420. Oh, that had to be on purpose. 420 critical strike damage. 39% for marksman projectiles to cast twice. The precision multiplier went up and the energy went up. Yeah, we lost 104 dex, so they're really relying on you critting, right? And the first direct damage you deal is always a crit. So this is good at just walking around and one-shotting stuff. Sky Hunter is the walk around and farm Helltide and one-shot everything. We already saw this. I like, we saw this on the campfire. Looks significantly better. 50% chance to deal double damage and knock down enemies instead of knock them back. Pretty cool with the tempering on there. Eagle Horn. Vulnerable implicit. Chance for penetrating shot to shoot twice, 2 to pen shot, and malice. That's more damage, right? Oh man, this is a colossal increase. Okay. We saw this on the campfire. The ultimate damage went up 1,000,000%. Rain of arrows buffs everywhere. It's always imbued with all imbuements and receives your arrow storm benefits. Okay. We saw that already. All right. Same thing there. It just doesn't. I wonder why they changed energy to max resource. I wonder if that's like an expansion change or something. Movement speed is the same. Ultimate cooldown 2 to agile. Dude, we lost the DR so far. This isn't looking so great. We lost CDR and DR. Oof. I guess we got ultimate CDR though. So I guess that it just doesn't apply to everything. We got more ultimate CDR for the boots, but we lost the generic CDR. Okay, it's going to help you with resource gen as well. Okay. Got life. Movement speed when the inner sight gauge is full. 45% inner sight duration. That's cool. Okay, some better stats on that. Grasp of Shadow. Attack speed. We lost the dex. Instead of Shadow Clone damage, you're giving us all ultimate damage. And the core skills got nerfed. Okay, so you don't have to have them vulnerable anymore. And the multiplier went up. Okay, so they're making it a little bit easier to use. They're getting rid of the damage on Tuesdays here. Rogue equals you get more damage per dex, and then we took all of the dex off of your uniques. Crowd control duration. Man, rogues are going to be... Well, the duration of the crowd control, it impacts staggered, doesn't it? Man, we lost CDR on this one. And we lost CDR and DR. I mean, is this good? What am I going to use this for? Is this better than a Shaco? I'm not sure what the idea is on this one. Yeah, I wonder what the thought on this one was. If you've already crowd controlled the enemy, then the enemy is already very vulnerable and you're going to kill him, and you can't really boss. This isn't going to be good against bosses, is it? So what am I going to use this for again? I lost CDR and DR. I don't get it. Maybe this is really good and I just don't get it, but I definitely don't get it at all. It's useless before it's still useless. That one's very weird to me. Okay, we lost DR. Goodbye, DR. Candy, I'll play with you in a little bit. Okay. Okay, you want to just stand there? Okay, I'll just rub your head. Okay, way more life. 300% ultimate damage. Traps arm 1 second faster, by the way. Okay, oh wait, we got DR down here by traps. Okay. Okay, so this seems like a significant buff. And this is pretty cute. Traps arm 1 second faster. That's pretty cute, actually. Okay. Oh, we got some decks, guys. We got decks on something. All right, there we go. We got 90 decks. Enjoy it. Another thing for traps. If these screenshots are to be believed, then we're doing more shadow damage. Okay. Critical strike chance to each enhanced rapid fire bonus. I like the tempering on there. Got higher multiplicative damage. Okay, okay. Take it. 275% increased grenade damage, grenade size, 1 energy on the explosions, and CDR. Okay, that seems like a super nice change. We don't know what the damage is because of the screenshot once again. And there's more lucky hit chance on it. So Grenade Rogue, yeah, Grenade Rogue might be fun. Okay, guys, you ready? It's time for the Sorcerer. Who's been waiting for Sorcerer the whole time? Fractured Winter Glass. Here we go. So we lost the CDR. That makes me sad. We tripled the non-physical damage. We got the tempering on the amulet. That's good. Conjuration cooldowns are going to come up when your frozen orb explodes. Nice. We're going to be spawning them again. Callie, no, don't do that. We doubled the conjuration mastery. We have a much higher chance to spawn the conjurations. And they have a higher chance to throw the frozen orbs. So pretty much there should be frozen orbs everywhere. Okay. I mean, I'll take it. Let's close these 10,000 tabs again. Oops. Movement speed, movement speed. So we used to get mana cost reduction. Now we get triple the critical strike and we get 10 all res. Okay, 10 all res is actually not as helpful on sorcerers as it is on other classes, because sorcerers have int, which give you all res, right? Don't sorcerers get all res very easily? So we have a 10% buff to the power. Not super excited for that one. Okay, this is important. Raiment. Okay, we tripled the int, and int got a massive buff. We get 2 to glass cannon now, and we get more passives instead of damage to close and damage to stunned. Okay. After using teleport, they're stunned for the same amount. Okay. So, better. Not by a crazy amount, but better. Okay, here we go. Here's the fireball one. Okay, our crit chance went up a little bit. Our fireball attack speed doubled. We get all of our mana back. I love that. Fireball is the same. And now we get essentially 20% more damage because we can roll it to 0, right? So this is what I'm looking for. This is hopefully infinite mana and a big damage increase. The attack speed got nerfed significantly. Firewall size, okay, I like that. Firebolts cast twice and pyromancy. We're getting a little bit more of multiplicative damage. Okay. So pyromancy would apply both to firebolt. The skills don't apply it to the passives, right? So you're getting it to firebolt and firewall. Okay. Should be good. Okay, we're getting 180 int. That's a massive amount of damage. Massive amount of multiplicative damage. The meteor size is 27% bigger. Our CDR went up, and we're getting 6 ranks to meteor without the greater affix and without the master working. So that's going to be a shitload of damage. This is a ton of damage to meteor. The cooldown has a cooldown with 2 charges. Casting meteor throws 3 additional meteors around the target. Okay, so the wording was moved around, but essentially the cooldown is improved by 2 seconds, right? It looks like the same, but they moved the wording around. So Meteor Wizard, in the words of Adam Jackson, got Meteor. See what I did there? All right. Two seconds and 2 charges, but wasn't that what it was before? Meteor has 1 additional charge, and this just says it has 2 total charges. Isn't that the same thing, or no? it's 1 additional charge versus 2 total. So I think it's the same. Okay, the life went way up on Iceheart Brais. I don't know. I don't even know how to say that word. 75% increased Frost Nova size. Shatters damage echo. The Icy Bruz. I like that. Okay, Shatter, is that the Sorcerer key passive? See? Shatter. Yeah. After a freeze expires, enemies explode for 30% of the damage that you dealt to them while they were frozen. So what does this mean? Does that mean that the 6% gets added to the 30, so it's a 36% multi, or? I mean, yeah, is that what it means? Okay. And you have more chances to cast the more of a chance to cast the Frost Nova. Okay, Blue Rose. 10 crit is way better than 21 CHD. 170 additive. 350% ice spike damage. And it's giving us the double ice spike temper. So this is not the same. This isn't the same thing that the Blizzard throws, right? Is this the same thing that the Blizzard throws? By the way, here's what every class is going to get as their starter thing. Thank you for linking this. What you're going to get for, like, you'll get a full set of this: weapon swapping and knockback. Druid's going to get Cataclysm and Companions. Necro's going to get Bone Spirit in Prison or Bone Golem. Sorcerer's going to get Chain Lightning and Mana, and Rogue is going to get Flurry and Darkshot. All right, I'm going to play Sorcerer 100%. I'm playing Sorcerer for sure. All right. Talrasha. This is very, very, very popular. This is very strong already. The lucky hit got buffed. The non-physical damage got tripled. The CDR improved. We're getting a passive instead of the resource gen. They're actually gonna increase it. Wow, this was already really, really strong. And now it's even stronger, pretty much across the board. I don't even think they needed to buff this, and they buffed it pretty much across the board. I don't know how are you not going to use this ring? This ring is very, very strong. I think it's required. I don't know how you would make a build without this ring. It's gonna be almost impossible to make a build without that ring. It's so strong. I'm kind of surprised by that change. They put a tempering as the implicit on this wand. 153 int is a big buff. Incinerate went up a little bit, and you got the tempering again. And again, we can't tell how much of an increase this is, but according to this, this would be a 25x increase in the damage. I don't know. Pretty crazy. Here's Oculus. 3 to evade. We get in the massive int here. 650% teleport damage, Keck W. Teleport Nova size. So this thing plus 12 to teleport. Okay. And then we greater affix it, and then we masterwork it. So this is we're gonna need to make a full Oculus teleport build to just one-shot everything instantly. Okay, this is the Fireball Staff. 170% fire damage. 360 int. Okay. Alright, I'm definitely playing Fireball Sorcerer. Alright, I'm gonna play Fireball Sorcerer. That's what I'm gonna play. I mean, fucking crazy. This is fucking crazy, man. I'm gonna play Fireball Sorcerer, I'm almost certain. I mean, it's just way too strong. Here it is again. Essentially the same staff for charged bolts. It's like the same thing, but for charged bolts. Very strong. %, int. 500% crackling energy damage. I wonder, can you synergize can you synergize the Oculus with teleporting and crackling energy? Is this a way for us to... Is there some way we can do that to blow up the entire screen by just teleporting? Let me see, in the skill tree. Teleporting. Yeah, here we go. It forms a crackling energy hit. Man, the mystical teleport plus the Oculus plus this. That might be the ultimate speed farming build. It might literally clear a nightmare dungeon. Like, you'd have to tune down the damage so your teleport can kill something if it's possible. But you might be able to make a build where you hold down teleport, it's up infinitely, and you just pentakill the entire nightmare dungeon in 20 seconds. Gone. But the random teleport, I think, only happens... Let me see. I thought it was only when you evade. It's only when you evade that it's random, right? So what if you just teleport instead? Don't evade, you just teleport. And Metamorphosis could fix it, yeah. Okay, well... That took a while to go through. We looked at every single unique. Would you guys agree that in general, this is a major shift in the right direction for Diablo? Would you agree with that? They don't have the new uniques in here. This is amazing for casual players, but for the top 1%, we're gonna hate it. I understand the sentiment of what you're saying. I think the sentiment of what you're saying is like true, but I think literally it isn't true. And I'll explain why. This season is more fun for me than last season. I can already tell you, but it's not. But the reason why you're making that comment is because you make a really powerful, cool build, and then there's really nothing to do with it. So for the top 1% of players, it's just easier and okay, whatever. But I actually still think it's more fun for the top 1% of players because last season I had nothing to do. I didn't have the opportunity to make a really cool build. I didn't have that opportunity. I just made the same boring ass build over and over and over, and then I did nothing. Well, this time I'm going to make a really cool, awesome build and shit on everything and then do nothing. So at least I did it with a fun build. And at least maybe I could spend some time theory crafting builds. I mean, you gave me something to do. You gave me something to do. Now, if we can just get some difficult content in the game. Now we'll be in there. There's crazy damage reduction on Esadoras. 2% DR per crackling energy. Oh my god, can't you get like 1 million of those charges? Theory crafting in Diablo 4 is like swimming in a puddle. Same comment on that one. I think that the sentiment of that has been true for a long time. I think with them making these changes, finally, with them doing crazy stuff with some of the affixes, now you could engage the mind, right? Now you can think of things and do crazy things. 100%. The theory crafters, the Maxroll build writers, the community are going to come up with some crazy, super broken, overpowered combinations that just erase the game. Which is cool. They're going to probably have to tone it down for the expansion, but we're going to have a lot of fun here. I'll be honest with you. I think Blizzard needed this. They needed something like this. The last Epoch changes were pretty significant. The PoE just released probably the best league for any ARPG ever. And I was very worried that we were going to go into this campfire and get some mediocre changes to the Infernal Hordes, and we were going to call that Season 5. And I was like, oh my god, please no. This is a lot more than I was expecting. They did a really nice job here. They did really good in Season 4. So they did really bad on the launch, really bad in Season 1, pretty good in Season 2, horrendous in Season 3, very, very good in Season 4, the worst maybe ever in the Season 5 PTR, and then very, very good, it seems, on Season 5's launch. So lately, their track record, other than the terrible PTR, has been pretty good. It's a hell of a lot better than how they started. I'm starting to see a little bit of consistency here, because Season 4 was very good, and it looks like Season 5 is going to turn out to be better than I thought it was going to be. So, starting to see a little bit of consistency here. Yeah, holy shit. Imagine if they didn't do the PTR. If they didn't do the PTR and had everyone and their mom being like, what the fuck is this? We would be in trouble. PoE is still better than Diablo 4. PoE, in the ways that PoE was better than Diablo 4 before today, all of them are still true. In the ways that Diablo 4 is better than PoE today is still true. Diablo 4's got way better graphics. Diablo 4's got a way better engine. It's starting to actually shape up to be a pretty decent game, too. They're really listening to the community. Some of these changes, I can tell, some of these changes are from listening to some of the Maxroll build creators going into the Discord and saying, this doesn't work. This makes no sense. Let me show you why. I can tell from some of these changes, because I read all of these conversations, that they said, okay, yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Let's start to make it. Like, when I was looking through these uniques, there were only a few of them where I was like, this update doesn't make any fucking sense to me at all. Most of them have a real purpose and some synergy to it. I think they are much more willing to listen to the community now than they've ever been before, which is a very nice thing to hear. Loadout should be coming soon, so I'm not spoiling anything because I don't know for sure, but the sentiment that I'm getting in the air about talking with Blizzard is I think there is a 99.99999% chance that we're going to get loadouts. Will it be at the start of the expansion? I don't know, but I'm getting an overwhelming feeling that they're going to give us loadouts. I'm like, I can't say that I'm certain because I don't know. They didn't tell me. But I did just spend a week in Seattle talking to everybody from Blizzard, and I talked to them for hours and hours and hours and hours about a lot of this stuff and about a lot of things for the future and about a lot of ideas for the game. And I kept telling them the tempering system is dog shit. The community events that you put on are terrible. They're horrible. We have to do a completely different at a way higher magnitude. I told them, you have to have loadouts. When you originally launched the game, you said that you wanted the character choices to matter, so you don't want loadouts and you don't want to make it easy to respec. But then you completely change the game, and the game that we're playing now and the direction that you're taking it requires that there are loadouts. Did they say anything about rune words? Well, I interviewed Blizzard publicly about a month ago, and I said, okay, so you're taking inspiration. So first of all, Diablo 4 should not be just you grabbing ideas from every other game and putting it into one game. Diablo 4 in some way needs to be unique. It needs to be its own game. Okay, fine. However, one thing that has not made sense to me, it didn't make sense to me in Diablo 3. It doesn't make sense to me in Diablo Immortal. It doesn't make sense to me in Diablo 4. The absolute gold mine, the shining star, the best thing that I think the Diablo franchise ever did was the rune word system. It has its flaws. You could improve upon it. You could iterate on it. But it was like as good as the Final Fantasy materia system, which PoE literally just put into their game. The PoE gem system is like the Final Fantasy VII materia system. So I asked them, I said, you were going to release rune words, and you said that you were going to call them rune words in the base of Diablo, but it was like a prefix and a suffix, and they were like way less powerful. First of all, that's not rune words. It has nothing to do with it. And that system, the way that you presented it, I read the blogs. I've been following Diablo. I've been a Diablo content creator for years and years and years. I've been following every single sniff of Diablo 4 content for forever. And a lot of like the newer Diablo 4 content creators didn't see like their original ideas, and they were like, the original presentation was so weak that we were like, bro, are you serious? And then they scrapped it. They said, we're not releasing rune words. So then I asked them in an interview 1 month ago, I said, what about rune words? What about the actual great system that you had? I remember the old system you were talking about. Are we ever going to see rune words? And the sentiment that I got from them is they really, really like rune words. And they it sounded like they put a lot of effort into that system in Diablo 4, but the presentation it did not go over well at all. It was not a good day for Diablo 4. That was a dark day. So it is my understanding that at some point we're going to get something like rune words. And well, it's one of two things. Either it needs to be the system that they presented, but it needs to have this overhaul. If the prefixes and the suffixes did crazy shit like these uniques do, okay, fine. Now that might be game changing and that might be exciting. Or they go back to what they originally did or a new idea or something. So to answer your question more directly, I am expecting at some point something like this. The form that it will take, I don't know. But very, very clear along with the community that the original thing that they presented and how weak it was would not get anybody excited whatsoever. So it needs a major buff. The rune words need to come out with the expansion. One thing that I'm absolutely certain about, they literally said it today, and some things I actually know that I cannot share with you. There's going to be a lot more with the expansion than just Green Monk. There's more. You're not paying $40 for a Green Monk. There's more. You'll see. I don't know if there are loadouts. I genuinely don't know. But if we don't get loadouts on the expansion, I'm like 99% sure that Blizzard's going to give them to us. I mean, I could leak everything and then Blizzard would hate me forever, so I'm not going to leak anything. Guys, I've been trained in my... I've signed so many NDAs with so many companies, with Maxroll and Blizzard and all these other gaming companies. I just assume I can't say shit about anything, so I just don't say anything. Say a bit, it's fine. Guys, you want to know why Blizzard tells me things? It's because I don't tell you guys those things. That's why they tell me things. I gotta close some tabs? Yeah, you're right. Best policy, don't say shit about anything. I don't say anything about anything to anybody. I don't private message anybody about anything. I don't have secret phone calls, nothing. I just sit here and say nothing. Can I leak what size hoodie I wear? This is a large, but I've lost a lot of weight in the last 2 months, so this is honestly, some of my clothes are like parachutes on me now, so I might actually have to get new clothes. I'm almost down 20 pounds, almost. Ask Macro or ask Woody what I look like in real life. Ask them. Ask them how fat and bald I was. My real goal was only to lose about 15. I don't think I need to lose any more weight. Like, I'm looking pretty good these days, I think. But I set the goal at 30 just because I think that would be very, very difficult for me. We like to go big or go home. But I'm at like minus 18 right now, and it's so hard for me to lose more, man. I'm not eating that much anymore. I don't really drink pop anymore. I've just been drinking water. My calories are not very high, and I've been swimming and exercising with Callie and Sarah. So it's very, very difficult to lose the next 12. Very tough. I haven't been lifting because my right hand doesn't even work. I can barely even hold a mouse. There's nothing wrong with coffee. What do you mean? I didn't say I stopped drinking coffee. I said I stopped drinking pop. The changes on this amulet tell you that they don't play their own game? What do you mean? This is going to be godly next season with the Oculus. What do you mean? This is going to be one of the best items. What do you mean this means they don't play their game? You miss Fat Rax? I'll tell you one thing. Fat Rax gave way better hugs. Way better. Players want more content. They want more missions and raids, not constantly changing the gear. Well, I agree with half of what you said. We definitely need more content, 100%. But I'm not mad that they changed the gear. Are you mad that they changed the gear? I'm not mad about that. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10", which I think is 178 centimeters for everybody else in the world that doesn't use the freedom units. .178 is 5'9". Is it? I thought it was 178 was 5'10". I don't know. 5'10" centimeters. 170 or okay, hold on. Why did it give me the value for 5.8 when I typed in 5'10"? Bro. Yeah, 178. What are you guys talking about? You guys are debating me. Your farm workers are starving. Okay, so here are my plans, guys. So my plans are probably to blast PoE for a few more days. And then starting sometime next week, maybe early next week, I'm going to start theory crafting builds all day long for Diablo. And I'll probably do a couple of practice runs. I'll tell you another thing, by the way. I'll tell you something interesting. Pretty much every season, I'm losing my voice. Every season, I play hardcore. And I'm going to start on hardcore and do the race to 100 or whatever. And we'll see if I can do it without dying, right? In the first season, I was in first place in the world, and then I had to stop because my hand hurt so bad I couldn't continue. And then I think Woody won, or Oogie Boogie won? I can't remember. I think Woody or Oogie Boogie won, maybe? I can't remember. Karn won on the launch. Karn won on the launch of the game. Yeah, Karn won on the launch. I wasn't playing hardcore. I got like 8th in softcore or something. I can't remember. In season 2, I actually can't remember what happened. I don't know. I can't remember. 3rd? I don't know. Can't remember. Season 3, I died. Remember, I died to the sideways Taco Bell fart that that Blizzard had to hotfix. Yeah, I can't remember. Might have been in 1st or 2nd and died to the Taco Bell fart that the Blizzard had to hotfix. And then in season 4, I got 2nd. Chronix got 1st, and 20 minutes later, I was 100. So we'll do the race. We'll see if we can actually win this time. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to re-roll softcore for the rest of the season. The reason why I'm going to re-roll is because I want to play with you guys. I want to kill the Ubers for you. We can do pit runs. I can help you farm your uniques. We can farm the really tough world bosses now. Whatever the hell you want to do. So I'm going to play softcore this season right after the race. If I die in hardcore, fuck it. I'm going to go softcore. No, I don't care about pushing the pit. I'm not going to use you guys to farm me the Uber uniques. I don't give a shit about that. I'll probably get all the Uber uniques just from how much I'll play with you guys, but I don't care. I'll probably get them all anyway, but I mean, who cares? I'll probably make all 5 classes. I'll get all of them to 100, and then I'll just play with you guys. I'm going to try to play with, if you guys want to play, I'm going to play with most of you. That's going to be the entire goal of this season. I'm going to make a bunch of super powerful characters that just shit on everything, and then I'll just play with you guys. I'll help you get whatever you want. Oh, you're struggling. You don't have time to level up. You can't get your build online. I got you, dude. I'll just bring you along. We can do Nightmare Dungeon 100s for an hour, and we'll get you all your glyphs to 21, and I'll play the same class as you. Oh, you can't get your Sorcerer stuff? I'll play Sorcerer. I'll just throw you all the gear. I don't care. I get a perfect whatever the hell. I get a perfect staff. Here, have it. I don't care. How would someone join me? I don't know. Like, I'll have to think of something. I don't know. Okay, so I need to take her down to go to the bathroom. She's been asking me for more than 20 minutes, so she really has to go. So let me take Callie out, and then let's play some PoE. I'll be right back. All right, dude, it's hot outside, man, and there was a massive storm that destroyed our trees. I just took Callie out. Had to take the dog out. All right. Damn, I could have at least turned the music on for you guys. What a bad streamer. That was a good campfire chat, man. That was a good one. Okay. You didn't lose any trees? Yeah, we got absolutely fried over here. Oh my god, all my ships are back.
Just got some in from Kalguur.
No divine, it's a shipment. No divine, it's a shipment. I'm crying.
Always a pleasure.
Any bad shipment is a shipment. This has damage over time and fire damage. I'm very surprised that that's only worth one chouse.
Tighter. Oops.
How bad were the nerfs for Season 5? Almost nothing got nerfed. What do you mean? Nerfs? You mean for... Do you mean for the Barb? Barb got nerfed, I guess. Have I watched the campfire chat? Yeah, I covered it completely. I think I think Lee already put a YouTube video out. Wow. Seems very good. Man, that reflect just ruined this completely. put that in there. Oh, whatever. Let's just throw them all in there. And let's sell these. Class ranking when? I mean, it's going to be very, very hard to tell. It's going to be very hard to tell because there's such dramatic changes everywhere. It's another shipment. Wah. This has doesn't look like any of those are good.
Not bad, not bad. Onward and upward as Danik might say.
And we don't have much here.
Hail. Let's make some dust. That'll do.
What can I do? Bye now.
Okay, we have finally put away all the shipments because everything that we found here was terrible. And then we put 8,000 dust. And we set sail for fail. These guys want Auric Chalum, corn, and blue. Guess we can do it like that. These guys want Crimson Isle and Bismuth. So not corn. So we can do pumpkin and wheat. And then 8,000. All right, get it moving, boys. Get it moving, boys. 4 out of 6 on the crew. Yeah. I don't have very much money is the problem. Or a Calcum. Or a Calcum, okay. So what we're doing here is we're trying to find something that lets us move the Apothecary card to Dune's Where's My Car. I don't even know what it looks like, though. The new vid was goated. Did it help you? It shows up in your map as Nameless Seer. Do you know the odds of getting him in a T16 map? Do you know what the odds are? Are they like really bad? You only found one in the entire league. I have never seen him in a map, to my knowledge. How's my diet going? Good. I've lost a lot of weight, man. I've kind of hit a wall though. It's becoming much harder for me to lose weight now. I don't care so much if I don't lose any more from here. Because I think I've lost plenty. Pretty happy with how I look. But I mean, you could always lose more. I don't know, we'll see. The ultimate goal would be to lose 12 more. That's going to be very difficult to do, though. Can you buy the item that moves the card off the auction house? Is it purchasable or no? You have to do divination scarabs. Yeah, is there any way that I can increase my odds of finding him? Do you guys know any tricks? The only reason I'm doing this map is to find that thing. Go slow and get lucky? Does going slow help? Okay. One run in the books. .609 lightning, wow. Am I gonna do a video for my build and class predictions? I'm sure I will, yeah. And I'll have a leveling guide and I'll have everything ready for you for Diablo 4 for sure. I don't understand why people call this map like a prison. Like, I guess they feel obligated to run it to try to find an apothecary, but I think the map is actually kind of nice. They don't like it because it's not Dunes. Well, I mean, Dunes Where's My Car is clearly better. I mean, everybody knows that. And I don't have any room to hold anything, man. Wow. Such a nice belt, man. PoE 2 is going to fix a lot of issues. Which issues are you referring to? Are you referring to one in particular, or? When am I going to T17? God, that's a good question. I was gonna burn through... I was gonna try burning through these Crimson Temples that Jizzarin gave me. To see if I can move the thing to Dunes Where's My Car. But I don't know if I'm ever going to see this guy, because I don't think I've seen him once the entire league. So I don't know how I'm going to magically find him now. Have you been blasting all day, Zevi? Is it going to be really obvious when we find him? Is it going to have like an icon on my mini map that he's there or something? There is a mini-map icon. Okay, thank God. Please spawn, buddy. This is what, map 3? That dropped me nothing? Wah. I don't know why, but my guy feels a lot stronger. You've been on for 8 or 9 hours, so you're just frying. Do you have an actual DPSing character, or do you just have your aura bot? I mean, this gives me a chance for a Chaos Orb, so let's do that. I need to start seeing if I can buy my... I need to start seeing if I can buy my jewels that I need. Looks like I think I missed the boss. Oh well. Nameless Seer's not in the... Oh, I see where it is. He's not in the boss room, is he? Doubt it. None of that's any good. Do I have a link for a good loot filter to use with this build? I'm just... Zizzarin's loot filters, his generic ones, are good. Fub guns are good. I like Fub guns loot filters. The reason why is he hides pretty much everything. Fub gun and I have the same mentality toward kind of picking up items in the game. I don't really want to pick up anything unless it's extremely good. I'm just too lazy. Like, early game, that's probably not the best strategy because you're so poor, you know, you'll take anything you can get. But I don't know, when the game is dropping me stuff everywhere and my inventory is full in 2 seconds, it's actually very, very disengaging for me. Einhar's Memory of Crystal Prisons. What's that? The loot filter likes that. Is that a good item? Yeah, the loot filter liked that one. It's a special map. Why is that? Like, what does it do? Why do people pay so much for it? I think I missed the boss again because I'm stupid. Should I be using divination scarabs to try to get what's it called? Can you guys hear me? I think I just unplugged my mic because I'm stupid. Okay, I think my mic got unplugged for a second. Are those good, actually? I thought you just used the 50% movement speed boots. Or no? Wouldn't you just use the 50% move speed boots? For leveling? I thought nothing beats just running at the speed of light. Wow, already sold it, huh? I don't know what the divine... Sure. Alberto, you came to my stream and you asked me a question. You gave me 2 seconds to answer it. And then you complained that I don't answer your question. So 2 things are going to happen here. The answer to your question is you switch to the Ice Bolt gem when you're in the end game, when you have at least a 5 link going. The second thing that's going to happen now that I've answered your question is I'm going to permaban you from my stream for being a crybaby. Okay? So there's your answer. Bye. He gone. He gone. If you're still here and you can hear me, quit being a little bitch in your life and you'll go further. Have a good one. I helped you twice. I answered your question about the guide and I gave you a life lesson. That's 2 ways I helped you. Rax bans people, that's new for me. Not usually. Not usually. But for someone that comes into my stream, asks me a question, and 20 seconds later complains that I haven't answered their question, you're not coming back. Your career in my stream has come to an abrupt end. You're going to try to speedrun D4. Any general advice would you give? That's pretty much it. You might be able to do the capstones much earlier than you would initially think. One of the fastest ways to level, one of the fastest things that determines like the speed levelers in Diablo 4 is how quickly can you make your gear. So if you're very, very good at putting your legendary powers on quickly, finding decent items in World Tier 4, getting your tempering solved immediately, the speed at which you do that is actually where a lot of your time save will come from. So some people might spend 30 minutes looking through gear, whereas other people will spend 10. That's 20 minutes lost right there if you're trying to actually speedrun. I'm using your universal filter for Last Epoch. It's helping so much. It's inspiring me to make my own. You can absolutely make your own. One thing to remember, though, is my universal filter is essentially making your own loot filter. I just gave you a loot filter template, and I showed you how to set it up, and then you're setting it up for yourself, right? So you are making your own filter. You just used my base template to make your own filter. Is anybody out there still blasting Last Epoch? Are you guys having fun with it? Why am I optimistic about Diablo 4? I never look like I'm having fun playing it. I mean, for a lot of reasons. I mean, the campfire was good. The info that's coming out on the expansion is going to be good. The teams, I met the team in person and got to talk to them about the future. That gave me more confidence. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, really. What I would hope, honestly, I am a content creator that is not here for drama. The thing about the way that our current world works is drama and double D tits really, really sell. Like that's how you really get people's attention, is one of those two things. And neither of those are my style. I lost 30 pounds, so I don't have double Ds anymore. And I am not here to bask in a bunch of bullshit drama, even though people, I don't know, salivate for that content. So the whole last year has been flooded with D4 bad everywhere, which some of it was actually very deserved. But Diablo 4 in general hasn't been nearly as bad as the internet would lead you to believe. So I think the future is going to be pretty good.
You will have to cut the words from my mouth. I don't tell them to their faces.
I don't want to really do. Let's see if I can talk to Ashling first. See if that changes. See, that's much better. That's much better. That was smart of me to switch it. I did something smart for once in my life. That usually never happens. Rax, I hate you. I watched your PoE video and now 16 hours later I'm sleepy. No, 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 no. 16 hours is the warm-up, buddy. Go get a Red Bull and keep blasting. No, 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 no. Don't even think about it.
just die harder if you cut.
I'm going to kill you, Giannis. Just send.
Damn, I just got so many unveils, man.
Blessings.
God, I hope Sarah's hungry soon, because we need to go get some food. God, I'm hungry. Guys, who wants to go get tacos? Anybody hungry? I can't be the only hungry one around here. By the way, everybody, thank you so much for all the subs, the primes, the likes, the bits. So many people came through today, especially for the campfire. I appreciate you guys. Sorry that I couldn't call out everything as it was happening as we were watching the campfire, but I don't take that stuff for granted. Wanted to make sure that I said that. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Up that. Why are there all these purple orb boys everywhere? I don't like that. What do you guys think is the next best thing to upgrade in the town after I have farming and mining and shipping maxed? What should I max next? Disenchanting. Is it worth doing the save houses or no? The burrito stand. Why is updating the tavern important? Can't see. Bro, if I'm not going to be able to see, I might as well, like, not be able to see completely. There we go. Now I actually can't see anything. That's awesome. It was Hakuna Matata the whole time. Uh. God damn it. This thing's a piece of shit. Wow, that loot was sick. Ziz says the Recombinator is dog shit. Okay, let's unveil stuff. This seems pretty good. Okay, I got about an hour left. Then I'm gonna go spend time with Sarah. We're gonna go get food and stuff. Let's look at my town real quick.
Need something smithed? It's a veritable army.
I mean, fuck it. Well, I just got rank 11 smelting, I guess. I guess that was the new decision, I guess. Is mapping any good or is it garbage? Has anybody been doing mapping? You got a divine from a white map? Is there anything in the Atlas passive tree that gives you more gold? Like, I still wish I could earn so much more gold than I do. And by the way, I can already tell you, Jizerin is already typing in the chat that if you switch your Atlas tree to strong boxes, you get gold, just to let you know. Now he's probably going to delete his sentence midway and type fuck you or something. He was already halfway done typing it. I already know. The T17s give gold. So what you guys are saying is I should try T17s with Zevi. Do you guys think my character is strong enough to do T17s with an aura bot? Or nah? Do you think we have any chance or nah? Zevi, are you there? Do you want to try a T17 or two and see what happens? I would like to level up first, though. I only need 1 bar of XP. Zevi might not be there anymore. If you have problems with gold, then don't turn on mapping. Like, I think my wage currently is at, like, I don't know, like 6,000 gold an hour. I'm assuming it can be so much worse. Mapping costs 10k per hour with a shit mapper. Like, do you guys feel like the mapping rewards are worth it? Do you ever get anything good? Oh, well, I guess rip to me leveling up. I don't understand what just happened there. What happened there? That a quill rain? I don't need a quill rain. It's worth it when you have everything upgraded and don't have anything to do with gold. Okay, but I currently can't imagine that situation because I'm currently so low on... I'm like broke right now. I have 0. But maybe that'll change. What is happening? Why am I taking this much damage? What the fuck are the mods here? All monster damage hits always ignite? Is it that? God, what is happening? Okay. Let's get rid of everybody here. Do you guys have any suggestions for what's the first thing I should buy now or the next thing I should buy for my thing? I mean, I need a couple of jewels. Guess we could look at the jewels and see what the prices are for them. I have maybe close to 3 divines at the moment. Maybe that could get me something. Healthy mind. What does that do? Healthy mind. Glorious vanity is the most important. How expensive is glorious vanity? Wasn't this thing like good at some point? How do you learn to play PoE from a fresh status? I literally, this morning uploaded a video that shows you how to level with this build from the start to nothing. It's on there for you right there, my friend. I also have a beginner's guide for you. All right, let's try Glorious Vanity. Oh, yeah, it's one of these weird ones. Is there like is there something that like solves it for you? You want Doyani? Timeless Jewel Calculator. Give me a second, please. I'm gonna find the... I'm grabbing the POB here. God, how many? Okay, let's open this. I could have just exclamation build in my channel, by the way. I just remember that. So let's see here. So this... Where is he putting it? Do you know what... Do we know what jewels saw? Here it is, on the right side here. Where's my timeless jewel calculator? So it's this one, right? So we want Doriani. That's what we want. You put it in the bottom left. He puts it here. Is this not right? I'm following a... Read his notes about the jewel. Yeah, I do want to read his notes. So we open it in POB. Then we go notes. Okay, I mean, is there a way that we can make it... Can we do... Doriani? This one? Okay, so we find what we want in the couch. Okay. So we want... So what do we do? Okay, I see. So do we... What do we do for this? Select the stat? Select the stat. Oh, okay. I got you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so I'm actually... What stats do we... I've read this like 5 times. What do we want? Mana and mana regen? Okay. Like that? Like that, guys? Set the minimum to 1. Cast speed is good. Spell suppress. Untick every node that I won't take. So I go to the passive tree. He like doesn't take anything in this radius. Right? He doesn't take like, and so you uncheck all of this. He just goes there and there. Like that? So maybe we get rid of mana regen and go these three. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, like that. I have an idea. Let's deselect everything and just pick the two nodes that he takes. Done. That's all he takes. Now we search. Five divine. It's not that area of the tree, but this is the POB from unless we're going for this, the super tanky setup. He still puts it over here. This is Goratha's POB that he says is updated for this league. I saw that it said we can put it in 3 spots. This is the most expensive spot to put it in, this one. Well, we can try a different one. How do I, okay, config. Okay. So let's deselect all. The main point of it is to get corrupted soul. What is corrupted soul? Sorry. What is that? It changes the big node to a new node. Oh, this one you mean? Oh. Oh, I see. So you just put it next to any notable to change it, and the passives are kind of minor. Is that right? I understand. So this whole mid-maxing thing is not super important, is what you're saying? Is there a better way to do this other than individually clicking trade on all of them? 2 divine, 10 divine. Sweet baby Jesus. Yeah, I think we might have to go for the poor man one. I looked up too many. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go the other way. Can I just look on trade and start punching them in to the calculator and just see if any of them are good at all? Can I go the opposite way? "42 seconds, PoE. God. Let me play. It's not my fault you don't have shit on the trade site. I actually don't want to take that. Let's go here. God, this guy's good. That wasn't good. Just as I say that, he blunders. Can I go here? This might be deadly. Be careful. Be careful, buddy. Be careful, buddy. Could have just taken this. Be careful, buddy. You're already down 3 points of material. I could have just swapped everything. What I should have done is taken the knight, right? Takes, and then just storm the 4-on-2. I'm going to win easily. Okay, can I play the game now? 80 chows? Are you fisting me? I'm going to get life. Do I have the right things selected? So this is going to give me life? Doesn't seem that bad. Is that fine? I just take the life one, or what? $47, $49, yes. Okay, 5505. 5505. This is also life and lightning res. Penetrates lightning res. Isn't that godly for me? Isn't that good? I mean, can I have your timeless dealy bob? Give me that thing. Why is nobody trading me stuff? Check the nodes. Wait, this gives me cast speed? I don't understand. Why is it highlighting these things? Oh. Oh, we got to look at the smalls or what? I'm so confused. Base chance to shock, cold damage leads to his life, cast speed. How do I get it to only show me what I'm getting from the highlighted stuff? How much did it cost me to build my Slayer? Maybe like 3 or 4 divine. Probably next week, Glorious. Can you check your Discord messages? I'm trying to find footage. Let me see. Oh, I don't ever record. Do you mean while I stream, did I record locally? I don't ever have that on. I didn't record locally. Bro, look at this wand that bro, look at this wand that DM just made. What the fuck, man? Give me that. Bro. I ended up saving off some stuff and I wanted it, or was that just Woody? What? I don't think what? I ended up saving some stuff and I wanted it. I'm very confused. Maybe is this like a Woody thing? I don't think that was me, Adam. Yeah. I'm not a needy bitch like Woody. No, I'm just messing with you. Good, because it's gone. Yeah, he's pretty needy. You guys did a good job today, by the way. That was very, very strong. The big changes to the uniques is making the game better, man. GG's. Nice. Are you hungry? Rax, you legend. Wait, what did I do? Just for making fun of Woody? Dude, I do that all the time, man. Yeah, there's the new uniques in Season 5. Yeah, cool. Nice. Let's see if DM's going to give me that wand. What? No. Oh, by the way, we're going to do the... Here, come over here, Sarah. We're going to do the most fun thing in... Come here. We're going to do the most fun thing in PoE. You're going to do it. Watch this one. Tom's here, guys. Okay. This is worth 14 divine. That's more money than I made the whole season. This is Tom. He has all the money in the world. All right, so here's what you're going to do. You're going to risk it. You're going to click this button, and you're either going to double it or you're going to make it go poof. If you make it go poof, you just lost 14 divine. Let me show you how many divine I have right now. You want to see how many divine I have? Look at this. 2. This is 14 in one click. All right, let's see the chat's reaction here. Okay. Go ahead. Craft it. And if you fuck this up, it's all your fault. I made him 44 divine yesterday doing this. Go ahead. Click craft. Come on. Oh! All right, Tom, what do you want to do here? You want to go again? That's 14 divine. That's 56 divine we've made Tom. You want to do... What does Tom want to do? You want to do with 2 or with 1? You want to do 2 or 1? Okay. Go ahead. Click it again. Try to make it go to 4. Come on. This is the biggest gambling you do. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right, what now, Tom? Starforge Systems is not pleased. Okay, go again. Fuck it. Go ahead. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Go again and do 4? Okay, go ahead. Oh my fucking god, dude. We started with 1. We have 5 doctor cards. Okay, go. Again. On 4. Oh!
We broke even.
The last one is a bait, but click it anyway. Okay, chance to redeem yourself. If you get it, you're plus 14. If you go ahead, this is the last time. Always quit when you're ahead, chat. Wise words from Starforge Systems. God damn it. Son of a bitch. We almost printed 4 doctor cards. Dude, we were up 56 divine. That would have been a grand total of 100 divine profiting from Dude, 100 divine. That is so much this league. Son of a bitch, man. God damn it. All right. Okay, DM said he would give me the wand. So I'm going to raid DM right now and go get food because I'm hungry and I'm mad. But we'll blast all day tomorrow, I promise. It's going to be fun. Let's raid DM and he's going to give me a wand for raiding him because that's how it works. He said I could have any wand that he wants, so I'm going to let you guys pick it. You guys pick the wand that he has to give me, and then he has to give it to me. So you guys pick it, okay? Let's raid him. He's going to give me a wand. He has a 50 divine wand. Tell him to give me the 50 divine wand. Starforge, help me when we get over there. By the way, go get a Starforge PC, guys. Okay, everyone tell him to give me the 50 divine wand, okay? Here we go. Here's the raid. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for being here. Artemis gifted 5 subs. I didn't see it. I got to message Artemis because I'm a piece of shit streamer. Thank you, guys. Tomorrow we go again. All day. T17s. Yeah, get ready. Okay, here we go, guys.